After 3 years of the epidemic storm, people who have been suppressed for a long time have finally broken free from their confinement and flocked to the city, joining the frenzy of revenge tourism. I also followed the crowd and embarked on a journey to the Great Wall of China. However, this trip did not bring me the joy I expected, but instead made me deeply regretful. The huge crowds made this trip very bad, and the experience was hard to describe. To make matters worse, at one point during the journey, I suddenly went dark. When I woke up again, I found myself back home. What on earth is going on? I looked around, confused, wondering if I had fainted. At this moment, the scene outside the window suddenly changed. The wind was howling, the snow was raging, the temperature dropped sharply, and the biting cold made me shudder. Just when I was at a loss, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. "Welcome to the Doomsday survival game." Before I could fully react, the voice continued. "My talent is, I can open 3 blind boxes every midnight." Seeing others struggling to survive in the ice and snow, I had endless resources at my fingertips. I couldn't believe it. This was bound to be an unprecedented survival challenge. On May 1st, 2024, the crowds on the Great Wall made me feel a little suffocated. The shadows of the epidemic and war have just dissipated, and everyone seems to have been holding back for too long and is frantically throwing themselves into the wave of revenge tourism, and I am one of them. Squeezed in the crowd, I couldn't help but complain, lamenting that this trip to the Great Wall had become a head-watching competition. Just at the moment I lost consciousness, my vision went dark. When I came to my senses, I found myself back home. Everything familiar about home stunned me. Shit, wasn't I on the Great Wall? Why am I suddenly back home? I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had fainted and started to have hallucinations. Just when I was confused, a strange voice sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, you have become a participant in the shelter game. Earth technology has been disabled. You will receive genetic enhancement and a unique talent. There will be a different doomsday disaster every month. Survive 100 rounds to win." As soon as he finished speaking, the countdown began, and the first round of disaster was actually the Ice Age. I rushed to the window and saw through the glass that the originally sunny Shanghai city was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and strong winds blew snowflakes down in an instant. I couldn't help but swear. What the fuck? The people outside the window were still in a daze. Some were even cheering for the snow scene, but I knew that the end of the world had already begun. In a panic, I ran to the door to escape, but found that the door would not open. The electronic lock failed due to technological disabling, and I was trapped in my own home. The windows were also tightly sealed by the anti-theft nets that were installed at the beginning, so I couldn't get out. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and it was freezing cold. I rummaged through my boxes and found a down jacket that I had kept at the bottom of the closet to barely keep out the cold, but it was clearly not enough. I realized that I had to rush to store water, so I ran to the bathroom and started to fetch water. I used all the pots, pans, and washing machine drums. But the water flow soon slowed down and finally stopped completely. Looking at the various containers filled with water, I finally felt relieved that I would not freeze to death or die of thirst for the time being. Then I began to think about the genetic enhancements and talents that the voice mentioned. After struggling for a long time, I saw a small red dot on my forehead in the mirror. I clicked it and the voice sounded again. "Do you want to activate the gene enhancement effect?" I gritted my teeth and answered, "Yes." In an instant, a warm current spread through my body, as if I was soaking in a hot spring, so refreshing. The prompt message that followed stunned me. "Activate the talent. Happiness knocks on the door. You can randomly get 3 blind boxes every night at midnight, and the supplies will increase over time. SSS-Level talent? Unique." I was stunned, and it took me a while to come back to my senses. This is a gift that I can get 3 blind boxes every night. I was immediately excited, and even the chill in the room seemed to be dispelled. With this talent, I don't have to go out. I can just lie at home and wait for resources to be delivered to my door. I used to worry about not being able to go out and find supplies, but now I find that I don't have to go out and risk my life at all. I decided to check the supply inventory at home first. After searching through the boxes and cabinets, I spread everything out on the table. Rice noodles, biscuits, peaches, bacon, and tap water stored in various containers. Although these supplies seemed to be enough to last for a while, problems soon became apparent as there was no electricity and no way to cook. I picked up a peach, took a bite, and almost jumped up. It really turned into a smoothie. The cold outside the window has seeped in, and even the water is freezing. I felt desperate. All the water I collected for so long is going to freeze into ice. This is too unreliable. I sighed and could only hope to get some practical supplies from the blind box in the evening. In order to conserve my energy, I wrapped myself tightly in 2 quilts, curled up in bed, and waited for the night to come. There was no clock in the room, so I could only count to pass the time. It was so cold that my teeth were chattering, making the constant clicking sound, and the anxiety in my heart was invading along with the cold. Just when I was about to give up, that familiar voice sounded again. Congratulations, you have triggered the happiness knocks on the door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them? This voice awakened my consciousness like a life-saving straw, and I quickly answered, yes. 3 white lights suddenly lit up on the floor in front of the bed, and 3 boxes of different sizes lay quietly on the ground, emitting faint light. I trembled as I lifted the covers and walked over to the blind boxes. The first blind box contained a blueprint for a safe wood stove. Although this thing looked practical, the problem was that I had no materials to build it. With trepidation, I opened the second blind box, and it turned out to be a high-tech, universal laser gun. I was stunned, and then I looked at the third blind box, which actually contained 500 units of metal materials. The best is yet to come. With these, I can build a wood stove. I picked up the laser gun, switched to construction mode, and quickly aimed it at the blueprint. As the beam shot out, a 2-meter-high red wood stove suddenly appeared in the empty space on the ground. I can't help but sigh that this is really black technology. Although the stove is set up, I haven't prepared the wood yet. What should I do? Aiming at the wooden chair at home, I used the laser gun without hesitation to break it down into neat pieces of wood. I was glad that the furniture was all made of solid wood, and fortunately, there was enough material at home. I put the wood into the stove. The flame ignited automatically. Warmth instantly filled the room, and the cold was swept away. Just as I was about to enjoy the warmth, there was a rapid knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The rapid knock on the door broke the silence of the night, hitting the door like a heavy hammer, and my heart suddenly rose to my throat. Someone knocking on the door late at night is definitely not a good thing in the end of the world. Holding my breath, I stood there silently, feeling fortunate that I had drawn the curtains tightly so that no one outside could see the light in the room. Open the door. I'm the neighbor next door. The voice outside the door was rough and anxious, with a bit of unquestionable firmness. I immediately thought of the group of strong men working on the construction site next door. They're usually very noisy, and it must be something bad when they knock on the door now. I held the laser gun tightly in my hand. Although it can't hurt anyone, it is a good defensive weapon. I thought to myself that if I really broke into the house, I could at least teach them a lesson. The noise outside the door didn't last long. A few rough voices cursed in a low voice and gradually faded away. I breathed a sigh of relief, put down the laser gun, and started to work. The food in the house must be hidden. Although it is night and no one can see it, there is no guarantee that there will not be hungry people peeking out the window after dawn. I quickly stuffed all the food into the refrigerator, trying to avoid being discovered. While I was busy, I suddenly realized that I was only wearing thin autumn clothes, but I didn't feel cold at all. Only then did I remember the effect of the wood stove, and sure enough, what the instructions said. 5 minutes of fire, 3 hours of warmth, was not empty talk. Returning to the wood stove, I lifted the bucket and placed it next to the stove, thinking about letting the water thaw. The warmth from the fire spread all over my body, which made me feel relaxed. Although the wood stove is small, it is quite practical. I tested its heat and light range, and found that the upper platform can perfectly adapt to the rice cooker and tea kettle, which is so convenient. I boiled some water and cooked some hot noodles. Although it was not as fast as a gas stove, in this doomsday, icy environment, being able to eat hot food was enough to make me feel happy and satisfied. After eating the noodles, I was so tired that I left the dishes to be washed tomorrow. After adding some wood to the wood stove, I got into bed and fell asleep quickly. The next day, I slept until noon, until a voice that sounded neither male nor female in my head woke me up. Congratulations to all survivors. The first challenge day has been safely passed. You have obtained 1 survival point, and the mall has been opened. You can use the survival points to purchase supplies. I sat up suddenly, all sleepiness gone. Survival point? Mall. I opened the mall out of curiosity and found that it had everything. Basic supplies such as food, water, and even medicine can be bought with survival points, while technological products such as blueprints and laser guns are ridiculously expensive. I did a random calculation and found that the value of the 3 blind boxes from last night alone exceeded 10,000 survival points. It's incredible. Just as I was shocked at my good luck, a new reminder sounded again. The regional communication platform is officially open, allowing survivors to exchange information and trade supplies. My heart was shaken. Although this platform was temporarily limited to an area with 1 million people, I still hoped to find my parents. With anticipation, I opened the regional communication platform. The interface was similar to the online forums I was familiar with, and it was easy to browse. The most eye-catching one is a pinned post. Talent revealed. Many people have already started sharing their talents in it. Please call me Brother Long. The disaster has come, and humanity must overcome the difficulties together. My talent is S-Level cold-resistant skin, which is immune to all negative effects of cold. Chapter 4. This post quickly became the focus of everyone's attention, and the replies below were filled with envy and self-mockery. Early bird catches the worm. Fuck. He actually has this kind of talent. This month's disaster doesn't even exist for him, right? My A-level talent, Early Bird, increases my abilities in the morning, but it's totally no match for his ability to resist the cold. Night Cultivator. I'm so envious, but this talent is only useful after this month, right? My A-level talent, Night Owl, can only improve my abilities at night, and I can't do anything during the day. More replies continued to emerge, with some complaining that their talent could only make food taste good, but there was no food to eat. Some people envied My Fang's talent for resisting the cold, saying that they could only improve their abilities when a meteorite fell, which was extremely useless. My phone looked at these comments with a sneer on his face. The survival rules of the end times are gradually emerging. People complain about the injustice of fate and anxiously seek salvation, but he no longer relies on luck. After closing the post, my phone did not stay there for long and instead browsed other posts. All kinds of information flooded the platform, including requests for help, looking for missing relatives, and selling supplies, with a wide variety of content. My phone accidentally saw a post selling underwear. The seller claimed to be an 18-year-old female college student who was isolated and helpless and could only sell her dignity in exchange for food. After clicking on the transaction link, my phone saw that the supplies had been sold. Dillywan, fuck, who is so wicked as to sell my man's underwear? I'll find you and kill you. The comment section was full of gloating jokes and ridicule. The morality in the apocalypse had long been gone with the wind, but my phone watched it all calmly. My phone understood that this platform was no longer just a place for communication, but a trading market in the apocalypse, where darkness and light coexisted, and everyone was desperately looking for a way to survive. After closing the page, my phone leaned back in his chair and pondered for a moment. Although he had some food reserves, he knew that in the Doomsday environment, eating up all the food would be tantamount to waiting for death. My phone has a blueprint in his hand, safe wood stove, which is his greatest reliance. My phone knows that in this cold world, wood stoves can not only keep warm, but also be a life-saving straw for survivors. A flash of determination flashed in my Fang's eyes, and he took action immediately. He gave himself a nickname, Wheat That Sends Warmth, and posted a post describing in detail the functions and advantages of the wood stove. It is safe and reliable, energy-saving and environmentally friendly, and can provide continuous warmth for the entire room in snowy weather. My phone wrote, with steadiness and confidence between the lines. After posting the post, my phone was not impatient. He knew that information on this platform was like a tide, and it would take time and patience to stand out. So, my phone turned around, took out the laser gun from the toolbox, and began to concentrate on making the wood stove. The metal melted under the gun, and the flames flew everywhere. The atmosphere in the room became tense and calm because of his concentration. A few hours later, a brand new safe wood stove was finally completed. My phone looked up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and opened the platform again. He was surprised to find that his post had been pinned by the administrator. The number of replies quickly climbed and exceeded 1,000. My phone clicked on it to check, and many of the replies were questioning or even mocking. A little prisoner. Brothers, this guy actually dares to sell a safe wood stove. How dare he brag? Deep Sea Fishing Sema. This is fake, right? He actually said he could make a blueprint that sells 100 survival points in the platform mall. Will he be the next one to sell rockets? Princess Pig. Is it true? If it is, I want one. How much is it? Can I exchange it with Little Pig A? My phone looked at these comments without changing his expression. He knew that these people needed time to accept the reality. He posted a transaction link with the price set at 30 survival points. Considering that most people may not be able to afford that much, my phone also indicated that he could pay with metal and glass. These materials are more valuable to him and are enough to make more wood stoves, thus establishing a self-sufficient cycle. Less than 10 seconds after posting, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, your order has been successfully traded. Chapter 5. My phone clicked on the transaction order and saw that the person who bought his wood stove was actually Deep Sea Fishing Seema, who had been the most skeptical before. He couldn't help but laugh. The payment for the materials was 250 units of glass and 50 units of metal, a quantity that puzzled my phone. When my phone looked at the details further, he found that the glass turned out to be several glass doors and a large glass coffee table. My phone suddenly realized that Lao Seema probably dismantled his own furniture to get the materials. My phone chuckled and closed the order, intending to make fun of this inconsistent Lao Seema in the post, but he didn't expect that the other party had already spoken first. Deep Sea Fishing Seema. Oh, my dear, your stove is real. Although the price is a bit expensive, it is still acceptable. Let me try it first to see if it works well. After seeing this statement, those who originally doubted my phone jumped out. A little prisoner? Teacher Ma, weren't you the one who said it was fake the loudest at the beginning? Six-eared macaque Lon Ling on. Teacher Ma, I didn't expect you to be such a person. At Send Warm Wheat, Brother Mai, I just talked too much. Do you have any more? Princess Pig. I want one too. At Send Warm Wheat. Pineapple Hippo. Aren't you guys going to complain about the price? 30 survival points. Can you all take them out? It's the end of the world. Why do I feel like I'm the only one who's poor? The direction of public opinion suddenly changed, and the original voices of doubt turned into voices of demand for purchase. My phone was not surprised. In the end times, real evidence can always make people change their attitudes quickly. Just as my phone was watching the excitement on the forum with a smile, a bunch of private messages suddenly came in. Brother Mai, can you give me a wood stove? I'm an 18-year-old female college student. Boy, if you know what's best for you, give me the wood stove. Otherwise, I'll find you and make you pay. Hello, I'm the official representative Zhu Ming, and I would like to cooperate with you on the wood stove. Seeing these messages, my phone frowned, quickly changed the private chat permissions to only receive messages from friends, and then focused on the matters at hand. Afterwards, my phone picked up the laser gun and continued to make more wood stoves. Half an hour later, my phone efficiently completed 3 brand new wood stoves and quickly put them on the shelf for sale. This time, my phone learned his lesson and no longer accepted glass-related transactions, only setting survival points or metal materials. Unexpectedly, the newly listed wood stove was quickly sold out, so fast that he didn't even have time to share the transaction link to the forum. Congratulations, your order has been successfully traded. The system prompt sounded 3 times in a row. My phone raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the wood stove would be so popular this time. Out of curiosity, he checked the buyers of these transactions and found that they were all unfamiliar IDs, not the people in the previous posts. In order to find out the reason, my phone returned to the forum and found that the original post was still full of heated discussions about wood stoves, and there was nothing unusual. But just when my phone was about to quit, a pinned post caught his attention. First review on the entire network. Lao Seema personally tested the safe wood-burning stove. The number of replies exceeded 10,000, far exceeding his posts, and became the focus of the entire platform. Is it him? The name, Deep Sea Fishing Seema, flashed through my Feng's mind, and he finally remembered before the Doomsday, this person was a well-known internet celebrity anchor. Unexpectedly, even in the Doomsday, his influence remained undiminished. Clicking on the post, my phone saw the detailed review of Lao Seema. Deep Sea Lao Seema. Hey, I spent a lot of money today, but it is definitely worth buying this artifact. Without further ado, let me go straight to the pros and cons. First of all, what shocked me the most was that with just 5 minutes of warming yourself by the fire, you can get a 3-hour cold-resistant buff. Even if you only wear short sleeves, you can still feel like you are in the spring breeze in the biting cold wind. Secondly, it is incredibly efficient. 15 units of firewood are enough to burn for 24 hours, and it can ignite automatically, so there is no need for luxury items such as lighters. Furthermore, environmental protection and safety are given equal importance. Only carbon dioxide is produced during combustion, and there is no risk of carbon monoxide poisoning when used in a confined space. In addition, it is not just a heating tool. It also comes with a heating platform that can be used to heat tea and meals, and the lighting function is also quite good. Of course, wood stoves also have disadvantages, such as the cold-repelling buff only lasts 3 hours and needs to be renewed regularly. The lighting range is not large, and can only cover an area with a radius of 6 meters. The wood stove itself is also very heavy. Without the talent of strength enhancement, it will be difficult to move it. In addition, the price is high, and 30 survival points is still a burden for most people. This detailed review not only lists the pros and cons of the wood stove, but also intuitively compares it with traditional wood stoves. The accompanying real pictures and vivid text make the entire review full of reality and appeal. The replies below the post were almost all praise and support for Lao Sima. Hong Hong Zai, damn, we are still shivering in the cold wind, and Teacher Ma is actually doing the review in a short sleeve? And Pixie, Lao Sima, old fans report, 10 years no see. See you at the end of the world. Deep Sea #1 Monkey. Stop talking nonsense, just go to the link. I want one too. My phone looked at these messages and secretly admired Lao Sima's efficiency and sharpness. In just 30 minutes after receiving the wood stove, he completed such a detailed evaluation, igniting the public's enthusiasm for buying. Obviously, this is why my Feng's wood stove was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves. They are indeed the talents of the Doomsday. No matter how the environment changes, there will always be people who can seize the opportunity to shine. My phone said with emotion. However, my phone also noticed that there were some discordant voices in the replies to the post, and the content was quite obscene, which made him break out in a cold sweat. After silently closing Lao Sima's post, my phone returned to his own page and saw several familiar IDs. He sent them private messages. Do you want a wood stove? Chapter 6. Almost at the moment when my phone sent the private message, Princess Piggy replied eagerly. Princess Pig. Ah, is it really Brother Chaiwa? Of course I want a wood stove. I've been paying attention to the trading orders, but I can never get one. Seeing the enthusiasm of the Princess Pig, my phone couldn't help but smile, and then curiously asked her where the name came from. Princess Pig. Oh, we are used to calling powerful people brother. It feels weird to call you brother my directly, so I'll call you Brother Chaiwa. If you don't like it, I can change it. My phone thought the name was a little funny, but he didn't care. He then sent a message. It's okay, it's just a name. I contacted you to talk about the wood stove. Princess Pig. Great, Brother Chaiwa. Just let me know if you have any requests. Do you want to increase the price? My phone immediately replied. No need to raise the price, but I hope you can help me promote it like Deep Sea Fishing Sema did. Princess Pig. No problem. We used to be anchors. We are good at publicity. My phone was satisfied. The influence of the anchors was indeed the most effective way to spread the news of the apocalypse. So he immediately replied, That's great. I will make a new wood stove as soon as possible, and then we can trade. Just prepare the metal materials or survival points. Princess Pig. The materials are ready and can be traded at any time. After finishing the conversation with Princess Pig, my phone continued to contact several survivors who were anchors before the apocalypse. They all gladly accepted his request. After all, the wood stove was a life-saving artifact for them in the apocalypse. In fact, my phone could easily sell the wood stove based on the existing demand, but after seeing the reviews of Deep Sea Fishing Sema, he realized that the Doomsday changed the world, but people's demand for information did not change. The anchors still have a large number of fans, and their recommendations can bring greater influence. My phone decided to establish long-term cooperation with these influential survivors, not only to sell wood stoves, but also to enhance his own popularity and credibility through their publicity. So, after spending an hour and a half, my phone efficiently made 9 more safe wood-burning stoves and sold them to these anchors. The transaction went very smoothly until my phone was surprised by the supplies that the Piggy Princess used to pay. It was actually a bunch of fitness equipment, including 2 20-kilogram dumbbells. Send warm wheat. Why do you have so many fitness equipment at home? Princess Pig. My mom is a fitness fanatic, and she has a lot of fitness equipment at home. Now it's the end of the world, and these things are no longer useful. So why not exchange them for a wood stove? My phone smiled and continued to trade with other anchors without asking any more questions. However, the last wood stove transaction encountered a little trouble. Wheat for warmth. Are the metal materials ready? I've already made the wood stove. Pineapple Hippo. Oh, I can't disassemble the dishwasher at home. Can I use glass to replace part of the metal? My phone frowned slightly. Although he was not opposed to replacing metal with glass, he decided to play a little game. Send warm wheat. If you answer me a question honestly, I can agree. Pineapple Hippo, really? Thank you so much, Brother Chaiwa. Just ask. I will answer truthfully. My phone smiled and slowly typed the question. What is your real weight? For a moment, Pineapple Hippo was silent for a long time, and then sent a reply after a while. Well, Brother Chaihua, change the question. I will definitely answer it. Send warm wheat. No, if you don't answer, I will be hung on the trading platform. Seeing my Feng's reply, Wang Boli, who was shivering in the cold at home, became anxious. She tried hard to gather some metal, but it was not enough for 300 units. If she couldn't get the wood stove, she might not survive today. Wang Pineapple made up his mind and sent the answer. 150 pounds. After sending it, her face turned red with shame, as if she had experienced a baptism of social death. However, my Feng's reply came quickly. Okay, it seems that you are indeed the anchor. Just gather enough materials. The amount of metal doesn't matter. Wang Boli had mixed feelings. Although she was angry, she was still grateful. She quickly collected 300 units of supplies from her glass fish tank, pots and pans, and successfully exchanged them for a safe wood stove. As the fire burned brightly, the warmth dispelled the cold. Wang Polo relaxed and tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. She sat on the ground and cried like a 150-pound child. Later, she wiped away her tears, cheered herself up, and prepared to fulfill her promise with my phone to write a review of the wood-burning stove. At this time, after receiving the materials, my phone was preparing to deal with new troubles. Chapter 7. My phone stood in front of the mountain of metal materials and couldn't help feeling a headache. In addition to the 200 units of glass and 100 units of metal paid by Pineapple Hippo, the other 8 anchors contributed a total of 2,400 units of various metal materials. These materials are all kinds of strange, ranging from practical kitchen utensils and fitness equipment to ridiculous manhole covers. They are of various types and astonishing weight. My phone knew that his small house could not bear the weight of the pile, especially since the floor had already cracked. Fortunately, he lived on the first floor, otherwise the house would have collapsed long ago. In order to prevent the house from actually collapsing due to these materials, my phone had to make some adjustments. He decided to use a laser gun to decompose the materials one by one into basic materials. Although this would not reduce the weight, it would at least reduce the volume and make it easier to store. Even so, faced with 2.5 tons of metal materials, how to distribute the weight reasonably remains a thorny problem. My phone paced around the house and thought about it, and finally decided to transform his parents' vacant bedroom into a storage room. In the Doomsday, the possibility of his parents returning was slim, so it would be better to make use of it instead of leaving it vacant. My phone acted quickly and cleaned the room with a laser gun. Except for some useful clothes and medicines, the rest of the furniture was broken down into wood. Soon, my phone heard a voice in his ear. Obtain 200 units of wood. After the cleanup, my phone finally had enough storage space. He evenly distributed the metal and glass materials in the room. Although the room was still crowded, at least he no longer had to worry about the house collapsing at any time. The storage problem has finally been solved. My phone said to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. After solving the problem of materials, my phone began to prepare lunch. He made a simple but delicious bacon rice, and after eating, he planned to clean himself up. But when my phone walked into the bathroom, he found that the water in the toilet was frozen. This gave him a headache. Although my phone can use a wood stove to melt ice and snow to get clean water, a frozen toilet is a tricky problem. Even with a small wood stove installed in the bathroom to melt the ice, frozen sewers are still a problem that cannot be circumvented. In desperation, my phone had to put these questions aside for the time being and return to his bedroom, intending to relax and see if the anchors had fulfilled their promotional promises. But once he opened the forum, he found himself the focus, with posts filling the screen one after another. Is Brother Chaiwa here? Please put up a wood stove. I have prepared all the materials. Brother Chaiwa, please bring a few more. I'm almost freezing to death. Revealing the secret. Why does Chaiwa no longer sell wood stoves? Insider trading harms ordinary people like us. Appeal. Brother Chaihua should contribute the blueprint for free. Everyone needs it. Official contact. Please contact us as soon as possible after seeing this post. After seeing these posts, my phone suddenly realized that it was the host transactions that attracted the attention of other survivors. Then, my phone searched and found the review posts of anchors such as Princess Pig, Pineapple Hippo, and A Little Prisoner. Princess Pig incorporated pet cats into photos to add a warm atmosphere, while Little Prisoner innovatively organized friends to share a wood stove, creating a shared fire gameplay. What surprised my phone was that by taking turns to use the wood stove, each person gained a 3-hour cold-resistant buff to take photos and then pass them on to the next friend. The evaluation of Pineapple Hippo seems much more bland. She rarely appears on camera due to her figure, but her evaluation is still detailed. Although these reviews are unique, they have one thing in common. Each post mentions thanking my phone for selling the wood stove. My phone realized that it was these posts that leaked the news that he still had stock, which aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. Many people are dissatisfied with my Feng sale of wood stoves through private transactions and believe that they should be sold publicly so that everyone can buy them fairly through hand speed. My phone also saw some speechless remarks. Some people called on him to share the blueprint for free. There was even a post claiming to be official, asking him to sell it at a lower price. My phone read the official post carefully. The words were sincere, but full of empty rhetoric. My phone immediately became alert. In a doomsday environment, the real official personnel should be busy organizing rescue operations, and the wood stove blueprint only requires 100 survival points, so the officials should be able to easily gather 100 people to buy it. As for the post asking him to provide a free wood stove, my phone simply ignored it. He knew it was a post-apocalyptic moral kidnapping. The end of the world has come, and survival is the most important thing. There is nothing wrong with my phone using his skills and resources to exchange for materials. It's the end of the world, and you still want to get things for free. It's ridiculous. My phone shook his head. Chapter 8. As night fell, my phone continued to work nonstop in the dim room. His hands were like machines, repeating the cycle of manufacturing, putting things on the shelves, trading, and collecting materials. My phone knows that every wood stove could potentially save a life, or even more. He has worked like this for hours on end and has successfully manufactured and sold more than 30 safe wood stoves. However, despite the fact that my phone sold so many, the demand was still overwhelming and showed no signs of abating. On the communication platform, there were more and more posts looking for purchases, and everyone was eagerly looking for this life-saving straw. My phone began to realize that his own efforts were far from enough. Soon, some organized people began to take action, gathering at survival points to buy blueprints and trying to make their own safe wood stoves. But it didn't take long for them to discover the cruel reality. Without the universal laser gun, the efficiency of making wood stoves was extremely low. Even with a talent for construction, a wood stove would still take at least an hour to complete, far slower than my Feng's manufacturing speed. The news quickly spread on the platform, and public opinion shifted from seeking to buy wood stoves to speculating on my Feng's amazing manufacturing speed. Is Brother Chaihua a team? How can he make 6 wood stoves in an hour? He must have a special talent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do it so fast. If he was really made by one person, I will live broadcast a firewood stove. These discussions are getting more and more. At this time, an official on the platform named Zhu Ming released another message, announcing that some temporary shelters began to provide free firewood services and called on people with construction talents to help make wood-burning stoves. However, due to various reasons, the authorities are temporarily unable to provide food, and people can only bring their own food and tableware. My phone shook his head and was not optimistic about the official rescue operation. In this doomsday blizzard, braving the cold to go to a shelter just for 3 hours of cold resistance is obviously not worth it. What's more, many shelters are far away from residential areas, and many people may not be able to get there at all. Just as my phone closed the post and was thinking about his next plan, a familiar voice came from outside, interrupting his thoughts. My phone quickly approached the window, carefully lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked out. On the snow-covered street, several people wrapped in thick cotton-padded jackets, carrying large and small bags, holding simple torches in their hands, were walking towards my phone. They walked and talked, their tone full of complaints. Hurry up! It's too cold! Go back quickly! Brother Wang, do we really want to exchange these materials for that safe wood stove? These are what our brothers worked so hard to collect. Of course I have to change it. Lao Li froze to death yesterday. I don't want to worry about whether I will wake up when I go to sleep. My Feng's heart trembled, and he immediately recognized 2 of the voices. They were the 2 people who knocked on his door last night. They seemed to be planning to exchange the collected materials for his wood stove. Brother Wang, how about we go to the official shelter tomorrow? Why go there? It's 10 kilometers away from here, just to warm yourself for 5 minutes? The voices of several people gradually disappeared in the corridor, and my Feng's expression became more gloomy. My phone knew that this group of people were plotting against the official shelter, which was obviously not a good thing. The most dangerous thing in the end times has never been the weather, but the hearts of people who have been freed from the shackles of morality. My phone originally planned to alert the authorities to this type of situation, But after opening the platform, he found that other survivors had already issued similar warnings. The authorities responded that they would arrange security forces to maintain order. This made my phone feel a little relieved. At least there were still some people willing to take responsibility for others. However, my phone knew that danger was not far away from him. The group had already turned their attention to the official shelter, and the next step would probably be to target him, a firewood brother who lived alone and had resources. My phone knew very well that he could not rely solely on the warmth provided by the wood stove to protect himself, and he had to consider further strengthening his defenses. My phone sat back at the table and thought deeply. I have to improve the defense of the house, otherwise they will come to my house sooner or later. My Feng's eyes became cold. Chapter 9. My Feng's fingertips lightly touched the screen and opened the trading platform again. He was eager to find items that could enhance his sense of security, and the fear of Doomsday made him feel uneasy. However, the list of goods in front of him disappointed my phone. It was almost entirely common supplies such as food, wood stoves, kitchen knives, etc. The only decent item was the kitchen knife he already had at home. It would be great if laser guns could be used against people. My phone muttered with a wry smile. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and my phone decided to try the Survival Point Mall. After opening the mall, a variety of goods came into view, and he didn't know what to look at first. After some screening, my phone found several pieces of equipment that could greatly improve safety. However, when he looked down and saw his pitiful one survival point, he could only close the mall helplessly. Feeling depressed, he put down the laser gun in his hand, picked up an iron lunchbox, and prepared dinner. The lunchbox was one of the few metal products he received today, and it was obviously a gift from a buyer when he completed an order. After a simple meal, my phone returned to making the wood stove. But this time, he did not rush to put the finished product on the trading platform, but contacted a man named Zhu Ming. My phone had been worried for a long time. The evil neighbors next door were eyeing him covetously, and he didn't want them to get the wood stove he made. The post by Zhu Ming revealed the official's intention to rescue, so my phone decided to provide the wood stove to the official first, perhaps to provide an extra way out. Are you really an official? After sending the message, my phone waited for the other party's response. Soon, Zhu Ming replied, "It's Brother Chaihua. We are indeed official people." Although my phone had some doubts about the other party's identity, he still directly stated that he was willing to sell the safe wood stove. Zhu Ming offered a price of 200 units of metal materials. Although it was lower than expected, my phone had a lot of supplies stockpiled at home. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. After the deal was done, Zhu Ming sent another message. "Brother Chaihua, excuse me, do you have a universal laser gun?" This question made my phone nervous. He didn't expect the laser gun to be exposed so quickly, but he quickly calmed down, thought about Zhu Ming's speculation about his production speed, admitted the fact that he had the laser gun, and asked the other party to keep it secret. After Zhu Ming agreed, he seemed more respectful and cautious. After all, the abilities and resources that my phone possessed were particularly precious in this doomsday. Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden noise outside the window, followed by a roar. "Don't come over. What do you want to do?" My phone stopped what he was doing, walked quickly to the window, and looked outside through a corner of the curtains. My Feng's neighborhood was an old village in the city, with poor sound insulation, and the sounds from outside could be heard clearly. There were continuous shouts of anger, fighting, and the sound of objects falling, followed by the final shrill screams, and an ominous atmosphere filled the air. The end of the world has come. What's the point of the law? Hand over your survival points now. After a moment of dead silence, my phone took a deep breath. The evil neighbors next door finally took action, looting their supplies, and the points that were originally for the survival of the survivors turned out to be the source of evil. Time passed quietly in anxiety and contemplation. Suddenly, a familiar prompt sound broke the silence. "Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the Happiness Knocks on the Door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them now?" Chapter 10. Yes. My phone responded quickly and decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 blind boxes appeared in front of his bed. One of the unusually huge blind boxes, almost touching the ceiling, immediately caught my Feng's attention. "What the hell is this thing? It's so big." My phone was stunned for a few seconds, then curiously opened the blind box. The item inside made his eyes widen instantly. It turned out to be a huge freezer. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Hibernation Chamber beta test version. Although the appearance of the freezer is a bit old, He can vaguely see the outline of a human figure through the transparent window covered with a thin layer of frost. My Feng's heart beat violently. Is there really a person frozen inside? Is there really someone inside? My Feng stared at the freezer in shock, his heartbeat quickening, but he still tried to calm himself down. He searched around and finally found the instruction manual on the side of the freezer. Important operating instructions for the hibernation chamber beta. Do not thaw the contents unless the apocalypse leaves you with no choice. The hibernation chamber has enough power to last for 6,000 years. Do not place the hibernation chamber in hot lava. The hibernation chamber cannot be used as a refrigerator or a toy. Although the hibernation chamber can withstand a nuclear explosion, it is not responsible for damage caused by nuclear fallout. Could there be a real-life Captain America lying in here? My phone whispered self-deprecatingly, his eyes fixed on the glowing on button. My phone fell into deep thought. Should he open it or not, this might increase the combat effectiveness of the shelter, but it might also bring greater trouble. After some struggle, my phone decided to take a gamble, believing that his talent would not make him a troublesome person. My phone held the laser gun tightly and gently pressed the on button. A confirmation prompt quickly popped up on the screen. Do you want to unfreeze? Already dormant for 5,200 days. Without hesitation, he chose yes. With a slight beep sound, the hibernation chamber started. After a few minutes, the low-temperature box cover slowly rose. A muscular man appeared in front of my phone, wearing red and black clothes, yellow gloves, and black shoes. His body was so strong that it seemed that his clothes were about to burst. Thank you for waking me up. Are you my commander? The man's voice was deep and powerful after he woke up. Commander? My phone was stunned, his mind full of confusion. Yes, my name is Ruby. According to the instructions before hibernation, the person who wakes me up will become my commander, and I will obey your orders unconditionally. Ruby said, showing off his strong biceps. At this moment, a prompt sounded in my Feng's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a clone subordinate and activated the exclusive subordinate information panel. A data panel appeared in front of my phone, recording Ruby's various abilities in detail. Ruby information overview: age, 5,200 days. Attributes: construction 5, speed plus 125%, excavation 5, attack plus 25%, strength 3, carrying capacity plus 120 kilograms. Talent: fitness, strength doubled but requires more nutrition. Areas of expertise: excavation, construction, combat. Restricted areas: art creation, cooking, etc. My phone looked at Ruby's good at frontline combat, and his heart was filled with joy. Although this was not a direct weapon acquisition, having such a combat assistant would undoubtedly be a huge help in improving the safety of the shelter. Ruby, how is your fighting ability? My phone asked curiously. Ruby smiled confidently and replied, I can beat 10 of your size. My phone was a little offended, but when he thought about having such a strong subordinate, his dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a sense of security. Okay, your mission is to protect my safety. Remember, there are many forces around that are hostile to strangers, so be careful when you act. My Feng's tone became serious. Understood, Commander. I will handle everything properly. Ruby answered confidently. My phone nodded, turned around, and looked at the remaining 2 blind boxes. After tearing them open, he saw the blueprint prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the insulated liquid pipeline blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained the water purifier blueprint. My phone smiled. Although the gains from the blind box were unexpected, there was no doubt that all this made his survival more secure. Chapter 11. My phone stared at the 2 blueprints in his hand, feeling a little disappointed. What he needed urgently was weapons or facilities to improve his defense, not these 2 blueprints for daily necessities. Insulated liquid pipeline. It can significantly reduce the heat exchange between the liquid in the pipeline and the external environment, keeping the liquid temperature constant. Construction requires consumption of mineral materials, and the specific consumption varies according to the length of the pipeline. Water purifier can filter polluted water into clean water. Construction requires 200 units of metal materials, and filter media needs to be added manually, with a rated power of 120 watts. Water purifiers, while potentially useful for purifying water, are not working in the current blackout. Insulated pipes with liquid insulation may help prevent pipes from freezing, but the reality of no water makes them useless. My phone sighed and reluctantly saved the blueprint into the universal laser gun. Then he turned to Ruby and asked, Ruby, you just woke up from hibernation. Do you need to eat? Ruby smiled and shook her head. Commander, energy consumption is extremely low during hibernation, so there is no need to eat now. My phone nodded, and then raised a more important question. Is this hibernation chamber useless? Ruby nodded. Yes, Commander. It was a one-time use and has now completed its mission. It can no longer be used. After hearing this, my phone immediately took out his laser gun and planned to dismantle the dormant chamber that took up a lot of space. Unexpectedly, the decomposition rays of the laser gun had no effect at all, as if they had hit an indestructible object. Seeing this, Ruby explained, Commander, this laser gun is only a basic model. It is not powerful enough to dismantle this kind of high-strength material. You need to upgrade the laser gun twice before you can handle this kind of equipment. The laser gun can be upgraded? My phone was surprised. That's right, Ruby explained. The current version is suitable for processing low-hardness materials, and disassembling such high-strength materials requires more advanced equipment. My phone frowned. How to deal with this huge thing became a problem. The space at home was not enough to accommodate daily necessities and store supplies, and the existence of the hibernation chamber made the situation even more urgent. At this time, Ruby proposed a solution. Commander, we can expand the area of the shelter so that there will be room for it. My Fang's eyes lit up, but he still had doubts. This is a good idea, but how can we expand it without attracting other people's attention? Ruby replied confidently, Don't worry, Commander. I'm an expert at excavation and can get the job done without making any noise. My phone was a little skeptical about Ruby's digging ability, but finally decided to give him a chance. He handed the universal laser gun to Ruby and asked him to conduct a field demonstration in the small bathroom. Watch me. Ruby took the laser gun confidently and skillfully adjusted the parameter settings. After adjusting, Ruby steadily aimed the laser gun at the tiles in the bathroom. A fine red laser beam fell, accompanied by an almost imperceptible slight sound. The tiles gradually decomposed, although the speed was slow, but the noise was minimal. My phone was very satisfied with Ruby's performance, and most of his doubts were gone. He then asked, However, the ground is made of concrete and stone. How can you remain so quiet? Ruby nodded confidently. Of course, when faced with different materials, I can adjust the parameters at any time to ensure smooth work. My phone was completely relieved and gave Ruby clear instructions. In this case, start digging a staircase leading underground and expand a 4-meter-high space. Remember, safety first, don't dig the house down. Understood, Commander. I'll start right away. Ruby responded confidently. My phone nodded with satisfaction and returned to the bedroom to rest. The next morning, a slight noise woke my phone up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw Ruby moving the hibernation chamber easily. You finished it so quickly? My phone asked in surprise. Ruby smiled and responded, Yes, Commander, the space has been expanded. My phone followed Ruby to the bathroom. The small door in front of him had turned into a slope, leading to a spacious underground space. The light of the torch illuminated the entire underground space, and my phone was surprised to find that this area was at least 40 square meters, far exceeding his expectations. The hibernation chamber has been set up, but the ventilation here is poor, so it's not advisable to stay here for long, Ruby reminded. My phone nodded and was about to go upstairs, but he heard a noise coming from outside the window, as if someone was arguing in the community. Chapter 12 Live Broadcast System, New Source of Survival Points. My phone hurried to the window, gently opened the curtains a little, and peeked out. I saw 7 or 8 sturdy men, wearing down jackets stained with blood, shivering in the cold wind, muttering dissatisfaction, and staggering out from the adjacent residential building. Brother Wong, where are you taking us so early in the morning? Go to the official temporary shelter. Remember that idea you brought up yesterday? Grab a wood stove and warm yourself up. No, Brother Wong, I was just saying it casually. Hey, I originally had this as a backup plan, but as you know, no one was selling safe wood stove last night. In that case, let's do it ourselves today and grab one back. It's all that Xiaomai's fault. He was trying to provide warmth, but I didn't see him put up a wood stove all night. I guess he must have hidden in bed a long time ago. Forget about that idiot. He only charged 3 times the metal materials. If I had the ability to make a wood stove, I would definitely post a post and set up an auction to bid for it, so that others would fight over it. A group of people were cursing and heading towards the nearest official shelter, which made my phone, who was witnessing everything in the house, look gloomy. Being called a fool, my phone certainly would not remain indifferent, and he immediately sent a message to Zhu Ming, reminding him that someone might come to the shelter to cause trouble today. Although telling Zhu Ming this information would reveal that he was near this official shelter, my phone felt that it was worth it. Firstly, my phone was 10 kilometers away from the official shelter. Even if Zhu Ming was an official, it would not be easy to find him. Secondly, it would be great if we could use the power of the authorities to deal with this group of threats named Wang. Zhu Ming responded quickly. He thanked my phone for his reminder and promised to strengthen the security measures of the shelter. This made my phone feel a little comforted, and he looked forward to this group of villains receiving the punishment they deserved. After dealing with a big issue on his mind, my phone turned his attention to Ruby's condition. He noticed that Ruby looked a little tired, so he ordered him to rest and stay in top condition. "You've worked all night, so go and take a rest. You can rest on the sofa," my phone said to Ruby. Ruby smiled and waved his hands, trying to show off his physical strength. "Commander, I'm really fine. I can still go on." As he said that, he did not forget to show off his strong biceps. My phone became serious, his eyes revealing an unquestionable look. "I need you to stay in peak condition. Rest is an order. Also, remember to move the wood stove to the living room to prevent you from catching a cold." Seeing my Feng's firm attitude, Ruby had no choice but to nod. "Okay, Commander, since you said so." He handed over the universal laser gun in his hand, then easily lifted the wood stove weighing hundreds of pounds, walked into the living room, and quickly fell asleep on the sofa. My phone looked at Ruby, who fell asleep in seconds, and frowned slightly. He realizes that as the population in the shelter grows, there will be more pressure on the existing space and resources. Although taking turns to rest and using a wood stove for heating temporarily solved the immediate problem, this was not a good solution in the long run. Especially with the possible increase in replicants in the future, it is imperative to expand the shelter. The 2 blueprints he obtained last night quickly flashed through his mind, and he realized that they were the key to solving the current dilemma. Expanding the shelter is not only to increase storage space, but also to build a complete ecosystem to cope with the challenges of more doomsday disasters in the future. However, the expansion of the shelter still needs to be considered slowly, as there are other things to do right now. My phone adjusted the universal laser gun in his hand to the default parameters and began to make safe wood stove. After finishing, he handed all the wood stoves to Zhu Ming and proposed a new trading condition food. With Ruby's joining, my Feng's originally sufficient food reserves quickly became tight. Through Ruby's information overview, my phone knew that Ruby had a big appetite and his food reserves might be exhausted soon. Considering that more clones may join in the future, food has become his most scarce resource at present. Fortunately, Zhu Ming quickly agreed to my Feng's request and agreed to purchase the wood stove with 20 kilograms of rice or other equivalent food, which immediately solved my Feng's urgent problem. Time soon came to 12 noon. My phone made 24 safe wood-burning stoves and obtained a lot of food from Zhu Ming, including 300 kilograms of rice and another 180 kilograms of food exchanged for 720 instant noodles of various flavors. My phone was very satisfied with this exchange. The instant noodles alone were enough for him and Ruby to eat for 2 months. As soon as 12 o'clock arrived, a reminder voice that was neither male nor female sounded in the minds of the survivors. Congratulations to all survivors for making it through the second challenge day safely. Each survivor will be rewarded with 1 survival point. The live broadcast function is enabled on the communication platform. Survivors with 1,000 fans can enable the live broadcast function. Please explore the specific functions yourself. My phone opened the communication platform and found that everyone's discussion topic had turned to the new live broadcast function. Live broadcast to the end of the world? What kind of operation is this? Survival is not easy, but you're also playing the role of an internet celebrity? Indeed. Are we going to broadcast live how to shiver gracefully in the cold wind? Who is the live stream for? In this desolate place? Who has the leisure to reward? Wouldn't it be better to do something practical? Amidst the widespread misery, there are also brave people who dare to take the lead. Deep Sea Fishing Sima is the first one to break the waves. First broadcast on the platform, Lao Sima teaches you how to hunt magical animals. This title was very attractive, and my Feng's curiosity was aroused, so he decided to enter the live broadcast room to find out. In the live broadcast, a middle-aged man wearing a light-down jacket and with a gleam of wisdom behind his glasses greeted the audience with a warm and powerful voice. Hello, everyone. I am Shanghai Lao Sima. Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. Let's not talk about the fishing. Today, I will take you to witness an extraordinary discovery. The deer fox, a a strange fox that combines the antlers of a sick deer. As the camera slowly moves forward, a creature that has never been seen before comes into view. It looks like a fox, but is covered with lush green fur and has a pair of exaggerated and mysterious green antlers on its head, which looks both strange and harmonious. After careful observation, I found that this deer fox is actually a herbivore with a very docile temperament, so I had the idea of hunting it. Next, please witness a unique deer fox trapping performance. Deep-sea fishing for Seema. As he spoke, he pulled out a roll of rope from his arms. There was a knot cleverly tied at the end of the rope. Then he shook his wrist, and the rope drew elegant arcs in the air. At first, the attempt did not seem to go well, causing the audience in front of the screen to laugh. But the deer fox was more docile than one could imagine. It did not flee, but just stood there quietly until it was finally tightly tied up by the rope, and then it struggled symbolically. After the successful capture, deep-sea fishing Seema, slightly embarrassed face broke into a bright smile, and he excitedly announced, "Family, just now, I received a surprise. I successfully captured deer fox and gained a survival point." As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. No one expected that they could obtain such information by watching a live broadcast. Are there other ways to gain survival points out there? Immediately, rewards rained down, and the gifts were varied. Some gave a piece of steel, some gave a piece of wood, and some even gave a handful of soil. Deep-sea fishing Seema also accepted everyone who came and expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Ichi Chow Xiao Chio Chio, for the 10 units of metal materials. Thank you, Pineapple Hippo, for the 10 units of glass material." Grateful. My phone watched all this with mixed feelings. He couldn't help but sigh that these anchors were really desperate. They dared to come into contact with unknown creatures for the sake of traffic. What if this deer fox had the ability to fight back? This live broadcast would probably end in tragedy. Chapter 13, Big Eater Ruby. Following the successful attempt of deep-sea fishing Seema, other anchors also began to use the live broadcast function to share what they saw and heard and their survival skills in this doomsday world. Outdoor live streaming has become a new trend, with anchors showing off their talents, whether displaying novel animals and plants, working in bad weather, or even some extreme performances, all of which have attracted the attention of a large number of viewers. The diversity and creativity of outdoor live broadcasts not only brought an unprecedented visual feast to the audience, but also allowed those viewers who were in a closed environment and eager for information from the outside world to express their support and gratitude to the anchors through rewards. In this period of internet restrictions, these live broadcasts have become a source of spiritual comfort and food for the soul. My phone was curious about this emerging live broadcast culture, so he decided to enter the live broadcast room of Pineapple Hippo to take a look. Unlike other anchors who choose to broadcast live outdoors, Pineapple Hippo chose to broadcast live at home, singing and chatting with the audience. My phone understands her choice. After all, her body shape is not suitable for outdoor live broadcasts, and singing at home can give full play to her expertise. After all, she has many years of singing experience. In this environment without the internet, there is a manual song requesting station, and some audiences still buy into her songs. My phone also became interested and immediately sent a comment. "Sending warm wheat. Let's sing Chi Lien." As soon as my Fang's ID appeared, it immediately caused a sensation in the live broadcast room. "Isn't this Brother Chaihua? Even Brother Chaihua is here. Brother Firewood, please put up a firewood stove. I want to buy one. Brother Chaihua, I am your fan. When will Brother Chaihua start live streaming?" Upon seeing this, my phone posted a comment and simply said that most of his wood stoves would be provided to the official website in the hope that it would help more people. The barrage was suddenly filled with wailing, which meant that it would be difficult for them to buy a safe wood-burning stove. Pineapple Hippo also noticed my Fang's comment immediately and immediately ended the chat with everyone and said to the camera, "Hello, Brother Chaihua. Since Brother Chaihua has requested a song, I will perform it. There is no accompaniment. Please forgive me." After saying this, she opened her red lips, and the song Chi Lien sounded leisurely. As the play begins, the sleeves flutter, singing all the joys and sorrows of the world, but it seems to have nothing to do with me. People walked by the stage, and the old color was gone. The people on the stage are singing a heartbreaking farewell song. When the melody turned to the opera part, the voice of Pineapple Hippo, known as the voice card girl, was displayed to the fullest, clear and penetrating, which moved my phone and made his hair stand on end. When the song ended, My phone seemed to travel through time and space and return to the peaceful past. When he sat at home and leisurely watched the live broadcast, a barely perceptible sense of melancholy arose in his heart. After a moment of immersion, my phone came back to his senses and without hesitation gave a special gift. A safe wood stove. Send warm wheat. Generously gives away a safe wood stove. As soon as this news came out, there was an uproar in the live broadcast room. My phone had just explained that his wood stove would be provided to the official first in the future, but unexpectedly, my phone gave one as a gift. What the hell? What did I see? What happened to the official priority, you said? Why did you give it to someone else instead? Brother Chaihua is Brother Chaihua. Any gift he gives is worth 30 survival points. Fuck, I want it too. Is it too late for me to start a live broadcast now? Envy, I don't know what to say except envy. Does Brother Chaihua have any plans for Hippo? Tell the truth now. In an instant, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments and became extremely lively. Amid the exclamations, Pineapple Hippo finally came to her senses. She expressed her gratitude with some excitement and stuttering. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Brother Chaihua, for giving me a safe wood stove. However, my phone had quietly left, leaving behind a room full of amazement and discussion. After all, although live streaming is fun to watch, we are now in the end times, and he doesn't want to waste too much time on it. My phone was just about to continue the manufacturing of the safe wood-burning stove when Ruby woke up. He took the initiative to ask, Commander, is there any task for me to complete next? After a little thought, my phone arranged. Then you will be responsible for making the wood stove, and I will prepare lunch. Ruby gladly accepted and agreed with full confidence. My phone immediately began to prepare a simple lunch. He boiled water, opened a box of instant noodles, and took out 3 noodles as today's lunch. Although it was a bit of a waste to eat instant noodles with a long shelf life first, my phone was well aware that his cooking skills were limited and the food he made might not be as delicious as the instant noodles. Today was Ruby's first day here, so he didn't want to show off his poor cooking skills. 20 minutes later, my phone walked up to Ruby with 3 hot bowls of instant noodles and invited him to have lunch together. As soon as Ruby smelled the aroma of the instant noodles, her eyes lit up immediately. After taking the noodles, she couldn't wait to taste them. While eating, she exclaimed, Wow, Commander, this food is delicious. My phone smiled and responded, Of course, but although instant noodles are delicious, they are relatively low in calories. If 2 instant noodles are not enough to fill you up, just make a few more. There are still 60 boxes of instant noodles over there. Ruby nodded as she ate, praising the instant noodles. This food is so good, I can easily enjoy it even if I can't cook. After saying that, he ate 6 instant noodles in a row under my Fang's surprised gaze, and then stopped with satisfaction. Looking at Ruby's astonishing appetite, my phone couldn't help but remain silent, secretly calculating in his heart. At this rate of consumption, how long can 60 boxes of instant noodles last? He asked tentatively. Ruby, your appetite is amazing. You eat so much in one meal. Can you all eat so much? Ruby smiled and explained, It's okay, but I have a big appetite. I have to eat enough calories for the day in one meal, so it looks like I eat more. My phone curiously asked, Are you used to eating only one meal a day? Ruby nodded and asked curiously, Yes, Commander, isn't that the case with you guys? My phone shook his head and replied, We usually eat 3 meals a day, but the portion of each meal is smaller. However, if you only eat 1 meal a day like you do and can ensure a balanced nutrition, then it's not a bad idea. After finishing the meal, Ruby patted her stomach contentedly and asked my phone, Commander, I'm full. Now I can go back to work. My phone nodded and encouraged, Okay, go ahead. As he spoke, he began to clear the table, and he had an idea of Ruby's appetite. After my phone quickly tidied the dining table, he turned and walked into the living room. The scene in front of him shocked him again. Ruby was seen operating the laser gun at an astonishing speed. Every movement was precise and swift. In just 1 hour, a corner of the living room was filled with brand new wood stoves, 12 in total, arranged in an orderly manner, filling the small space. My phone couldn't help but admire Ruby's work efficiency. He originally thought that he was quite skilled in using laser guns to make wood stoves, but compared with Ruby, he was obviously dwarfed. He smiled and gave Ruby a thumbs up to show encouragement, and then traded all the results to Zhu Ming. Just when my phone thought that this transaction would end smoothly as usual, Zhu Ming sent a disturbing message. Zhu Ming, my phone, the information you gave me this morning was correct. Today, some criminals did attempt to disrupt our temporary shelter. Unfortunately, Our security forces only managed to keep one of them, and the rest ran away. Chapter 14. Plans frustrated, choose to be prudent. When my phone saw the message, his heart tightened. He quickly asked, Zhu Ming through message, wanted to know more. Send warm wheat. What? Why is this happening? Shouldn't you have police and army? While waiting for a reply, the air was filled with tension. After a long while, my phone finally received a reply from Zhu Ming, but there was a hint of heaviness in the words. Zhu Ming, we are not in a position to disclose the specific reasons. Our security force is indeed lacking, and it was our mistake. My phone frowned as he continued to ask for information about the arrested criminals, wanting to understand their abilities and intentions. Send warm wheat. What about the captured criminals? Have you found any clues about them from them? Zhu Ming. No, the only suspect who was controlled was shot dead on the spot due to fierce resistance, and no useful information was obtained. After finishing the conversation with Zhu Ming, my phone walked to the window and observed the environment outside. There was no other sound outside except the whistling wind. Everything seemed calm, but he knew that this calm was only temporary. My phone did not dare to be careless at all. The gang of thugs next door went out early and came back late every day. He had no idea how many people they had harmed in the past 2 days. It was only a matter of time before they would come after him. My phone risked exposing his position in the morning by sending a message to Zhu Ming, hoping to kill someone with a borrowed knife and get rid of these villains. Unfortunately, the actual situation was obviously more complicated than he expected. He didn't know whether it was because the authorities did not pay enough attention or for other reasons, but they were unable to stop these villains named Wang, and my Feng's plan went down the drain. He knew in his heart that this group of people was a potential threat, and he had to find a way to deal with it. First, he ruled out the idea of Ruby acting alone. Although Ruby is strong and healthy, and the information overview also shows that he is capable of frontline combat, he is only one person after all, and his strength is weak. If the action fails, not only will he lose a capable assistant like Ruby, but he may also alert the enemy and make them more vigilant. Then, my phone also rejected the idea of revealing the enemy's location directly to Zhu Ming. He had already begun to doubt the official security force, and even if he informed the location of the villains, it might not be able to effectively resolve the problem. What's more, doing so would directly expose one's position, which would not be worth the loss. The wood stove business can still continue, but for the rest, let's put it on hold for now. Just bear with it for a while. In the end, my phone decided to continue to keep a low profile, use his SSS-Level talent, acquire resources every day, and steadily improve his strength. As time goes by, his advantages will become more and more obvious. The other party needs to risk their lives to seize resources, which undoubtedly increases their uncertainty and risks. As night fell, the clock hand quietly pointed to the 7 o'clock mark. My Feng's ears were suddenly disturbed by a loud noise outside the window, mixed with unbearable curses and low-pitched conversations. Damn it, this official shelter is really good. The security force is so strong. I'm afraid Old Li is in trouble. Our line of work is like walking on a knife's edge. Sooner or later, this will happen. Old Li knows it very well, and so do we. Sooner or later, we will have to face it. Brother Wang, your words make me feel uneasy. We have to be more optimistic. Be optimistic? Fine, then I'll drag a few more people down with me before I die, so that my life won't be in vain. Yes, Brother Wang is right. In this world, living is more painful than dying. Brother Wang, what should we do next? Let's start with this building and check them one by one. I suspect these residents are setting a trap for us. Okay, I've been eyeing that woman on the 3rd floor for a long time. My phone quietly moved closer to the window, and through the gap in the curtain saw a group of ferocious-looking men breaking into the residential building while cursing. What surprised my phone was that not only did this group of people not show any obvious scars, but their number had increased by 2 compared to when they went out in the morning. It was obvious that they were new helpers they had recruited. My phone secretly cursed Zhu Ming's efficiency in his heart, and at the same time felt unprecedented tension and anxiety about this sudden change. His eyes were fixed on the window, his face was as gloomy as water, and alarm bells were ringing in his heart. As the group of thugs approached, the residential building next door suddenly fell into chaos. First, there was a deafening sound of banging on the door, followed by the man's angry roar and the woman's terrified scream. Even though my phone was not at the scene, he could still picture a heart-wrenching picture in his mind. Commander, the situation seems to be bad. Do you need my intervention? Ruby appeared silently behind my phone, with a serious tone that could not be ignored. My phone turned around, looked at Ruby deeply, and asked in a deep voice, "How sure are you about this?" Ruby patted his chest confidently, showing off his muscular body. "With my physique, I believe I can handle it." However, my phone was not shaken by this confidence. He shook his head seriously and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. They each have unique talents, just like your physique. Do you still think you can handle it?" Ruby was puzzled when she heard this. Could it be that their talents can directly enhance their combat effectiveness? That's not the case. Most people have different talents. Some can improve their physical fitness in the morning, and some can improve their physical fitness at night. My phone shook his head and explained to Ruby the talents he had seen on the forum before. Ruby heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that and smiled. "That's good. Besides, Commander, don't we have laser guns?" My phone was surprised. "Laser gun? But shouldn't it be able to harm living things?" Ruby explained with a smile. "That's because the laser gun has multiple upgrade directions. We discussed its ability to build and decompose before, but in fact, through a specific upgrade path, the laser gun can also become harmful to living things. After all, in this world, many creatures are aggressive, and in order to tame or defend, we must have such means." My phone suddenly realized, but then shook his head. "We don't have the conditions to upgrade the laser gun at the moment, so it's better to keep a low profile. When I find a suitable method, we will consider taking action." Ruby nodded in understanding and turned back to his work on the wood stove. My phone silently handed the finished wood stove to Zhu Ming through the trading system, secretly planning his next plan in his mind. Time passed minute by minute, until midnight, when my phone finally heard the sound he wanted again. "Congratulations. You have successfully triggered the Happiness Knocks on the Door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them now?" Chapter 15. Another member is added to the shelter. "Yes." My phone responded quickly, and as his voice fell, 3 blind boxes appeared on the floor in front of him, one of which was an unusually large blind box that caught his attention. Looking at the familiar size, my phone knew without taking it apart that this must be another hibernation chamber. He just didn't know if there were any clones inside. Ruby on the side looked at the 3 blind boxes that appeared out of thin air with a puzzled look on his face, especially the big blind box, which he always felt was inexplicably familiar. My phone ignored him and picked up the 2 small blind boxes and started opening them. As expected, there are 2 blueprints in the 2 blind boxes. "Congratulations, you have obtained a blueprint of the multifunctional human power generator set. Congratulations, you have obtained a copy of the multifunction workstation blueprint. Multifunction human power generator set contains the blueprints of a human power generator, a small battery, and wires. Buy 1 get 2 free. You can freely combine different numbers of generators and batteries. Note, the wire supports a load of 1 kilowatt. Multifunction workstation. Construction requires 99 units of metal materials and 1 kilogram of diamonds. It can manufacture and upgrade various equipment. It needs to be connected to electricity to work. The rated power is 60 watts. Note, manufacturing and upgrading equipment requires additional materials." My phone turned to Ruby, who was a little confused, and asked, "Ruby, can this multifunctional workstation be used to upgrade our laser guns?" Ruby snapped out of her trance, looking away from the large blind box next to her, and responded quickly, "Oh, I vaguely remember that it is possible, but I don't know exactly how to do it. That's usually the job of an engineer." "Engineer? Then Ruby, what's your occupation?" My phone asked curiously. "I'm a miner," Ruby said lightly, "but I don't mine every day, so I also do other jobs part-time. Flexible employment, this is a good idea." My phone nodded in agreement and thought to himself that he had originally embarked on the journey to escape the difficulty of finding employment. But unexpectedly, the end of the world came suddenly. Now he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Afterwards, my phone put the blueprint into the laser gun, and 4 new options were added to the construction equipment list. Unfortunately, the workbench column was displayed as cannot be manufactured. He checked carefully and suddenly realized, it turns out that the rare material like diamonds is missing. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart. In the past, he only knew that diamonds were precious, but he never thought that the demand would be measured in kilograms. The demand was really staggering. A diamond is forever. This was an advertising slogan that my phone was familiar with since he was a child. Diamonds symbolize the eternity of love, and their value has always been high, making people yearn for it. However, with the development of technology and the successful production of artificial diamonds, the once unattainable price of diamonds has begun to fall. But despite this, The price of diamonds is still much higher than ordinary materials such as steel. My phone opened the Survival Point Mall, searched a bit, and found that the price of diamond materials was unexpectedly low. One survival point could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of diamonds. Is it true? It's so cheap? He was secretly surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was reasonable. After all, in this apocalyptic world, who would value these once luxury items? My phone did not use survival points to purchase directly, but chose to post on the communication platform to purchase diamonds. Although I already know other ways to obtain survival points from the live broadcast room of deep-sea fishing SEMA, it is always a good idea to save as much as possible and keep a few more survival points. Although my phone has never done a live broadcast, he has been selling safe wood stoves in the past few days, which has attracted a lot of attention. As soon as his post was released, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wachow! Brother Chaihua appears again. Brother Firewood, please sell me a firewood stove. I am freezing to death. The one above, why don't you go to the official shelter? According to the official spokesperson Zhu Ming, with the addition of Brother Chaihua, their daily speed of making wood stoves has been greatly increased. Really? I didn't pay much attention to this. I was exhausted just going out to find supplies. Haha, you don't read the official information, but you have the energy to shout here. You deserve to be frozen. Why does Brother Chaihua need diamonds? What use are these things in the end times? Why do you need such a large quantity? Haha, I can tell at first glance that you are a fake fan of Brother Chaihua. Brother Chaihua has a way to obtain the blueprint in advance. I can tell at first glance that he is going to use diamonds to make some new equipment. There are some jewelry stores near me. I wonder if they have diamonds. I will go and search for them tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'm already out. Fuck. You are rolling your mother's clothes. You are rolling this too? Seeing that no one responded on the communication platform saying that they had diamond materials, my phone sighed softly, closed the post, and turned his attention to the big blind box. Once it was opened, as he expected, there was a hibernation chamber inside. Through the glass mask, my phone and Ruby could both see a figure inside. So this is what it looks like from the outside. Ruby walked around the hibernation chamber twice with great interest. My phone didn't hesitate and chose to turn it on directly. In this doomsday full of uncertainty, one more person means one more strength. As my phone pressed the on button, the hibernation chamber made a soft beep sound and slowly started up. A few minutes later, the heavy lid of the low-temperature box rose automatically, and a woman's face gradually appeared. Unlike Ruby's muscular body, the woman had a well-proportioned figure, a pretty face, and 2 buns on her head, which made my phone look at her sideways. He thought she looked like Mickey Mouse. The woman was wearing a uniform similar to Ruby's, which made my phone wonder, could it be that Ruby knew this newcomer? Sure enough, after Ruby saw the woman's face clearly, she exclaimed, "Bubble! It's Bubble!" Ruby, do you know her? My phone asked curiously, with a hint of inquiry in his voice. Yeah, she was a researcher in the same colony as mine, Ruby said excitedly, obviously happy to meet an old friend again. Just as my phone was about to say something, the clone named Bubble opened his eyes and saw my phone and Ruby. After looking at Ruby in surprise, Bubble came to my phone first and said respectfully, "Hello, are you the commander here?" "Yes." My phone replied expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. Do these 2 clones really know each other? Colonial base? What is going on? Bubble didn't know what my phone was thinking. Seeing that my phone admitted it, he quickly said happily, "Bubble reports to you. What is my job?" My Fang's train of thought was interrupted, and he quickly clicked on Payapayo's personal information overview and started reading it. Bubble information overview. Age, 5,200 days. Attributes. Research 7, research speed plus 280%. Agriculture 2, care speed plus 5%. Seed obtaining probability plus 7%. Talent. Crop care. Likes to take care of crops and speeds up the growth of crops. Areas of expertise. Research, farming, precision operations. Auxiliary abilities. Basic medical care, excavation, construction, sorting material supply, frontline combat. Restricted fields. Art creation, cooking, driving skills, livestock management. Note, the clones are instilled with the command to be loyal to the commander during the production process, so you don't need to worry about the clones betraying you. But clones need to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep just like humans, so please do not exploit the clones. Otherwise, they will become passive and lazy. Chapter 16, Shelter Expansion Plan, Diamonds Obtained. Commander? Seeing that my phone was a little absent-minded, Bubble asked again. My phone came back to his senses and asked curiously, Pow pow. You're good at research. What kind of research are you responsible for? Bubble was stunned when he heard this, and then answered seriously. Report to the commander. My research scope is quite wide, but it mainly focuses on areas related to crops. My phone frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. So he asked, can you be more specific? Bubble patiently explained. Of course. For example, I will study the growth rate of plants in different environments and how to cultivate plants that adapt to different needs, etc. My Fang's heart moved, as if touched by some hidden gene, and he asked quickly, are there any plants that can grow in extremely cold environments? More specifically, the kind of food that can be used as food. Bubble answered without hesitation. Of course there are. From what I have studied, there are 4 plants that can grow below 0 degrees. Snowberry vine, feather leaf potato, snack sprout, and frost wheat. My phone felt familiar with the plant names mentioned by Bubble. He quickly opened the Survival Point Mall and searched, and sure enough, there were corresponding seeds. When he had nothing to do, he would go shopping in the Survival Point Mall, imagining that when he had more survival points in the future, he would buy 2 of each item and live a comfortable life of using one and throwing away one. Although he had seen these plant seeds before, the mall only marked that these seeds could be used for planting, and there was no specific planting method, so he didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that there would be a clone who could grow crops around me. It seems that the shelter is one step closer to having a stable food source. Very good, Bubbles, my Fang's voice said happily. We need your knowledge and skills. From today on, you are a member of the shelter. Bubble nodded, with a determined light in her eyes. I will definitely not let you down, Commander. Although growing crops is important, the most pressing task at hand is to upgrade the laser guns to enhance the overall combat capability of the shelter. Since the workbench and generator set needed to upgrade the laser gun are in place, the clone who arrived with them should know how to operate them. My phone immediately asked Bubble, if we have a multi-function workbench, can you complete the upgrade of the laser gun? Bubble nodded confidently and responded, of course, although I'm not a professional engineer, I can still handle this kind of basic tasks. Hearing this answer, my phone finally felt relieved. Although these blind boxes seem random, there is actually some mysterious connection between them. The first day was about warming equipment, the second day was about loyal and powerful subordinates, and now is the critical moment to improve the shelter's combat effectiveness. The more my phone thought about it, the more he felt that all this was not accidental, as if there was an invisible hand controlling their fate behind the scenes. He shook his head, put these thoughts behind him, and said to Bubble, the shelter needs to be expanded now. See if you can come up with an expansion plan. Bubble nodded and agreed. No problem. But I need to understand the existing resources of the shelter and your specific requirements for the shelter before I can develop a suitable expansion plan. Okay, follow me. My phone left Ruby to continue making the wood stove and took Bubble around the shelter, introducing her in detail to the existing resources in space, as well as the threats facing the external environment. After a tour, Bubble said confidently, Commander, I have a general understanding of the situation. Based on what I know, I have 3 expansion plans. Oh. Tell me in detail. My phone responded with interest. Bubble began to elaborate on her plan. The first option is that we can use the current shelter as a base and continue to dig down to create enough space. Then, we can build various functional modules required for the shelter in the newly dug space. The second option is that we can consider resolving the problems in the residential building next door and move there. Based on the residential building, we can build a brand new shelter. The third option is to leave here directly and find a new suitable shelter. For example, we can go to the official shelter you mentioned. My phone thought for a moment, then said, forget about the third option. Although leaving directly can avoid the group of villains next door, I don't want to live under the protection of an official shelter. Please tell me in detail the pros and cons of the first 2 options. Bubble nodded and began to analyze carefully. The first option has the disadvantage of being troublesome, having to deal with an unknown underground environment and solving problems such as lighting and ventilation. But its advantages are also obvious. The underground shelter is very concealed. As long as it is well built, there is no need to worry about whether the outside world is extremely cold or hot. Unless there is a strong earthquake, it will be able to withstand it. The advantage of the second option is that it is simple and convenient. After dealing with the villains, we only need to make simple modifications to create a shelter that can accommodate more than a dozen people. But the disadvantages are also obvious, because most shelters will be exposed to the outside environment and may become targets of attack by other survivors. After hearing this, My phone fell into deep thought. Both options had their own advantages and disadvantages, and he was unable to make a decision for a while. Just then, a message alert suddenly sounded, interrupting my Fang's thoughts. He opened it and saw that it was Pineapple Hippo, who sent him a message. Pineapple Hippo. Brother Chihua, aren't you buying diamonds? A fan said he has some, but he couldn't contact you, so he asked me to talk to you. My phone was delighted. He thought that the choice of the expansion plan could be put aside for the time being. The most important thing was to get the diamonds first. He quickly sent a message to Pineapple Hippo. Sending warm wheat. Okay, thank you. Tell me his ID and I will contact him. Pineapple Hippo. Okay, his ID is the dog who wants to be King Pineapple. Send warm wheat. Pineapple Hippo. Hey, Brother Chihua, what do you mean by the question mark? I didn't force him to choose this name. Sending warm wheat. Okay, I'll contact him first and see. Pineapple Hippo. No, Brother Chihua, what do you mean by okay? It's really not the name I asked him to choose. My phone smiled and stopped responding to Pineapple Hippo's series of questions. Instead, he contacted the fan instead. What surprised him was that although this fan's name was a bit strange, he was very normal and rational in his communication. Not long after, my phone made a deal with him, exchanging the wood stove for 5 kilograms of diamonds and 100 units of metal materials. Although this transaction would be a slight loss compared to the previous one if all resources were exchanged for survival points, considering the scarcity of diamonds, he did not feel that he was losing out overall. Chapter 17, Upgrading the Laser Gun, Emergencies. The diamonds were finally obtained, and my phone knew that the next step was to make a multifunctional workbench to upgrade the laser gun. But he was troubled by the location of the workbench. A wood stove was already in place in the bedroom, leaving little room for more. Although the living room is spacious, it lacks privacy and security because it is connected to the kitchen window without curtains. The only ideal safe location seemed to be the storage room, converted from the parents' room, and the undeveloped underground space. After some thought, my phone decided to place the workbench in the storage room. The underground space has no light and poor ventilation, so it is not a good choice before it is renovated. Ruby, please move all these materials to the underground storage room. My phone said, pointing to a pile of metal materials on the floor of the storage room. Okay, Commander, leave it to me, Ruby said, patting her chest. After that, he easily carried about 300 units of metal materials and walked towards the underground storage room, leaving my phone stunned. Although my phone knew that Ruby was very strong when she was able to move the wood stove easily, he never expected that Ruby would be so strong. This is a weight that my phone would normally feel tired even if he had to carry 25 kilograms of rice home. Bubble, who was standing by, seemed bored because he hadn't received any orders and started helping to move the materials. What surprised my phone was that she could move 200 units of materials at a time. My phone was so surprised that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He thought Bubble was a weak researcher, but he didn't expect her strength to be so amazing. He quickly opened Bubble's information overview interface and checked it several times, but couldn't find any description of her power. Seeing Bubble moving the materials back and forth easily, my phone couldn't help but pull her back and asked, Bubble, are you all that strong? This is 200 units of metal material. Bubble was stunned for a moment, then replied, this is our normal level. Only very few people can do it. People like Ruby are considered relatively outstanding. Professional movers can even move 2 or 3 times the materials at a time. After hearing this, my phone couldn't help but sigh in his heart that a catastrophe had indeed occurred in this world. These clones were completely different from what he had imagined. Not only do they possess extraordinary strength, they also have amazing adaptability. Seeing that my phone did not continue to ask questions, Pow Pow did not take it seriously and continued to move the supplies. Soon, dozens of tons of materials were easily moved downstairs by the 2 clones, leaving only a few for making workbenches and generators. Okay, build a workbench here, and then build a human-powered generator and a small battery here. My phone pointed to a corner, with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Okay, leave it to me. Ruby took out the laser gun and started tinkering with it. Then a burst of lasers lit up, and several devices appeared in the storage room. Human power generator. It takes 200 units of metal to build, generates 400 watts of electricity, and looks like a giant hamster wheel, so it is also called a hamster wheel generator. Note, it's fun to watch the clones running on it. The electricity is just an added bonus. Small battery. Construction requires 200 units of metal materials, stores the electricity generated by the generator, and then provides electricity to the building. It can store up to 10 kilojoules of electricity. Note: the electricity will be lost over time. Wire: 25 units of metal materials are needed to build 1 meter, connecting the power supply and the load, maximum power, 1 kilowatt. It is black and thick, which affects the appearance. It is recommended to bury it in the wall and floor tiles. Multi-function workbench. Construction requires 99 units of metal materials and 1 kilogram of diamonds. Looking at the metal materials needed for the 4 new buildings, my phone felt relieved. Each building requires a large amount of metal materials to be built. No wonder these clones are so powerful. It is obvious that these clones are specifically designed to operate these equipment. Even one wire requires 25 units of metal materials. The loss of metal materials is quite serious. My phone decided not to dwell on this question anymore and turned to ask, Pow Pow, how many materials do you need to upgrade the laser gun to be able to harm living things? It requires 1 kilogram of diamonds, so the time is uncertain, probably about 10 hours. Bubble responded, What? It takes so long. My phone was a little surprised. He thought the upgrade would be quick. Bubble explained patiently, Commander, upgrading the laser gun is a very complicated task that requires constant adjustments. Seeing that Bubble was about to start another long speech, my phone quickly interrupted and said, Okay, then the upgrade work will be handed over to you. Ruby, you will be responsible for the security of the shelter. I will go to rest first. Okay, Commander, Ruby and Bubble said in unison. My phone waved his hand, returned to his bedroom with a headache, and began to rest. Every time he opens a blind box, it brings a little surprise. Today, he received too much information and he needs some time to digest it. The next day, my phone was awakened by the noise outside the window. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and felt an ominous premonition. My phone hurried to the storage room to check the upgrade of the laser gun. Through the dim firelight, he saw that Bubble was still busy. The upgrade of the laser gun was obviously not yet completed. Various tools and parts were scattered on the workbench, showing the complexity of the work. My phone suddenly became nervous. If the villains next door came over to his side at this time, it would be troublesome. He secretly thought about possible response strategies in his mind. Ruby, who was standing by, seemed to notice my Feng's nervousness and reached out to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. He pointed to the iron pot and kitchen knife beside him, indicating that even without the laser gun, he had the equipment to deal with the thugs. My phone couldn't help but smile bitterly. What use are these equipment? He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have visited the exchange platform more often. Maybe someone would be selling some better equipment. Fortunately, the noisy sound outside the window did not approach my phone, but gradually moved away. My phone looked out of the window and saw a few blurry figures disappearing around the corner of the street. It was obvious that the other party had left. My phone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his tense nerves could finally relax a little. I spent the whole morning in fear, until 12 noon, when the mysterious voice sounded again. Congratulations to all survivors for making it through the 3rd challenge day safely. Each survivor will be rewarded with 10 survival points. The 3-day novice protection period has passed, and this month's disaster has officially begun. I wish you all good luck. Chapter 18. Disaster escalates. Doomsday officially begins. Hearing the message from the mysterious voice, my phone looked up in disbelief. Technology was banned, and heavy snow fell for 3 consecutive days. Is this the so-called novice protection period? So what does a formal disaster look like? Polar cold wave? Or is it still dark? My phone paced back and forth in the living room a little irritably, trying to sort out his thoughts. Suddenly, a series of rapid bang-bang sounds interrupted his thoughts. The sound was so close that my phone was frightened to the point that his soul almost flew out of his body. Ruby also became alert instantly, and they both looked towards the source of the sound. It was the window. What happened? My Feng's heart tightened. Could it be that the villains from next door came to visit? But soon my phone realized that it was not the case. Apart from the continuous bang-bang-dang sounds, there was no other sound. Based on his understanding of the gang of thugs next door, they were not the kind of people who would keep silent. The continuous bang-bang-dang sounds showed no sign of stopping. My phone plucked up the courage to go to the window and was shocked to find that it was hailing outside. Hailstones bigger than his thumb hit the glass like raindrops, and soon some cracks appeared. There was no way. The windows of my Feng's house were ordinary glass windows, not tempered glass that could withstand hail or even stones. After all, in Shanghai City, where the average temperature in winter is as high as 14 to 22 degrees, who would buy this kind of special glass for no reason? My phone quickly ordered, Ruby quickly gets some clothes and stuffed them behind the window. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Okay, Commander, I'll go right away. Ruby quickly came to the storage room, took out the clothes of my Fang's parents, and stuffed them outside the glass window. Fortunately, there was a stainless steel anti-theft net outside the window. Otherwise, there would be no place to put the clothes. My phone was not idle either. He went back to his bedroom, took out his clothes, and blocked several other windows, hoping that the cushioning effect of the clothes would keep the windows intact. After finally getting everything done, my phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly opened the communication platform to see what was happening. Information scrolled on the communication platform, showing the horror and helplessness of other survivors in the face of the sudden hail. My phone frowned as he quickly browsed the posts on the communication platform. Every message revealed despair and panic. The outside world had fallen into chaos, and the intensification of natural disasters had threatened everyone's survival. Fuck, you tell me the game has just officially started? 10 points of survival. Is this the last meal before execution? Fuck, it's hailing here. My window. I live on the 28th floor. How do you expect me to live? It's the same here. The hail is as big as fists. The windows are broken. I don't think the roof will last much longer. What the hell? What did I see? It was a fucking tornado. Please give me a chance to live. If you want to have fun, go find Brother Chihua and the others. Yes, where is Brother Chihua? Where is the official? Please save him. Brothers and sisters, let's unite quickly. Only 9 people are needed to gather 100 survival points to purchase the blueprint for the wood stove. Don't count on Brother Chihua. We can't rely on the authorities anymore. I visited the official shelters. They are small, crowded, and require us to bring our own food. We should just keep working hard on our own. These posts made my phone realize that the low temperature was just the prelude to the disaster and the real challenge had just begun. He clicked on the live broadcast rooms of several anchors to see how they were doing. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room of Deep Sea Fishing SEMA, my phone was attracted by the huge tornado in the live broadcast room. I saw a Deep Sea Fishing SEMA wearing a down jacket, shivering, and a fat man in a purple cotton-padded jacket standing less than 20 meters away from the tornado. Their figures seemed so small against the backdrop of the storm, yet they are full of courage. Family, this looks like a huge, terrifying nightmare. But this time it's real. Just as Deep Sea Fishing SEMA was passionately conveying his shock to the audience, suddenly, an ominous gust of wind interrupted his speech. He turned his head and saw a broken billboard flying towards him like an arrow, knocking him away. The sudden change in this scene scared the fat man. Fatal miss shot nearby. He screamed, "Old Ma! Hey, old Ma! Ah!" While screaming, he ran in the direction where Deep Sea Fishing SEMA was knocked away. This scene also shocked all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast, including my phone. He never thought that these live broadcasts would go to such lengths to attract traffic. Through the comments in the live broadcast room, my phone learned that the reason why these 2 anchors dared to broadcast live outdoors was because they each had unique abilities. Deep Sea Fishing SEMA S Talent is the S-Level rejuvenation technique, and his injuries can heal automatically after each sleep. Deadly Empty Gun possesses the A-Level bed and die outdoors ability, and he can rely on the natural environment to survive even if there is no food outdoors. After learning about the special abilities of these 2 anchors, my phone no longer worried about their safety and turned his attention to other live broadcasts. Most anchors chose to hide in shelters after the disaster, so the live broadcast content lost its former excitement, and their popularity was naturally affected. However, Pineapple Hippo is different. The popularity of her live broadcast room is even higher than before. My phone was surprised to find that there were 2 conspicuous wood stoves in her live broadcast room. One with a sticker saying, "Bought from Brother Chihua," and the other with a sticker saying, "Given by Brother Chihua." Seeing this scene, my phone couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that this little fat girl was quite smart and knew how to use his popularity to increase traffic for herself. After confirming that Pineapple Hippo was safe and sound, my phone did not linger for long. He slid his fingers across the screen, browsing other live broadcast rooms until a live broadcast room named Official Emergency Notice attracted his attention. My phone clicked on it curiously and was surprised to find that there was a woman wearing black frame glasses and with a serious face sitting in the live broadcast room. Her nickname was Zhu Ming. My phone was surprised to realize that Zhu Ming was actually a girl. He had always thought that Zhu Ming was a man. I want to emphasize this again. Due to the emergency, the government's temporary shelters can no longer accommodate more people. Please actively save yourselves and don't sit and wait for death. According to the conclusion reached at the emergency meeting of our expert team, natural disasters will become more and more serious. Only by uniting together can we survive this natural disaster. Connect with your friends. With just 9 people, you can collect 100 survival points to purchase the blueprint for the safe wood stove. You can then use the wood stove's cold-repelling buff to withstand the extreme cold. The world has changed dramatically, and everyone has to find their own way to survive. My phone listened to Zhu Ming's words quietly and thought a lot. Chapter 19, Shelter Crisis. Bubble, the laser gun hasn't been upgraded yet, has it? My phone suddenly looked up at Bubble, who was still working hard, and there was a hint of urgency in his voice. Almost, give me a little more time, Bubble replied without raising his head. My phone frowned when he heard this. It seemed that asking researchers to do engineers' work was indeed a bit inefficient. The sudden escalation of the disaster situation caused my Feng's sense of crisis to surge. Although the previous Doomsday disaster was terrible, with this safe wood stove, everything seems not so scary. The cold-repelling buff of the wood stove not only protects him from the cold, but also because of the high price of the blueprint. His wood stove can be sold in no time, allowing him to obtain an endless supply of supplies in a short period of time. Therefore, my phone had always believed that the most urgent danger at the moment was the group of villains next door, and he had been trying to find a way to resolve this danger. But today's notice changed the situation instantly. Today, Doomsday Blackhand gave each survivor 10 survival points at once, which greatly reduced the difficulty for the survivors to obtain blueprints. This also means that the wood stove in my Feng's hand will soon lose its first mover advantage. In addition to snow and extreme cold, disasters now have 2 more associated disasters: hail and tornadoes. It is not known whether other associated disasters will emerge in the future. Strengthening the safety of the shelter became a top priority, and the threat from the villain next door became less important in comparison. It was then that he remembered the 2 plans for expanding the shelter that Bubbles had mentioned before, and now the answer was obvious. Obviously, digging downwards is the best option, as the ability of above-ground shelters to resist disasters is much worse than that of underground shelters. Although my phone now uses clothes to deal with the hail attack, this is only a temporary solution. If the wind is strong, it is easy for unsecured clothes to be blown away, not to mention that there may be tornadoes in the disaster. Underground shelters do not have this problem. When the shelter is built underground, unless there is a disaster such as an earthquake or flood, neither hail nor tornado can damage the shelter at all. Just when my phone was deep in thought, Bubbles' excited shout interrupted his train of thought. "Commander, I succeeded," Bubbles said excitedly while holding up the laser gun in her hand, her eyes sparkling with a sense of accomplishment. My phone was a little stunned at first, but soon realized that the laser gun was finally upgraded successfully. He looked at the fatigue that was hard to conceal on Bubbles' face, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. She had been working for almost 12 hours straight, and even with her clone's physique, she couldn't help feeling tired. "Well done, Bubbles." My phone did not hesitate to give his praise, and his voice was full of sincere admiration. "It's what I should do." Bubbles said this, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, obviously feeling happy because of his success. "Go and rest quickly. After you rest, we will discuss in detail how to expand the underground shelter." My phone ordered quickly. "Okay, Commander, where should I sleep?" Pow Pow nodded in agreement, but immediately asked a question that made my phone a little embarrassed. My phone hesitated for a moment, then pointed to his bedroom and said, "You can sleep in my bed first. You may have to wait for a while for your own bed." "Okay, then I'll go to rest first." Bubble didn't act pretentiously. He turned around and walked straight towards my Feng's bedroom, leaving my phone and Ruby looking at each other in bewilderment. It wasn't until Bubbles' figure disappeared that Ruby broke the silence and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Commander, when can I sleep in the bed?" My phone felt embarrassed when he heard this. He coughed twice and began to change the subject. "Well, Ruby, there will be a bed. As long as you work hard, you will have any bed. Since the laser gun has been upgraded, let's continue working." After saying that, my phone didn't even bother to check the properties of the upgraded laser gun. He directly stuffed the laser gun into Ruby's arms and asked him to go to work. "Okay, Commander." Ruby looked at the biased my phone with some resentment, but still picked up the laser gun and started working. His movements revealed a hint of reluctance, but he also knew his responsibilities. My phone was not idle either. He checked the workbench to see what other equipment it could process. Clicking on the operation list of the workbench, my phone discovered that in addition to upgrading the laser gun, he could also manufacture and upgrade a lot of equipment. Warm sweater keeps the wearer warm in cold environments by increasing the insulation value. Upgrading requires 4 units of reed fiber. Cooling vest protects the wearer from high temperatures by reducing the insulation value. Upgrading requires 4 units of reed fiber. Advanced pajamas helps the wearer fall asleep quickly by reducing physical strength. Upgrading requires 4 units of reed fiber. Note: wearing advanced pajamas will reduce physical strength recovery. Oxygen mask supplies oxygen to the wearer, allowing them to breathe in toxic and difficult-to-breathe environments. Once depleted, oxygen must be refilled in the oxygen mask storage cabinet. Manufacturing requires 50 units of metal materials. At a glance, there are more than a dozen types of equipment that can be manufactured and upgraded, and they're all relatively practical equipment. For example, the warm sweater looks similar to a down jacket, but I don't know where to get these materials. My phone was immersed in studying the functions of the workstation, and time passed by unknowingly. Suddenly, a loud bang on the door broke his concentration. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. My phone was startled and looked up at the door. His heart beat faster, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Brother Wong, I said this family was still at home. When I looked at the window today, I found out that they were exposed. Come out, everyone inside. You've been surrounded by us. Stop talking nonsense and break down the door. Once you get in, stop talking nonsense and kill all the men, leaving the women behind. Haha, no problem. If you follow Brother Wong, you will definitely get some meat to eat. The voice outside the door was rude and cruel, and my Feng's face suddenly turned gloomy. Don't these thugs usually come back at night? Why did they come back so early today? But my phone quickly reacted. After the notice at noon, the intensification of the Doomsday disaster made these people dare not stay outside for too long. On their way back, they might have just seen the clothes that my phone stuffed outside the window, revealing signs that there was someone in the house. Without time to reflect, my phone quickly said to Ruby, "The thugs are here. They are left to you." Ruby responded confidently, "No problem. Leave it to me." After that, he raised the laser gun in his hand and pointed it at the door. He was furious when he happened to run into a group of blind guys. His eyes were shining with determination, and he couldn't wait to teach these guys a lesson. Chapter 20. Fierce Battle. Great Crisis in the Shelter. Please read. Brother Wong, I don't know if this door is made of copper or iron. It's so solid, I can't break it open at all. Then bring the crowbars. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't break down a door. Crack, crack. Along with the shouting of the thugs, a sound of twisting metal was heard. The password door that had protected my phone for 3 days finally collapsed under the heavy blow and could not keep out the thugs outside. When the password door was pried open, a biting cold wind blew into the house through the hole in the door, making my Feng's expression even more solemn. He hid in the bedroom and looked through the crack in the door at the shadowy figures outside. He estimated that there were at least 15 people outside. The situation was not optimistic as we were outnumbered. Bubble was awakened by the noisy noise and rubbed his eyes and came behind my phone. Seeing that my phone looked a little unhappy, she spoke to comfort him. "Don't worry, Commander. Ruby will take care of them." As if to verify what Bubble said, Ruby took action the moment the thugs broke in. A yellow laser flashed, and before anyone could react, a sizzling sound was heard at the door, followed by a thump sound of someone falling to the ground. What the hell? What the hell is this? Brother Wong, Lao sure is dead. There's a big burnt hole in his chest. Hide. Hide quickly. This is a laser gun. I've seen it in the mall. Where's the bow you found yesterday? Take it out and shoot it. Everyone else throw stones at it. The doorway was suddenly thrown into chaos. Ruby's shooting instantly interrupted the arrogance of the thugs, and their fear and confusion echoed in the narrow corridor. Ruby calmly raised the laser gun and hid in the corner of the living room. He knew that the battle had just begun. His eyes were determined, and he had only one thought in his mind: to protect the commander and to protect the shelter. This laser gun, it's amazing. My Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he gave a thumbs up in Ruby's direction. The power of the laser gun was far beyond his imagination, and Ruby's calm operation also made him impressed with the fighting qualities of his companion. You know, although lasers travel in a straight line, Ruby was able to shoot calmly and accurately in such a chaotic situation, which shows that his combat quality is very high. If my phone were to operate it himself, he might shoot randomly out of nervousness, which would not only be ineffective, but might also penetrate the door frame and wall, posing a greater risk to the shelter. Ruby is a multi-talented person. From time to time, she is dragged into the wild to fight ferocious beasts. This kind of mob is no problem for her. Bubble said calmly, and her words revealed her trust in Ruby's abilities. After hearing this, my phone became more curious about their previous lives. When you have time, you must tell me more about your previous base. While the two were talking, Ruby found the right moment and fired 2 more shots. Each time the laser lit up, it took the lives of 2 thugs. But the thugs reacted quickly and started throwing stones into the house. The most terrifying thing was that they actually had a bow, and the sharp arrows shot into the wall and penetrated 3/4 of the way into the wall. Damn it, Xiao Chun, are you any good at this? If not, let someone else use the bow and arrow. There's no accuracy at all. Brother Wang, we are out of arrows. Should we retreat? What a waste. Back off. I'll come back and trouble them later when I figure out a way to deal with them. After a few shouts and curses, the noise outside the door became quieter and quieter until it disappeared. My phone breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He pushed open the door and wanted to go out. Commander, wait. Bubble quickly grabbed my Feng's hand, preventing him from moving forward. Just as my phone was wondering, suddenly a stone flew towards him and hit him with a bang, less than 1 meter in front of him. Bang! My phone quickly closed the door. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead, and his heart beat rapidly. They may still be nearby. We can't let our guard down. Bubble said softly, vigilance flashing in her eyes. Just as my phone closed the door, the shouts of the thugs were heard again outside the door. Their shouting was like a storm, one wave more louder than the other. Shash, shash, shash. He only has a gun. Charge at me. Charge. Damn it. But soon, my phone heard Ruby's reassuring voice, which was calm, but with a hint of contempt. Haha, you're looking for death. Then came the crackling of laser guns, the shouting of thugs, and the crashing of bodies falling to the ground. These sounds intertwined to form a chaotic symphony. Damn it, these bastards are so insidious. My phone leaned against the door, patted his chest in fear, and couldn't help spitting out foul language. His heart was beating like a drum, and he was so nervous that it almost jumped out of his chest. Commander, you are still too naive. Let Ruby handle it. You should wait for Ruby's notification. Bubble said softly to comfort her. Okay. What else could my phone say? He could only nod his head repeatedly. He knew that Bubble was right, that his experience in this apocalypse was far from enough. I don't know how long it took, but outside the door became silent again. But this time, my phone didn't dare to open the door casually. He called softly, Ruby, but there was no response from Ruby outside the door, which made my Feng's heart tighten. He began to pray silently in his heart, hoping that Ruby would be safe. Bubble also felt my Feng's anxiety. She walked to my phone, patted his shoulder gently, and conveyed trust and support with her eyes. At this moment, Ruby's voice finally came from outside the door. Although a little tired, it was still firm. Commander, it's safe. My phone and Pow Pow smiled at each other, and the heavy stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. My phone then pushed open the door and saw Ruby, who looked a little tired but seemingly unharmed. My phone asked with concern, Ruby, are you okay? Commander, I'm fine. The thugs ran away. Ruby's voice revealed a hint of relief, as if the battle just now was just a small test for him. That's good. My Venovet. The big guy in front of him was the backbone of the shelter. If something happened, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to my phone. Commander, do you need me to chase them down? Ruby asked, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Well, are you sure? There are a lot of them. My phone asked back, feeling worried and conflicted. Don't worry about that. They are no match for me. Ruby said confidently. Okay, they should be in the residential building next door. Be careful. Safety first. Don't force it. My phone warned carefully. Okay, leave it to me, Bubble. The commander is in your hands. Ruby gave an instruction, then walked out with the laser gun in hand. His back gradually disappeared in the shadows of the corridor. My phone silently watched him disappear at the entrance of the residential building next door, his heart filled with complicated emotions, and he secretly prayed that Ruby would not get into trouble. Chapter 21, Ruby Strikes Invincible. Please read on. Seeing my Feng's worried face, Bubble walked to my Feng's side and said softly, Don't worry, Ruby is very strong. He will be fine. My Venovet. He knew that Pow Pow was right, but as the commander, he was responsible for the safety of every team member. He took a deep breath, and seeing the big hole in the door, he said with a headache, What should I do with this door? Bubble suggested. Commander, how about we drag the refrigerator over here to serve as a temporary gate? Her eyes sparkled with wit, and she could find a way to solve the problem even in the most unfavorable situations. Upon hearing this, my phone turned around and looked at the refrigerator. It was obvious that the height and width of the refrigerator were not enough to completely fill the gap in the door. But there was no better way now. The laser gun was taken away by Ruby, and there was no way to repair the gate. My phone could only nod and agree with Bubble's suggestion. Seeing this, Bubble quickly threw the bodies of several thugs lying at the door out, then walked to the refrigerator and easily dragged the refrigerator to the door to serve as a temporary door. My phone then remembered that Bubble had been woken up and quickly said to her, "Go back and continue to rest." No. Bubble shook her head and refused. "There are only two of us in the shelter now. I need to stay awake to protect you, Commander." Her words revealed determination and loyalty. Seeing her say this, my phone no longer insisted that she go to rest. To be honest, although he didn't do it himself, he was still a little scared because he had just witnessed the deaths of several of his kind. In this fucked up, apocalyptic world, where danger is everywhere, having a reliable partner by your side is undoubtedly a huge comfort. Just when my phone wanted to take the opportunity to discuss with Bubble how to expand the shelter, a noisy sound came from the residential building next door. My phone and Pow Pow looked at each other and could read tension in each other's eyes. They knew that it was Ruby who was looking for the fleeing thugs. Although Bubble has repeatedly assured Ruby that she can handle it, my phone still can't help but feel worried. As he listened attentively, he could vaguely hear the roars and screams of fear from the thugs next door. Shit, that big guy is chasing us. Brother Wong, think of a solution quickly. Ah, my hand is broken. Brother Wong, my brother was beaten to death. My own brother. I will fight him to the death. Shit, hurry up and grab a mirror. Mirrors can reflect lasers. Quick, quick, quick. Take out all the mirrors. Kill this bastard. Hearing this, my Feng's face tightened, and he looked towards the neighboring residential building with some concern. He knew something about lasers. Mirrors can indeed reflect light. If Ruby was hit by the reflected laser, the consequences would be disastrous. Bubble, who was standing by, saw my Feng's expression and knew what he was worried about. He said to him in comfort, "Commander, don't worry. The lasers fired by the laser gun will not be reflected by ordinary mirrors." My phone was stunned when he heard this and asked quickly, What's the explanation for this? Before Bubble could answer, my phone heard a roar coming from the residential building next door. Shit, who came up with this idea? The mirror was shot through. It's totally useless. Ah, my leg. My thigh is broken. Brother Wong, give me some advice. Hearing the sound from the next building, my phone finally felt relieved, but he was still a little confused because this was a little different from what he had learned. He asked with a puzzled look on his face. Bubbles, what's going on? Doesn't the mirror reflect light? That's ordinary light, Commander. Bubble explained patiently, but the laser energy emitted by the upgraded laser gun is very strong. Ordinary mirrors can only reflect 90% of the light. The remaining 10% of energy is enough to penetrate the mirror. I see. My phone suddenly realized, and then asked with some concern, won't that mean 90% of the light will be reflected? Will it hurt, Ruby? Don't worry. It only takes a moment for the laser to penetrate the mirror. The reflection time is too short, and the reflected light won't be too much to cause effective damage. Bubble continued to explain. Oh. My phone nodded repeatedly when he heard this. His understanding of lasers deepened. He didn't expect that there were so many tricks in lasers. While my phone and Pow Pow were discussing the characteristics of the laser gun, the thugs in the residential building next door had already fallen into complete panic. Especially when they found that their leader, Brother Wong, had disappeared. Fear and anger quickly spread among them. Fuck, where's Brother Wong? Where did Brother Wong go? Fuck, that bastard ran away. He actually used us as a shield and ran away. How disloyal. I surrender. I was forced to do it. I surrender too. I surrender. Don't kill me. However, their pleas for mercy had no effect on Ruby. He knew very well that his mission was to completely eliminate this group of thugs. For the safety of the commander and the safety of the shelter, he could not show the slightest mercy. Faced with the ruthless Ruby, the morale of the thugs completely collapsed. Please, I was really forced to do this. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Yes, there are women upstairs. They are all yours. You don't want a woman, but you do want a man. As long as you let me go, I can do anything. You devil. What on earth do you want? Fuck you. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Devil. You are a devil. Mom, where are you? I won't dare to do it again. Their pleas and curses echoed in the corridor, but could not change their fate. From the next door building came the panicked curses and sounds of surrender of the thugs. My phone couldn't help but smile when he heard it. The situation was very good. This group of rabble was no match for Ruby at all. However, at this moment, a thug fled in panic from the entrance of the residential building next door. When he looked around, he happened to meet my Feng's eyes. Shit, that's bad. My phone instantly recognized that the other person was the leader of the thugs, Brother Wong, and quickly retracted his head, but it was too late. The thug's eyes were red, and with despair and anger, he quickly rushed to the door of my Feng's house and roared, "Fuck, you are in cahoots with that big guy." The thug's impact was like thunder, and the refrigerator made a dull sound, shaking but still holding its position. My phone reacted quickly. He held the refrigerator against his will and called out to Bubble anxiously, "Hurry, hurry. Hold the refrigerator against your will. Don't let him in." Bubble obeyed the order and immediately joined my phone. The two of them combined their strength to hold up the refrigerator. Thanks to their joint efforts, despite the thug's desperate pounding, the refrigerator seemed to have taken root and did not move at all. Damn it, there's another woman. Look how I kill you. Chapter 22. Brother Wong ends. Please read on. Listening to the roar of the mob, my phone felt a sense of inexplicable absurdity, as if he had become the villain in the story. He laughed in anger and asked loudly, "Why are you yelling so loudly? You talk as if you are the victim." Brother Wong hit the refrigerator again. His eyes reddened, and he shouted, "Don't think I didn't see that. That big guy is the so-called Brother Chaiwa, right? Brother Chaiwa? Bah! He's just a bastard who makes money from disasters." Huh. My phone was stunned when he heard that. He didn't expect that this man surnamed Wong actually mistook Ruby for him. He did not open his mouth to correct it, but retorted, "So what? It's better than you guys trying to steal money and kill people." Huh. Brother Wong sneered. "Who told you not to hand over your survival points and supplies? The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival. You said so yourself, so when you met the stronger Brother Chaiwa, why didn't you just stay where you are and wait to die?" My phone retorted unhappily, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Brother Wong fell silent instantly, and even stopped banging the refrigerator. My phone poked his head out curiously, only to find that Wong's whole body was stiff and trembling slightly. Looking more closely, it turned out that Ruby had stood behind Wong at some point and was pointing a laser gun at his back. "Commander, how should we deal with this man?" Ruby asked my phone expressionlessly. Brother Wong suddenly raised his head, looked at my phone in disbelief, and said in disbelief, You are?" My phone ignored Brother Wong and asked Ruby, "Have all the other thugs been dealt with?" Ruby nodded with a hint of disdain on her face. "Yeah, they're just a bunch of rabble. Their talents are wasted." Brother Wong watched my phone and Ruby talking to each other, completely ignoring his existence. This made him feel unprecedented humiliation and anger, and his face was distorted to the extreme. "Asshole," he yelled suddenly, trying to turn around and punch Ruby, but this move was like a moth flying into a flame. Ruby's reaction was quick and accurate. He lightly pulled the trigger with his finger, and a dazzling laser lit up instantly, hitting Brother Wong directly. The high temperature of the laser scorched half of Brother Wong's body, emitting a strange smell of burnt meat. Brother Wong let out a shrill scream, then fell to the ground with a thump, emitting a series of screams from his mouth. My phone frowned. The burnt smell and the screams coming from Brother Wong's mouth made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't know what Brother Wong's talent was and why he could still survive such an attack. Brother Wong stared at Ruby fiercely, as if he wanted to ask something, but his words were already unclear. My phone no longer hesitated and said to Ruby, "Give him a quick death." There was a hint of determination in his voice. This was not out of cruelty, but an end to Brother Wong's endless suffering. "Okay, Commander." Ruby raised the laser gun again with an expressionless face and aimed it at Brother Wong on the ground. Brother Wong's eyes bulged out, his face flushed, and he shouted frantically, "Asshole, don't think you." But before she could finish her words, Ruby had already pulled the trigger again. A laser hit Brother Wong again. This time, he finally let out a final scream and then died completely. Ruby complained unhappily, "So much nonsense." His words revealed his disdain for Brother Wong's pointless resistance. At the moment when Brother Wong fell to the ground, an unexpected reminder sounded in my Feng's mind. "Congratulations. You killed a survivor with survival points, and you got 286 survival points. This sudden information stunned my phone. His eyes became deep, and complex emotions surged in his heart. He instantly understood why this group of thugs had become so brutal and wanted to kill and rob at any time. In theory, today is only the third day before the Doomsday. Even if they were violent before the Doomsday, they would not kill anyone they saw. If you just want to steal supplies, just knock the person out and take the supplies and leave. Moreover, they are numerous and powerful, so there is no need for one or two people to retaliate, let alone kill people. Now my phone understood. Someone must have tasted the sweetness of killing someone and found that he could get the survival points from the person by killing him. Then the secret spread among them and became uncontrollable. My phone frowned and felt a deep sorrow. This world has become extremely cruel due to various disasters, and now survival points have become bait that drives people to kill each other. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of chaos and suffering the Doomsday mastermind, who created such a mechanism, would bring to this Doomsday in the future. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and became more determined to build an underground shelter. If he couldn't afford to provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? Ruby and Bubble noticed My Feng's silence. They walked to My Feng's side and looked at him with concern. Bubble asked softly, "Commander, are you okay?" My phone came back to his senses and simply replied, "I'm fine, move the refrigerator away." "Okay." Bubble responded quickly and moved the refrigerator back to its original position quickly, with quick and efficient movements. My phone endured his nausea and walked to the bodies of Brother Wong and the others. He said to Ruby, "Dig a hole and bury them. Bury them far away." Ruby nodded, without saying anything else, dragged the bodies of several people, and walked out. My phone frowned and went back into the house. He said to Bubble, "Tell me in detail about your expansion plan for the underground shelter." "Okay." Bubble quickly got into the state and said, "First of all, the most important thing is to solve the ventilation system, then the lighting system, the water circulation system, the temperature control system, the food regeneration system." My phone felt a headache after listening to this, but as things had come to this point, he could only force himself to listen carefully, as these were important matters concerning his future shelter. I don't know how long it was, but my phone was so dizzy after listening to it, and Ruby finally came back. My phone interrupted quickly. "Let's talk about the details later. Let's go with Ruby to check out the situation in the residential building next door." Bubble then stopped explaining with a look of unfulfilled desire and nodded to indicate that he would follow My Feng's instructions in everything. Ruby, who wanted to go back to the house to warm himself by the fire, froze for a moment, but he quickly adjusted his mood and with a stern face, he took My Phone and pow-pow to the residential building. Led by Ruby, the three of them went straight to the fourth floor of the residential building and saw that the 4 single rooms on this floor had been completely connected. The messy house was filled with the smell of blood and unsanitary stench, and garbage was scattered everywhere. It was obvious that these thugs had no intention of running the shelter well. In the inner room, a dozen women in worn-down jackets were shivering. They sat around a shabby brazier, their faces filled with fear. They exuded the stench of heather, which was intertwined with the suffering and fear they had endured. "Commander." Ruby leaned close to My Feng's ear and whispered, "They are the captives of the thugs. Not one of them is missing." My phone was a little surprised. Nearly 2 hours had passed since Ruby dealt with the last thug, Brother Wong, and this group of women showed no intention of leaving. He frowned and scanned the faces of the women, and found that there was no expression on their faces except numbness. He saw some familiar faces in this group of people, including the girl who used to work as a cashier in the supermarket, the owner of the convenience store, and the wife of the landlord of this building. Without exception, all of them, whether adults or not, had suffered misfortune. "Are you sure all the thugs have been dealt with?" My phone asked in a low voice. "I'm sure. There are 19 people in total. I've confirmed it again and again." Ruby confirmed. "That's good. That's good." My phone answered mechanically, thinking in his mind how to deal with this group of women. Although they were victims, they knew the faces and locations of my phone and others. If they ran out and leaked the information that my phone and others possessed the universal laser gun, it would undoubtedly cause my phone a lot of trouble. Just when my phone was silent, Pow Pow spoke. "Commander, do you think we should make a wood stove first?" There was a hint of concern in her voice. "Oh, yes, Ruby, get to work." My phone woke up as if from a dream and immediately gave orders to Ruby. He realized that providing warmth and safety for these women was the most important thing at the moment. "Okay." Ruby nodded, took some materials stored by the thugs in the next room, and began to make a safe wood-burning stove. He was skilled and completed the stove quickly. As the heat released by the wood stove dispelled the coldness on their bodies, the fear and numbness in the girl's eyes were gradually replaced by a hint of warmth. The flickering firelight brought them a long-lost sense of security. My phone turned to Bubble and said, "Bubble, go and comfort them. We need to make them feel safe." Bubbles nodded, walked over to the women, and said in her gentle voice, "It's okay. Everything will be fine." My phone watched Bubble gently comforting the frightened women, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He knew that these women needed not only physical warmth, but also spiritual comfort. At this moment, a message alert suddenly interrupted his thoughts. My phone clicked on the message and saw that it was from Pineapple Hippo. Pineapple Hippo. Brother Chihua, something big has happened. Please check the post on the communication platform. My phone frowned slightly. He had a premonition that this might be another storm. Chapter 23 Public Opinion Storm. Please read. My phone quickly opened the communication platform and looked for the post mentioned by Pineapple Hippo. Although Pineapple Hippo did not specify which post it was, my phone soon noticed a post that was almost pinned to the top of the page. The title immediately caught my Feng's attention. The true face of Brother Chihua, a hypocrite, is revealed. He kills people and robs them. He does all kinds of evil. The name of the poster is Lao Wang Next Door. The post has been replied to so many times that it is almost pinned to the top. My Feng's face darkened, and an inexplicable sense of absurdity surged in his heart. Shocked, he clicked on the post to see what was going on. The post was full of accusations and anger. Lao Wang Next Door. Murder. Today, I and a few fellow villagers ran into Brother Chihua. Without saying a word, he took out a laser gun and asked us to hand over our survival points. Pictures speak louder than words. Next is a picture of Ruby holding a laser gun. Ruby in the picture has a blank expression on her face, and her tall body and cold temperament silently reveal an aura that this person is not someone to be trifled with. It was obvious at first glance that the post was posted by Brother Wong from the gang of thugs. My phone couldn't help but wonder when on earth he had the time to post this. This guy named Wong actually posted something to turn the tables and portray himself as an innocent person. Below the post were questions and comments from a group of onlookers, with all the voices intertwined together to form a whirlpool of public opinion. The early bird catches the worm. Holy crap, is this true? Is this guy Brother Chihua? Pineapple Hippo, this is obviously fake. Why would Brother Chihua steal other people's supplies? If he had the time, why didn't he just make a few more wood stoves and sell them? Dark Knight Cultivator. Not necessarily. Robbery is a cost-free business, and what he robbed are survival points that ordinary people would not easily trade. Pineapple Hippo. Oh, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Alien Tracker. Didn't any of you notice the laser gun in this guy's hand? This is a super artifact worth 9,999 survival points. Art Guardian A. Wow, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed this. Could this person really be Brother Chihua? Food Explorer Lao Wang. That's for sure. Someone has previously posted an analysis that Brother Chihua might have a laser gun. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why his manufacturing speed is faster than those who have manufacturing talent. Please call me Brother Long. Bah, Brother Chihua. Didn't you see that the people who posted the message have stopped talking? They must have been killed by the Chihua demon. Dili Wang. I didn't expect that there would be such a madman in the world. The escalating disasters are bad enough, but I didn't expect there would be such a beast. Looking at the various replies insulting him on the communication platform, my Feng's face had turned darker than the bottom of a pot. He felt unprecedented anger and helplessness. Fuck. My phone couldn't help but yell. His emotions were like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time and finally erupted. This sudden outburst made Ruby and Bubble beside him look at him sideways. They didn't know why my phone suddenly got angry and couldn't help but look at him with some worry. Several women were frightened. They trembled and looked at my phone in horror, fearing that he would be unhappy and order Ruby to kill them as well. Their eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Although they didn't see it clearly before, they were very clear that the thugs were killed by laser guns in an instant. My phone realized his loss of composure. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He turned to the women and said in his gentlest voice, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." He knew that these women had already experienced too much fear and pain, and he could not bring them any more discomfort. This is a bit troublesome. My phone rubbed his eyebrows with his hands because of a headache. He didn't expect that this man named Wang not only bullied men and women, killed people and robbed them in real life, but also confused right and wrong on the internet and was the first to complain. My phone felt a little regretful for ordering Ruby to give this one a hard time. He even had the urge to dig out this man's body and whip it a few times to vent his anger. But this angry mood will not solve the problem. He needs to calm down and find a way to clarify himself. Although he didn't value his reputation very much in this end times, he didn't want to be slandered by a dead thug. But this matter is quite difficult to handle. The group of people surnamed Wang have indeed been killed by him, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. If someone were to seize on this point, any of his excuses might be seen as quibbling. The best way to clarify the matter is to capture Mr. Wang alive and force him to tell the truth. But now the man surnamed Wang is dead, and my phone did not turn on the live broadcast record when he counterattacked before, which made his situation even more difficult. The second method is to hold a live broadcast to explain the current situation clearly. If these female victims come forward to clarify, all problems will be solved. But what these women have experienced in the past few days has been bad enough. If my phone rashly starts a live broadcast and makes their experiences public, it may cause them greater harm. My phone knew very well that these women's minds were already fragile. If the live broadcast caused them to collapse directly, or even some of them to commit suicide, it would go against his original intention of saving people. Moreover, my phone has not yet communicated with these women about this matter. If these people leak some information that he does not want outsiders to know during the live broadcast, it will be more trouble than gain. Bubbles, Ruby, come here for a moment. My phone quietly called his two loyal subordinates to the corner of the room, where he briefly explained what had happened and the current predicament. The women had just been calmed down by Bubbles' comfort, but when they saw my phone and the other two running to the corner to hold a small meeting, they became anxious again and worried about their own situation. Ruby remained silent after hearing this, but the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. He didn't expect that those guys whom he despised would not forget to throw dirty water on them even after their death. Bubble directly suggested, "Commander, the best solution is to let these female victims speak out and let me convince them." My phone nodded when he heard this. Peo's idea coincided with his. He immediately said to Pow Pow, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, Ruby will be Brother Chaihua from now on." Peo's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he praised my Fang's cleverness. He then took the order and walked over to the group of women and began to persuade them softly. Ruby was still a little confused and didn't understand why my phone suddenly gave him a nickname. But before he could ask, he received an order from my phone. "Ruby, these bastards might reveal our location. We need to prepare some defensive measures in case someone believes those rumors and comes to cause trouble for us." Ruby suppressed the doubts in her mind, nodded firmly, picked up the laser gun, and walked downstairs. Chapter 24. Reversal of Public Opinion. Please read on. After some persuasion from Pow Pow, the female victims finally agreed to speak on the communication platform to clarify the reputation of Brother Chaihua. "Commander," they agreed, "but there is a request." Bubble whispered, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. "Ah, what request?" My phone asked hurriedly, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. "They asked not to show their faces," Bubble responded in a low voice. "Oh, that doesn't matter." My phone expressed his understanding and then asked, "Do you need to find a mask or something?" "You don't need to. They said it's here," Bubble said, pointing to a corner of the room. My phone walked to the corner with some curiosity and saw several masks thrown casually in the corner. There were Monkey King masks, Zhu Beiji masks, Ultraman masks, and some styles that my phone could not recognize. "Why do these thugs usually hoard masks?" My phone asked doubtfully, his brows slightly furrowed. Maybe he was planning to do something illegal before the end of the world. Bubble speculated. "Never mind, let's use these. Have you told them all the precautions?" My phone confirmed again, his eyes flashing with determination. "Well, I told you that they can only reveal Ruby's information and not our location. In fact, they don't want others to know our location. It would be bad if someone comes to find us," Bubble said solemnly. My phone was right in thinking that after this incident, these women would definitely be wary of everyone. Bubble walked back with a few masks. A few women stood up, took the masks, and started a brief discussion. Then, they opened the communication platform and posted a message. "Pictures speak louder than words. Brother Chaihua is a hero. Jasmine. Wang is a beast in human form. He killed people, robbed women, and kidnapped me and more than a dozen sisters. Fortunately, I met Brother Chaihua, who came to rescue me. Otherwise, I don't know when I can regain my freedom." There are several photos below the post, including the pitiful appearance of women huddled around a brazier for warmth, and the terrifying appearance of Wang when he was doing evil. The last photo shows Ruby holding a laser gun and killing thugs with an expressionless face. As soon as the post was published, the direction of public opinion changed instantly, and the original doubts and abuses were replaced by sympathy and support. Pineapple Hippo, what did I say? How could Brother Chaihua be such a madman? Brother Chaihua is a hero. Wow, Brother Chaihua is so handsome. The early bird catches the worm. Yes, I spoke without thinking before. In fact, I knew there was a problem at the first glance. Shanalal Sima. I knew there was something wrong with the previous posts as soon as I saw them. How could you still have time to post when someone came to kill you? You are so greedy. Six-eared macaque Lon Linghan. Lao Ma is right. Brother Chaihua is a person who is willing to sell key cold fighting equipment to the public in disaster areas. How could he be interested in the melons and dates in your hands? Dark Knight Tillage. So, it turns out that Lao Wang next door is the bad guy, and Brother Chaihua is the one being wronged? Deep Sea Number 1 Monkey. Oh yes, that's right, Brother Chaihua must be a good person. If anyone spreads rumors again, I will be the first to oppose it. Ichiao Zaiqiu. The world is cruel, and people's hearts are scary. My sisters are suffering. Please call me Brother Long. No, you anchors are here to clean up the mess? Are you all threatened by the firewood demon? I seriously doubt the authenticity of the content of this post. Dilly Wong. I also think it's a bit strange. If this is true, why didn't you post a message earlier to ask for help? When my phone saw this, he frowned. He had some impression of this guy named Brother Long. He was the guy who initially led everyone to discuss talent. My phone remembered that his talent seemed to be called cold-resistant skin, which aroused discussion among everyone as soon as it was announced. However, later my phone started selling safe wood stove, which overshadowed him. No one expected that he would jump out and question my phone at this time. As for the strong king, my phone had no impression of him. Seeing that public opinion was turning around again, my phone quickly asked Jasmine Fragrance to speak out in rebuttal. Jasmine Fragrance nodded, gritted her teeth, and sent out something that had been weighing on her mind for a long time. Jasmine, the above, who said that no one posted for help. Search the 2 keywords help and see how many help posts there are. A sister sent out our address, and 2 gentle scums who joined the beast team came. Dilly Wong. I checked. There is no post you mentioned. Ah, I must have found the flaw. Jasmine said. You can't find the post because she was killed by the beast named Wong. The post will be cleared after a while, after the original owner's death. Please call me Brother Long. That means there is no evidence. Old Wong next door was also killed by you. You have the final say on whether it is right or wrong. Jasmine Fragrance. Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. It is not up to me or you to decide. Please call me Brother Long. Humph. You bunch of hypocrites, just wait for me. I will definitely find your flaws. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer the consequences. As time goes by, more and more victims bravely stand up and post on communication platforms to clarify the truth. These sincere words gradually gathered into a powerful force and began to change the public's view of my phone. The post by Zhu Ming added official endorsement to my Feng's reputation. She clearly pointed out that Brother Chaihua has been providing a large number of firewood stoves to the official and is an indispensable and strong partner of the official. This statement completely reversed the direction of public opinion and re-established my Feng's image in people's minds. Several people led by Brother Long, who had originally insisted on discrediting my phone, wisely withdrew their remarks when they saw the situation reverse and began to keep a low profile and no longer speak out. Seeing that the matter was resolved satisfactorily, my phone felt relieved. Only then did he have time to send a message to Pineapple Hippo to express his gratitude. Sending warm wheat. Thank you for reminding me of this before, otherwise it would be difficult for me to defend myself after so much time. Pineapple Hippo, no. Brother Chaihua, are those 2 photos really your mom? She's so tall and mighty. Send warm wheat. I guess? Pineapple Hippo, you stingy guy. You didn't even bother to tell me this. I'm ignoring you. Bye. My phone looked at the information on the screen and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this little fat girl had such a bad temper. But then he shook his head, smiled, and continued to deal with the matters at hand. After all, there were more things waiting for him to deal with in his shelter, and he didn't have time to dwell on these little episodes. Chapter 25, The Tranquility Afterwards. Please read. My Feng's biggest headache was how to properly place these dozen women. He needed a solution urgently, so he quickly called Pow Pow over to discuss countermeasures. As soon as Bubble came over, before my phone could speak, he asked directly, Commander, are you worried about how to arrange these women? My phone nodded and said with a smile, You are really smart. Do you have an idea? Of course, I've been thinking about how to help you share your worries. I have 3 plans. Listen to them. Bubble began to speak. The first plan is to send them to the official shelter you mentioned. The government has an obligation to accept refugees. My phone thought about it and shook his head. No, that place is more than 10 kilometers away from here. Even if Ruby escorts us, the road is not safe. And I heard that it is crowded there, and I can't help much even if I go there. The first plan was rejected, but Bubble was not discouraged. Then the second plan is to let them build a shelter here by themselves. Don't they all have talents? They will definitely be stronger after experiencing this incident. My phone thought about it again and shook his head. That won't work either. Mr. Wong has stored a lot of stuff here. We can leave some for them in case of emergency, but if Mr. Wong sends a message to others about what happened here before he dies, they will be in danger. Bubble felt a little embarrassed when he heard it. Oh, I didn't think it through. What about the third plan? Let them join our shelter. You want to build an underground base, right? We are short of manpower. My phone had actually thought about this a long time ago, but he still had concerns. This is a good idea, but I'm afraid they won't be loyal. People's hearts are not what they seem. Bubble smiled. You have to rely on your own charm. I'm a researcher, and I don't know how to control my subordinates. However, you can ask them what they think. Put out the 3 options and see what they choose. Bubble, you were right. I did overlook this point. My Feng's brows gradually relaxed. He realized that his thinking had fallen into some kind of limitation. In this Doomsday, everyone is part of the struggle for survival, and they have the right to choose their own path. He looked at Bubble with gratitude and continued. We should respect their choices instead of unilaterally deciding their fate. My phone took Bubble to where the women were. Under the dim light of the wood stove, he explained the 3 plans to them in a sincere and respectful manner. The women looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, a brave woman stood up and asked my phone, Please allow us to discuss this privately, okay? My phone nodded to show his understanding and said gently, Of course, it's getting late. You can discuss it with peace of mind, and we will come back to hear your decision tomorrow morning. Then, my phone and Pow Pow turned and left, leaving behind a group of slightly confused women. The woman who made the request looked at their departing backs, feeling a little uneasy. She tried to reach out to keep them, but she only caught a glimpse of a shadow gradually moving away. As my phone and the other 2 left, the women quickly gathered around the woman called Sister Lee, discussing. Sister Lee, they're gone. Are we safe? Although Brother Chai has said that the threat has been eliminated, what if there are fish that slip through the net and know our location? Why not just join their shelter? But as a man who knows what he's thinking, no, they'll just be jumping from one fire pit to another. I still trust the authorities. Official? These days, even relatives may not be reliable, let alone strangers. We have to rely on ourselves, unite. Nothing is impossible. Seeing this, Sister Lee frowned, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. My phone listened to the noise coming from upstairs and shook his head involuntarily. It is said that when women argue, they are very lively, and one woman is equal to 500 ducks. He used to be a little skeptical, but now the discussions upstairs have come together. It is like thousands of ducks quarreling. His eyes turned to the supplies piled up on the first floor, and he couldn't help but sigh. The collections of these desperate criminals were really shabby. The supplies collected by more than a dozen people combined were less than half of what he had at home. But then I thought, the world outside is freezing cold and covered with a thick layer of snow. It is not easy to find supplies, let alone transport them back. Moreover, the other side had a large number of people. Including the imprisoned women, the total number exceeded 30. The daily material consumption of so many people naturally far exceeds that of the small 3-person team of my phone, Pow Pow, and Ruby. Commander, do we need to move these supplies back to the shelter? Bubble asked. My phone thought about it and shook his head. Pow Pow, put these supplies aside for now and consider whether to move them tomorrow. Let's go to Ruby's place first. Okay. Bubble agreed readily, without asking any more questions. Then my phone found Ruby standing guard under the longan tree next to the house. Ruby, thank you for your hard work. How are you? Is there anything abnormal? My phone asked directly, seeming a little worried. Commander, don't worry, everything is fine. I'll keep a close eye on it. Ruby answered seriously, with a serious expression. That's good. It's dark now. I guess nothing will happen. Let's go back first. My phone breathed a sigh of relief and decided to go back to the shelter first. Okay. Ruby responded and followed my phone and Pow Pow home. After the 3 returned to the shelter, They couldn't wait to light a fire and boil water, and then indulge in a simple but warm instant noodle dinner to comfort their stomachs and hearts that had been busy all day. After today's experiences, they had no time to think about dinner, and the tranquility at this moment seemed particularly precious. Commander, are you really going to accept them into our shelter? After enjoying a bowl of steaming hot instant noodles, Ruby seriously asked my phone the question in her mind. She had already learned from my phone and Pow Pow 3 plans for dealing with those women. Of course, if they are willing to become one of us, I am open-minded and welcome them to join us. My phone smiled and nodded. But I'm worried that since they look rather fragile, will they become a burden to the shelter? Ruby expressed her concerns frankly. Hearing this, my phone chuckled and explained, Ruby, the shelter doesn't just need strong people like you. They can be responsible for taking care of the crops in the future or for the work of the farm. You can't do all the work by yourself. Of course, I can't finish all the work by myself, but work in a farm? I remember there is a genetically mutated creature that can withstand lasers for 10 minutes without dying. This is not a job that ordinary people can do. Ruby pouted. Oh, are there really such creatures? My phone was surprised, and then he became more interested in the past of the colonial base mentioned by Ruby. Come on, tell me more about these strange creatures and other interesting stories. I'm getting more and more curious about your experiences. Time passed minute by minute, until midnight, when my phone received a new message alert on time. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the Happiness Knocks on the Door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them now? Chapter 26 New Gun, New Blueprint, please read. Yes. As my phone finished speaking, 3 blind boxes of different sizes appeared on the floor, along with a white light. Oh, it seems there are no hibernation chambers. My phone looked at the size of the 3 blind boxes in front of him, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But this emotion was soon replaced by his optimism. Judging from his experience of opening blind boxes in the past 3 days, each blind box can bring big surprises, and this time is probably no exception. In particular, one of the blind boxes was about the same size as the previous laser gun blind box, which made my phone feel a little more excited. My phone carefully opened the blind box, and the contents inside made his eyes light up. As he expected, it was a brand new laser gun. Congratulations! You have obtained a universal laser gun. New laser gun. That's great! My phone took the laser gun in his hand and stroked it in surprise. Since Ruby joined the team, my Fang's previous laser gun has been in Ruby's hands most of the time. After all, in the hands of this powerful miner, the laser gun can play a greater role. But just like every boy wants a lightsaber in his heart, my phone has no resistance to laser guns. Although he didn't say it, he still wanted to fire another laser gun. Commander, can I exchange with you? Ruby asked, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Huh? Is the one in your hand not working well? My phone asked curiously, his eyes wandering between the laser gun in Ruby's hand and the newly acquired laser gun. That's not the case. It's just that this one is upgraded for animal husbandry, and I want a laser gun that's upgraded for excavation. Ruby explained, his eyes flashing with desire for professional tools. My phone understood Ruby's idea as soon as he heard it. After all, Ruby was a miner by profession, so naturally he wanted a laser gun that was more handy and more suitable for his job. Don't worry, I'll give it to you after this weapon is upgraded. My phone touched the laser gun in his hand. He had just got the new toy, so there was no reason to give it away right away. Okay then. Ruby could only nod and agree. My phone opened the remaining 2 blind boxes with excitement. Just as he expected, there were 2 precious blueprints inside. Congratulations, you have obtained a blueprint for the Rapid Growth Planning box. Congratulations, you have obtained a blueprint for a vibrant ceiling lamp. Rapidly growing planting box. Construction requires 100 units of wood. The cultivated plants will mature faster than wild plants, and the plant growth rate is 4 times the normal rate. Note, the consumption is also 4 times the normal rate. Lively ceiling lamp. Construction requires 49 units of metal materials and 1 unit of glass materials, and use requires electricity, with a rated power of 10 watts. The soft light emitted by the ceiling lamp can relieve the pressure of the irradiated personnel and increase their work efficiency. Note, do not make it near the bed, otherwise it may make people unable to sleep. My phone read the instructions of the blueprint carefully, and his eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Apart from the fact that the construction of each device required dozens or hundreds of units of materials, these 2 blueprints were exactly the resources he urgently needed. Planning to build an underground shelter, The lighting problem has always been a big stone in his mind, and the blueprint of the ceiling lamp can perfectly solve this problem. Although the fire from a wood stove can provide a certain amount of light, it is obviously unsafe to use fire for lighting in underground spaces. What makes my phone even more excited is that in addition to the lighting function, the ceiling lamp also has the magical effect of relieving stress and improving work efficiency. Although he has yet to experience it himself, he can already imagine how the light will improve life at the shelter. The blueprint of the planning box also gave my phone a big surprise. Although the food at home was enough for a while, a stable shelter definitely required a stable source of food. The emergence of the planning box greatly solved the problem of food source in the underground shelter. Some more people may join the shelter tomorrow. By then, the rate of food consumption will increase greatly, and the priority of the food issue will be raised again. With these blueprints, as long as these resources are used properly, his shelter will be able to withstand the disasters of the end of the world and become a true safe haven. My phone had longed for the blueprint of this planning box in the survival point store before. He originally planned to buy it after saving up 100 survival points. However, fate seemed to have planned it in advance. He had just obtained enough points to survive in the afternoon and had not had time to achieve this small goal, but the blind box in the evening gave him an unexpected surprise. This was also one of the reasons why he did not go to the Survival Point Mall to spend money immediately after obtaining the survival points in the afternoon. He always has a glimmer of expectation that the blind box in the evening will bring the items he needs. If he buys it in the afternoon and opens a duplicate in the evening, it would be a real loss. Bubble, your job is here. Look what this is. My phone handed the blueprint of the planning box to Bubble, who was standing beside him. Bubble took the blueprint and examined it carefully, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is indeed a good thing, and it will be of great benefit to the shelter's self-sufficiency plan. However, I must state first that my expertise lies in research and innovation. As for the specific planning, management, and maintenance, I still need to rely on other members of the team. Don't worry, I have a plan. My phone responded with a smile, his eyes revealing confidence in the future. I believe there will be enough people tomorrow. Even if not everyone wants to join us, there will definitely be 1 or 2 people who want to join. Huh? Are they all blind? Our shelter is so strong. Yet there are still people who don't want to join our shelter? Ruby asked in surprise, confusion written all over his face. Ruby, you may not understand, but they are not the kind of people who like to live under someone else's roof. My phone said meaningfully. Although he has not started working yet, the environment he has been exposed to since childhood tells him that modern people are extremely crazy about freedom. Is that so? They have encountered such a thing. How can they still be so confused? Ruby asked in confusion, his brows furrowed. It's hard to say. My phone said helplessly. He didn't know how to explain this complex human nature to Ruby. Ruby had a puzzled look on her face when she heard this. My phone felt helpless when seeing this. Some things take time to understand. He could only let Ruby slowly understand it in the days to come. Commander, I have an additional suggestion. For the sustainability of the underground shelter, in addition to ensuring the food supply, we can also plant some specific plants that can effectively absorb harmful gases such as carbon dioxide, thereby solving the problem of oxygen circulation in the shelter. Bubble suddenly had an idea and made a suggestion. Chapter 27. Aloe Vera with Airbags. Stay or go. Please read. When my phone heard this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. How could he have forgotten about this? The real challenge in building an underground shelter is not lighting, but ventilation. Since harmful gases such as carbon dioxide have heavier molecular weights, they tend to accumulate at the bottom. Once the concentration exceeds the standard, it is enough to cause a person to fall into a coma. This is the crux of the frequent indoor charcoal burning accidents. To solve the ventilation problem of an underground shelter, using an exhaust fan seems to be the easiest way to draw fresh air in from the outside. But my phone did not have the relevant blueprints, and this equipment needed to be built outdoors. It's not only snowing outside now, but also hail and tornadoes. In such extreme weather, outdoor equipment can be easily damaged. However, if ventilation problems can be solved by planting plants, all problems will be solved. At this moment, my phone thought of plants such as spider plants, green radish, and aloe vera, but he quickly rejected these ideas. Although these plants can purify the air, their effects are limited and cannot completely solve the problem of underground shelters. Considering that Peyo's job is to study various plants, my phone thinks Pow should know more. He asked expectantly, Pow, what special plant are you talking about? Bubble smiled and said, there are currently 2 suitable plants. One is called oxy teeth fern, and the other is airbag aloe. Both of these plants can grow in low-temperature environments, absorb harmful gases such as carbon dioxide, and release oxygen. I suggest planting airbag aloe. Airbag aloe. My phone repeated the name, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Yes, Bubble continued to explain, aloe vera can not only effectively improve air quality, but also grows quickly and has strong adaptability, making it very suitable for underground environments. My phone nodded with satisfaction, deeply convinced by Peyo's professional insights, and then asked for details. Specifically, how much carbon dioxide can an airbag aloe absorb in a day? Bubble smiled and explained. To be precise, a healthy airbag aloe can absorb about 300 grams of carbon dioxide and other harmful gases a day, without the help of a planting box. But that's not the point, Commander. The biggest advantage of this plant is that it can grow without sunlight, which means that in a completely dark underground shelter, it can work at full capacity and absorb harmful gases. After hearing this, My Feng's slightly frowned brows gradually relaxed. He realized that the absorption effect of the plant was not the only consideration. The key lay in the self-sufficiency of the aloe vera. Most of the plants on Earth with strong absorption ability need to be placed in places with sufficient sunlight. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced. No need for sunlight for photosynthesis? This is so crucial. My Feng's eyes lit up and he had made a decision in his heart. Although a lighting system will be installed in the shelter, it is certainly not as good as natural sunlight. Airbag aloe is obviously a very suitable plant to be grown in an underground shelter. Very good. Then let's decide to plant aloe vera. I'll go buy some seeds. My phone made the decision immediately. My phone opened the Survival Point Mall and quickly found the seeds of aloe vera in the plant seed section. The price was not cheap, and each seed was priced at 1 survival point. My phone looked at his survival points, 298 points, and immediately decided to buy 2, wanting to try the effect first. Do you want to spend 3 survival points to buy 2 aloe vera seeds? My phone was startled. The price in his memory seemed to be a little different. If he remembered correctly, it should be 1 survival point to buy 1 seed. He quickly checked the details and was surprised to find that the mall's pricing method was a bit strange. The first seed only required 1 survival point, but the second seed required 2 survival points. A sense of uneasiness flashed through My Feng's mind, but he still clicked yes and purchased the seeds. After buying it, he didn't rush to plant it, but stared at the price of the seeds in the mall. Sure enough, the price of aloe vera seeds had risen to 3 points. My phone secretly cursed that this mall was really a business genius for raising prices so quietly. He quickly looked at other products. Fortunately, only the price of balloon aloe increased. My phone breathed a sigh of relief, handed the seeds to Pow, and said, Pow, take these 2 seeds. Bubble quickly took the seeds and promised, Okay, Commander, I'll plant them overnight. My phone was stunned and shook his head. There's no need to be so anxious. It's more important to prioritize rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After that, he turned to Ruby and said, You two, go to bed early. Ruby shook her head and said, Commander, you guys go to sleep first. I'll keep watch in case any criminals attack at night. My phone frowned and looked at Ruby worriedly. Ruby, are you okay without sleep for such a long time? Ruby said calmly, It's okay, I have a special physique. I can fall asleep as soon as I touch the bed. The quality of sleep is very high, and I can stay energetic after a short sleep. My phone couldn't help but feel envious when he heard this. Although he had just graduated, he was already in poor health and wanted to sleep all day long, except when he was playing games. In this cold apocalypse, computers and mobile phones have become decorations. He longs to have more time to curl up in the warm bed and enjoy the comfort. The next morning, my phone woke up and found Ruby was still on guard. A warm feeling surged in his heart, and he immediately told him to rest without saying anything. My phone took the laser gun and went to the next door residential building with Bubble. Bang, bang! My Feng's knocking on the door broke the tranquility of the early morning, as if everyone was frightened by My Feng's arrival. Only after they realized it was my phone and Pow did they slowly calm down. After a long while, the person called Sisterly by others opened the door to welcome my phone and Pow. Sisterly had an awkward smile on her face. Ahem, sorry to both of you for making fun of us. We were a little stressed. My phone responded with a smile. It's okay, we understand. How did you discuss last night? Sisterly replied, We have discussed it. 10 sisters want to go to the official shelter, and the remaining 5 want to join your shelter. My phone was a little surprised when he heard this. No one wants to stay here and build a shelter for themselves? There's a lot of space here, and there are a lot of things. Sister Lee shook her head and said with a wry smile, "No, there are too many bad memories here for us. We don't want to come back." My phone nodded, showing his understanding. "Well, if you want to go to the official shelter, bring more things with you. Life there will be easier." Sister Lee nodded gratefully, then turned around and asked the sisters in the room to start preparing. Chapter 28. Newcomers joined the shelter and work arrangements. Those who wanted to leave immediately plunged into intensive preparations. Some quickly packed their clothes, others carefully organized their food and water, trying to pack every possible thing they could carry. As they continued to add items, the bags on their backs became heavier and heavier. Even though it was obviously hindering their movements, they showed no intention of stopping. Seeing this, my phone stepped forward and dissuaded them, saying, "This will greatly affect your movement. Let's simplify your luggage and only carry the necessities. As for the other supplies, once you have settled down, just send a message and we will deliver them to you through the trading platform." As soon as these words were spoken, the women stopped what they were doing at the same time and exchanged looks of surprise and confusion with each other. After a moment of silence, Sister Lee mustered up the courage to ask, "Do you mean that all the supplies here will be given to us?" My phone smiled and nodded. The biggest trophy was the 286 survival points on Wang's body. He had already taken this big trophy. The supplies here were not enough to make a few wood stoves. Naturally, he was happy to help. He replied calmly, "That's right. Considering everything you've been through, these supplies should be regarded as a small compensation for you." Upon hearing this, Sister Lee and the others were so moved that they couldn't express their feelings in words. After a while, they choked up and thanked us repeatedly. "Thank you so much. You are such kind people." My phone gently waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary to be polite. "Don't worry, take your time to pack. We still have some things to deal with in the morning, and we will set off together at noon." Sister Lee and others naturally did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and agreed one after another. Then, my phone turned to the women who were willing to stay and join the shelter and said gently, "Those who are willing to go with us, please follow me." After that, he and Pow Pow walked out first. The 5 women smiled at each other, with determination flashing in their eyes, and followed my Feng's pace without hesitation. My phone and Pow Pow led 5 new members into the house. The already cramped space became even more crowded due to the increase in the number of people, forcing my phone to make the plan of building an underground shelter more urgent. Just as he was deep in thought, a gentle female voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. "Excuse me, what do we need to do next?" My phone came back to his senses with a warm smile on his face. "Don't worry, let's get to know each other formally first. I'm my phone, and this is Pow Pow. Next, please introduce yourselves, especially your talents, which is very important for your work arrangements." And Siyu was the first to respond, her voice clear and crisp. "My name is Siyu. I'm 18 years old, and I have an A-level talent, Diver's Lungs, which allows me to breathe more efficiently underwater and reduce oxygen consumption." Afterwards, the rest of the girls followed suit and introduced themselves one by one. "I'm Xie Xingluan, 20 years old, with a C-level talent, Iron Stomach, which allows me to avoid food poisoning and enjoy any food with peace of mind. Kong Meiling, 19 years old. My talent is C-level, Nursing Assistant, which can enhance my medical skills and better care for the wounded. And my name is Kong Meifong. I'm 21 years old, and my C-level gourmet talent makes me good at cooking, and I can bring delicious food to everyone." Finally, Kong Shuqiong said gently, "My name is Kong Shuqiong. I'm 22 years old. I have a C-level gardening expert talent. I'm good at farming, and I hope to add greenery and food sources to our team." When my phone heard that Kong Meifong possessed the talent of gourmet, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Be it himself, Ruby, or Bubble, they were all laymen when it came to cooking. After 2 days of eating instant noodles, my phone had already felt a little bored. Now, a real chef has finally arrived, which undoubtedly adds a touch of color to the life of the shelter. The other 4 also have good talents, especially Kong Shuqiong. My phone just bought the seeds of aloe vera and prepared to plant them. So here comes the talent who knows how to farm. Kong Meiling's medical capabilities are also good. After all, in today's apocalyptic environment, it is crucial to keep team members healthy. As for Siyu and Xie Xingluan, although their abilities do not seem to be so directly useful in the current environment, my phone knows that every talent has its potential value, but they have not yet found a suitable stage. He believed that at some point in the future, their abilities would shine. However, my phone also discovered that the talents of these 5 women were all auxiliary in nature, and the enhancement of their bodies was almost zero. No wonder they were unable to resist when facing the thugs. My phone quickly made work arrangements. Kong Meifong, you will be the chef of our shelter and be responsible for cooking delicious meals. Kong Shuqiong, you will be responsible for taking care of the plants in the shelter and making them thrive. Kong Miling, your duty is to protect everyone's health and regularly check and take care of our physical condition. And Xie and Ncu, you will temporarily be responsible for the daily chores of the shelter. I believe you will find your own value in these jobs. The 5 girls nodded repeatedly and were very satisfied with my Fang's work arrangement. But soon they raised new questions. May I ask, how are our accommodations arranged? Ncu asked with a little worry, his eyes wandering around the slightly compact interior space, obviously concerned about the accommodation conditions. My phone responded gently. Don't worry, the shelter is currently under construction, so you will have to stay in the living room for the time being. I will immediately purchase folding chairs and sleeping bags through the communication platform to ensure your basic accommodation needs. After hearing this, Ncu nodded with relief, expressing his understanding and acceptance. After confirming that everyone had no other concerns, my phone turned to Pao Pao and gave new instructions. Pao Pao, please plant these 2 aloe seeds properly and explain the care details to Kong Shuqiong in detail. She will be in charge of these plants from now on. Okay, Commander. Bubble agreed immediately, then took out a laser gun, created 2 planting boxes, and then filled them with ice and snow collected from outdoors, and carefully placed the airbag aloe seeds in them. Kong Shuqiong looked at this strange planting method and asked in surprise, Sister Pao Pao, this plant is really special. It doesn't even need soil? Bubble maintained her usual calmness and patiently explained, yes, this is airbag aloe, which has special requirements for its growth environment. Ice and snow are the source of its life. Each one needs 20 kilograms of ice every day. The future care work is indeed not easy, but I believe you are capable of this responsibility. Kong Shuqiong was shocked. She suddenly realized that taking care of plants was not as simple as she had imagined. This plant weighed 20 kilograms. If the scale was expanded, wouldn't the workload be enormous? Chapter 29, Survival Point Soar. After Kong Shuqiong was assigned the job, my phone took Ncu and others on a brief tour of the shelter. When everyone saw the human-powered generator in the workshop converted from the storage room, their eyes widened in surprise. They never imagined that there was electricity in my Fang's shelter, and they couldn't help but look forward to their future life. After all, modern people's dependence on electricity is quite high. When my phone said that people with nothing to do should run to generate electricity, instead of objecting, everyone was quite excited. This is electricity, the light of civilization. Walking further in, everyone saw the underground shelter that was still under construction. Although it looked a bit simple, everyone was shocked by my Fang's bold idea. And Cu couldn't help but ask, wouldn't this be too troublesome? Wouldn't it be faster to just build it in the building next door? My phone smiled and shook his head, explaining, although the shelter on the ground is convenient, it will be troublesome when encountering natural disasters or man-made disasters. The underground shelter is much safer. Hail and tornadoes cannot hurt it. Whether it is extremely cold or hot outside, the temperature changes will be slower. And Cu thought it made sense, but she was also worried. What if there's an earthquake? Will we be buried directly? My phone spread his hands and said, there is no place to hide from an earthquake, and the shelters on the ground are not necessarily safe. Earthquakes only last for a dozen or 20 seconds, so it's too late to run away. And Cu thought about it, and felt that what my phone said made sense. In the news about earthquakes, there would always be people who were injured or killed because they did not have time to escape. Afterwards, my phone patiently answered everyone's other questions, making everyone full of confidence in their future life. Near noon, my phone asked Zhu Ming to buy some fresh vegetables and asked Kong Meifong to show everyone her cooking skills. Fortunately, it was only a few days after the apocalypse, and it was still possible to find some fresh food, but it might be difficult in the future. The simple wood-burning stove cannot be used with complicated kitchen utensils, but it is not a problem for Kong Meifong. After a dazzling operation, the aroma of food slowly fills the entire shelter. The charming aroma made Ruby, who was sleeping soundly, jump up involuntarily. Wow, what's that smell? It smells so good. Ruby rubbed her eyes and ran out of the room, sniffing all the time. You woke up at the right time. Lunch is early. After lunch, you and Pao Pao have to send a few people to the nearby shelter. My phone said with a smile. Okay, leave it to me. Ruby agreed readily. but her eyes were fixed on the food on the table, unable to move away. My phone didn't say much, and asked everyone to sit down and eat. Ruby started eating as soon as she sat down, praising while eating. "This dish is so delicious, much better than the instant noodles yesterday." Of course, instant noodles can't compare to this freshly made one. My phone responded with a smile. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was warm and lively. Lunchtime ended with laughter and joy. The clock pointed to exactly 12 noon, and a familiar reminder sound came as expected, announcing the arrival of another 10 survival points. And CU and the other 5 female members tacitly transferred all the newly acquired survival points to my phone. Gain 20 survival points. X5? Huh? Why are there so many? My Fang's surprise was beyond words. And CU explained gently, "Oh, and yesterday's points. We were lucky that the criminals didn't have time to take the survival points from us yesterday. Haha, come to think of it, it seems that I'm still the winner." My phone smiled heartily, with a satisfied light flashing in his eyes. The reason why he accepted these women into the shelter was because of their potential as Doomsday gamers. Although they may not be as physically capable as clone warriors like Ruby and Bubbles, they can still contribute their own strength in this survival game and continue to accumulate survival points. Survival points are an indispensable resource for the construction of shelters. Building a strong underground shelter requires solving countless problems. Relying solely on the blind box of daily talents, the progress will undoubtedly be extremely slow. With the addition of more members, the accumulation speed of survival points has increased significantly, providing strong support for my phone to purchase the key blueprints needed for construction. Subsequently, my phone quickly made arrangements, sending Pow Pow and Ruby with upgraded equipment to carry laser guns to residential areas and escort 10 other women to the official shelter 10 kilometers away. He himself stayed in the shelter, focusing on making wood-burning stoves, preparing to convert them into more survival points, and continue to promote the construction and development of the shelter. After a while, Bubbles returned to the shelter with the 3 women. "What's going on?" my phone asked. "We've discussed it and decided to stay and join your shelter," one of the women said with courage, determination flashing in her eyes. "Great, you're most welcome." My phone welcomed them without hesitation. He knew that every additional member would give them more strength to survive. He quickly stepped aside to let the 3 new members enter the shelter. As soon as they entered the door, the 3 new members couldn't wait to gather with CU and others and talked in low voices, obviously sharing each other's decisions and expectations. Seeing this, Bubble asked my phone for instructions at the right time. "Commander, I will go to carry out the mission first." "Okay, go ahead." My phone nodded and watched Bubble leave. My phone returned to the living room. He was not surprised by the 3 women's sudden change of mind. The reason why he gave these 10 women a morning to prepare and brought in CU and others back to the shelter was not only to let Ruby have a good rest, but mainly to let in CU and others visit and understand his shelter. After learning that the work that my phone assigned to the 5 people was not troublesome and that there was electricity in the shelter, and CU and others shared the current situation of my Fang's shelter with the 10 women next door. This sharing immediately made the 10 people who had originally planned to go to the official shelter waiver. After all, on the communication platform, they also learned that the current official shelter is already overcrowded, and the treatment they get after going there is not much better. Now, I heard that not only was the work at my Fang's shelter not tiring, but it also had an electricity system and would soon be able to start installing electric lights and other electrical equipment. My original determination to go to the official shelter suddenly began to waver. Except for 7 people who used the official shelter as a stepping stone because they had other relatives in the city to seek refuge with, the other 3 people changed their minds after some hesitation and came to seek refuge with my phone. "Let's go," Bubble said to Sister Lee and others. "Okay." Sister Lee looked at my Fang's shelter with some hesitation, but still followed Bubble's figure. Chapter 30, Encountering Bandits on the Way. 1510. Bubble and Ruby led a team of 7 people, including Sister Lee, walking slowly on the snow-covered streets, stepping on the ankle-deep snow. Everyone was wearing heavy down jackets and windproof glasses. Although they were equipped with temporary cold-repelling buff assistance, they were still fully armed just in case. After all, the severe cold is just the tip of the iceberg of this disaster. The ravages of hail and tornadoes make safety a luxury. Soon, the cold-dispelling effect gradually weakened, and a biting chill suddenly hit everyone, and they couldn't help but shiver, as if even their bone marrow was frozen. "Miss Bubble," Sister Lee raised her voice and asked for help from Bubble at the front of the line. Bubble exhaled a puff of white mist, turned around and suggested, "We need to find a safe haven to rest." When the girls heard this, a look of relief appeared on their faces. After more than 2 hours of arduous trek, the group had only completed half of the journey. The wind and snow mercilessly slowed down their pace. So far, they had rested several times. The group found an abandoned convenience store and walked in. Although the door was dilapidated, it was rare in such an environment. The scene inside the store was bleak. The merchandise had long been looted. Even the shelves were not spared, leaving only a few bulky freezers lying alone in the corner. Bubbles looked at Ruby and gave a decisive order. "Ruby, build us a wood stove." Ruby had received My Fang's instructions before leaving the house, and she had to obey Bubbles' command unconditionally when she was outside. She nodded and replied, "Okay." He responded quickly, raised the laser gun, aimed it at the freezer and fired. After a flash of light, the sturdy freezer instantly turned into a pile of metal and glass materials in front of the surprised eyes of Sister Lee and others. Then, Ruby pulled the trigger of the laser gun again, used these materials to build a simple but practical wood stove, and added dry firewood collected along the way. As soon as the wood entered the wood stove, it was immediately ignited. The flames leaped, instantly dispelling the coldness around. The warmth slowly spread with the wood stove as the core, gradually warming up everyone's body, and tension and fatigue also dissipated. "Oh, the severe cold outside is really daunting. I almost wavered in my determination to go to the shelter," Sister Lee said with a wry smile while warming herself by the fire. Bubble gently comforted her. "Sister Lee, if you really feel it's unbearable, it's not impossible to turn back. We haven't encountered too many obstacles along the way." Sister Lee's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, but then she became firm and shook her head gently. "No, I was just talking casually. My son is still waiting for me on the other side of the city. Although my husband is gone, he is the only thing I care about in this world. I must find him." Hearing this, Bubble felt a complex emotion in her heart. As a clone, she could not fully understand the profound meaning of relatives, and Sister Lee's persistence and sacrifice moved her. She was silent, her thoughts drifting far away, thinking of the former commander who had led them, and couldn't help wondering, is he okay now? Why did he decide to let us all sleep? What secrets and considerations are hidden behind this? Bubble rarely fell into deep thought. At this time, Ruby patted Bubble's shoulder gently in his unique, rough, yet delicate way. "Bubble, don't let those thoughts trap you. We have to look forward." Bubbles woke up from her reverie and gave Ruby a grateful smile that contained both relief and warmth. "Master Jia, look, there is a faint flicker of fire over there, and it seems that there is some movement." In a corner of the street, inside an abandoned bus, whispers were heard quietly. "Hurry, close the curtains more tightly, so those guys don't find out," Master Jia ordered hurriedly. "Okay, Master Jia." The subordinate responded quickly and pulled the curtains tighter. "Has Xiaoqun come back? What's the situation over there?" asked Mr. Jia. "I'm back, Master Jia. There are 9 people in total. Only one man is a bit bigger. The others are all women, and they all have hot bodies." Xiaoqun reported his findings. "Oh, are there still women who dare to come out to look for supplies these days? Or a group of them? Something is wrong." Master Jia touched the stubble on his chin and frowned slightly. "Master Jia, think about it. When a woman is starving, she has to come out to find food." Xiaoqun smiled flatteringly. Jia thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he began to make plans. He opened a corner of the curtain again, but he could not see anything outside except a little firelight. A group of starving women and a strong man are of no use. It looks like we can have some fun tonight." Master Jia showed a proud smile on his face. "Master Jia, now that you are happy, don't forget your brothers. I took a great risk to explore it." Xiaoqun quickly took credit for it. I know. You will be the second one to go." Master Jia waved his hands impatiently, his smile becoming even more obscene. "Master Jia, don't be too careless." Seeing this, a young man beside Master Jia hurriedly dissuaded him. "A woman who can come out at this time must be extraordinary. We should be careful and observe more." "Brother Dong is right, Master Jia. Let's wait and see." Xiaoqun immediately changed his words, and several other men nodded. It was obvious that Dong Ji's words were very important. There was a flash of displeasure in Master Jia's eyes. Although he was a little reluctant, he still suppressed the impulse in his heart. "Okay, listen to Xiao Dong. Let's wait and see." More than 10 minutes later, The fire from the abandoned convenience store was completely extinguished, and the 9 people walked out together, ready to retreat. Master Jia couldn't sit still any longer and quickly ordered, "Go, go, 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 we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, the duck we have caught will fly away." Brother Dong on the side wanted to say something, but when he saw that several of his companions had green eyes on their faces, he stopped talking and rushed out with everyone else. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Since we are going to do it, we must act quickly," Brother Dong urged loudly. With Master Jia's order and Brother Dong shouting, everyone rushed towards Pow Pow and the others like crazy. "Brothers, come on! It's time to eat meat tonight. Hey, go for it. That man belongs to me. No one can snatch him from me," one guy shouted particularly loudly, and the people around him stepped back and looked at him with strange eyes, making him feel a little embarrassed. "What's wrong? I just like that guy. Is that not okay? Whoever competes with me for him, remember to cover your butt when you sleep at night," he said in a pretended ferocious manner. The others shook their heads after hearing this, thinking that this guy was really not to be trifled with, so they just let him go. Faced with this sudden attack, Sister Lee and others' faces suddenly changed, with fear and anger mixed together. However, the criminals were so busy admiring the women's panicked looks that they were unaware that behind them, Ruby had pulled out a laser gun from her heavy down jacket and was staring at them coldly. Chapter 31, The Killing Never Stops. "Hey ladies, good afternoon." The leader, Xiao Chun, greeted everyone in a relaxed manner, but his frivolous tone made the already uneasy ladies look even gloomier. As the noise around them gradually grew, the ladies were horrified to find that the number of the other side increased rapidly, and finally gathered into a team of more than 20 people, each of whom was equipped with weapons such as crowbars, machetes, baseball bats, etc., and they were very aggressive. "Sister Pow Pow, what should we do now?" Someone in the team finally couldn't suppress his inner fear and asked for help in a trembling voice. This scene reminded them of their imprisonment a few days ago. They felt regretful and wondered how great it would have been if they had chosen to stay in my Fang's shelter. "Everyone stay calm." Although Bubble's voice was cold, it revealed unquestionable firmness. Her rebuke was like a shot of adrenaline, allowing the ladies to gradually regain some composure. The girls then remembered that Ruby had a laser gun in her hand, and hope was rekindled in their hearts. "Wow, you're quite courageous. I wonder if you'll be this courageous in the future." "Humph, look at the way you look now. Don't start crying later." "Ha, Master Jia, I like this. Keep her out of the way for a while. I'm going to kill her on the spot." "No problem, Master Jia. Please go ahead. We like to watch it too." Seeing this, the criminals not only did not restrain themselves, but became even more arrogant, mocking the ladies' courage, and some even began to comment on their appearance unscrupulously. Each comment was accompanied by a burst of shrill laughter, with no regard for the feelings of these unarmed ladies. In this group of people, Pow Pow became the most popular target of teasing, for no other reason than because she was the calmest. She was not panicked at all when surrounded by a group of people, and the men wanted to use words to drive her crazy and see how she would change her expression. But they were disappointed. There was no change on Bubble's face, and it even calmed down the other panicked women. The men were so depressed and became more and more unhappy. This was not the first time they had done this. No matter whether they were men or women, they would tremble with fear when they saw them. But this Bubble, seeing that their group has more than twice as many people as others, is still so stable. Xiao Chan was so angry that she shouted, "How can you be so calm, woman? I want to see how you can be calm." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and touched Bubble's face. Just when he thought that Bubble would definitely show a panic expression, he unexpectedly saw Bubble shouting, "Do it! Fight? What?" The women around him don't have anything in their hands. Just when Xiao Chun was confused, Ruby rushed out from the crowd of women and fired a shot. There was a flash of red light, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes slightly. When the red light disappeared, everyone was surprised to find that Xiao Chen's right hand had been broken at the shoulder and fell to the ground with a pop. The women were frightened and burst into ear-piercing screams, which also brought the men back to their senses from their shock. "Xiao Chun," Mr. Jia shouted, but Xiao Chun was already silent. Looking again, I saw a big black hole burned on Xiao Chen's chest. His face was still frozen, and he couldn't even smile. Xiao Chen's body fell to the ground with a thump, and the smell of roasted meat and burnt-down jacket rushed into everyone's nose. What happened?" Master Jia couldn't believe his eyes. How could Xiao Chun, who was still alive just now, be gone in the blink of an eye? Donggu was sharp-eyed and recognized Ruby under the down jacket at a glance. He exclaimed, You are Brother Chaihua? When Master Jia heard this, he was stunned for a long time and didn't react. What? Brother Chaihua? Bubble didn't have time to deal with this and gave a stern order. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Clear. Ruby responded and the laser gun instantly lit up red. Before Master Jia could react, he fell to the ground. Ah! The women screamed in fear and some even vomited. The scene was too bloody to watch. Bubble frowned. This was the first time she showed such an expression in a battle. She shouted loudly, "Back off! Don't make trouble!" The women retreated in panic. Some were so frightened that their legs went limp and they had to be pulled hard by their companions to move. The men only then reacted and looked at the laser gun in Ruby's hand in horror. Someone shouted, "Fuck, that's the firewood demon with a laser gun. Revenge for Master Jia and Xiao Chun. You can't run, even lasers can't outrun you. Come together, he's alone. Kill him, and the laser gun will be ours." Some smart men knew that there was no hope of escape, so they decided to give it a try. More than 20 men rushed towards Ruby, and some of them cleverly threw away their weapons. But Ruby remained calm. His laser gun was like the eye of death, locking onto the targets one by one. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by puff sounds. The men in the front fell to the ground instantly. The headless bodies piled up into a barrier of flesh and blood, slowing down the offensive of the subsequent men. In just a few breaths, the battlefield was in ruins, and the air was filled with thick blood and fear. Finished. Brother Dong, the only one who did not rush forward with the group, saw through the situation in an instant. The cold weapons in their hands were like ants trying to shake a tree compared to Ruby's high-tech laser gun. They had no chance of winning, let alone escaping. This battle was not on the same level at all. With a thump, Dong Ji's knees softened and he knelt down, raising his hands high and shouting at the top of his voice. "I surrender. Spare my life. I am Li Wang's subordinate." But some people were slow to react and wanted to learn from Brother Dong. But as soon as they moved, they were hit by Ruby's laser gun and were all defeated. Just as Ruby was aiming at Dong Gu and preparing to attack, Bubble stopped him and said, "Wait, I have something to ask." When Dong Gu heard this, the drum in his heart stopped beating temporarily. But seeing the mess around him and his companions falling like dominoes, he was so scared. The power of the laser gun was too terrifying. He was trembling all over, afraid of Ruby's gun and angry at his unreliable teammates. "I told you to wait a little longer and take a closer look. Now look what happened, we're all screwed." Pow Pow approached Dong Gu and said in a calm voice, "Who did you just say you were loyal to?" Brother Dong didn't even dare to raise his head, his voice trembling like a sieve. "Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. We just want to say hello to you." "Say hello?" Pow Pow curled the corners of his mouth and sneered. "Answer my question." Dong Gu was almost scared to death by this roar and quickly begged for mercy. "Don't be impulsive. My boss is the Great Power King, and the Great Power King is also Brother Long's right-hand man." "The Great King? Brother Long?" Bubble took note and turned to Ruby and said, "It's useless. Let's do it." Without saying a word, Ruby pulled the trigger, and Dong Ji's head was instantly swallowed by the laser and turned into nothing. Corpses lay strewn across the streets, forming a stark contrast to the white snow. The air was filled with the chilling smell of death. Everything was over. Chapter 32. Too expensive. Can't afford it. Next one. Outside the convenience store, a tragic scene came into view. The ground was littered with corpses. The wounds caused by the laser guns were still bleeding, dyeing the snow a glaring red. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burnt food. The mixed smell made people feel nauseous. The women stood at the bloody scene. No one dared to speak. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Their eyes flickered between Bubbles and Ruby, the one coldly giving orders, and the other the ruthless executor who carried them out. But soon, they looked away, unable to look directly at the cruel duo. Sister Li felt a deep regret in her heart. She worried whether she could survive in this chaotic world and whether she would have the chance to see her son again. Perhaps joining Mai Feng's shelter and waiting for her son to come to her was the right thing to do. But she quickly rejected this idea. After everything that had happened before, she no longer trusted anyone except her family. After a while, Sister Li mustered up her courage, suppressed her nausea about the corpses, and asked Bubble a question. "Miss Bubble, what should we do with these corpses? Do we need to bury them?" "No." Bubble shook her head. Her tone became calmer, completely different from when she had just coldly ordered the killing. "It would take too much time to deal with so many bodies. We have more important things to do, so let's continue on our way." Sister Lee, just tell Commander my phone about the situation here. Okay, I'll go right away. Although Sister Lee was a little puzzled as to why she was asked to convey the message, and was also somewhat curious about the title of Commander, she could not care about these things at the moment and quickly nodded and agreed. Obtain 20 survival points. Obtain 30 survival points. A few kilometers away, at my Feng's home, my phone, who was making a wood stove, was startled by the sudden reminder and didn't react to what happened. It was not until he received a report from Sister Lee that he knew what had happened. He had long anticipated that the journey to the official shelter would not be a smooth one. That route was one of the main roads leading to the official shelter, and ambushes and conflicts were inevitable. However, to his surprise, this conflict was caused by King Dali's men. Dali Wang and Brother Long were both people who tried their best to discredit my phone on the communication platform. Unexpectedly, friction would arise between the subordinates of both sides so soon. I asked Ruby to keep watch last night, because I was worried that Mr. Wang might reveal the location before he died, but I didn't see anyone last night, and today I unexpectedly encountered the men of the Great Power King. According to Sister Lee's report, the gang of criminals have recognized Ruby, the Firewood brother. This is no wonder, whether it was Wang who wanted to frame him, or my phone who asked Sister Lee and others to clarify. They all took photos of Ruby's face. It is believed that those people may have told King Dali this information before they died, so their deaths cannot be concealed. What made my phone even more headache was that he suddenly realized that Bubble and Ruby were both clones and could not contact him using social platforms. In this way, they would not be able to report the situation to him in real time when they were performing tasks outside. It would be fine if there were other people present who could help pass on the information, but if the replicant went out alone, passing on information became a tricky problem. My phone pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Sister Lee, asking them to continue on their journey. Then he began to think about how to solve this communication problem. Finally, he found a blueprint in the system mall that could solve his problem. An advanced communication device blueprint that could transmit information through a special method without a modern communication network. Interplanetary communication device. It requires 400 units of metal materials to manufacture and allows users to chat with themselves or friends in different locations, even across planets. But it does not have its own energy and needs to be powered by external energy. Note: please do not answer calls from unfamiliar numbers at will, as you never know who is calling from the other end. My phone was delighted, and he immediately prepared to purchase the blueprint that could solve the communication problem. But when his eyes fell on the price, his pupils dilated instantly. The price of this blue icon was as high as 400 survival points, which forced him to reconsider. Considering the sudden 608 survival points, just now, all the assets he had on hand only had 1,076 survival points. It seems like a lot, but the construction of a shelter requires solving many problems. Do we have to spend half of our savings just for the convenience of communication? My phone pondered and weighed the pros and cons of the deal. Soon he shook his head. Although communication was crucial, in this Doomsday, survival points were scarce resources, and every point could play an important role at a critical moment. He decided not to buy the blueprint for the time being, as the most important thing at the moment was the construction of the underground shelter. There were no further incidents during the remaining hours. After several breaks, Bubble and Ruby took the 7 girls and hurried on, and finally arrived at the outskirts of the official shelter at 7 p.m. In the night, the outline of the shelter looked particularly solemn under the dim firelight. Bubble said softly, "We'll take you there when we get there." "Okay, thank you. Thank you. Without you, we wouldn't be able to get here," Sister Lee said gratefully, with a slight tremor in her voice, and she was sincerely grateful for the help of Bubbles and Ruby. "No need to say thank you. Just remember not to reveal our location." Bubble reminded again, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Of course. Don't worry. We keep our mouths shut and won't say anything nonsense." Sister Lee patted her chest and assured. Her attitude was firm, and it was obvious that she took Peo's advice very seriously. "That's good. Once you're settled, send a message to Commander my phone, and we'll trade your share of the supplies then." After Bubble finished speaking, he turned around and left with Ruby, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. The 7 girls watched Bubble and Ruby leave quietly, feeling inexplicably relieved. Although they knew that Bubble and the other guy would not hurt them, they still felt inexplicably nervous. After a long while, Sister Lee finally spoke. "Let's go. Remember, don't say anything that you shouldn't. It's better to be a mute than to cause unnecessary trouble because of a momentary negligence. You don't want to be hit by that red light, do you?" There was a hint of warning in her voice, and it was obvious that she was still afraid of the laser gun in Ruby's hand. Yeah. The other 6 women nodded repeatedly, recalling the tragic scene of corpses all over the ground in the previous battle, and they couldn't help shuddering. That scene made them deeply understand what horror was. Chapter 33, Self-Recommendation. At 11:30 p.m., the night was dark, and Bubble and Ruby appeared at the door of My Feng's house. Without the burden of others, the two of them returned in more than 3 hours less than the time it took to get to the shelter. My Feng welcomed Bubble and Ruby into the house. Seeing that they were safe and sound, he felt relieved. He asked with concern, "Did you encounter any trouble on the way back?" Without Sister Lee's message, My Feng knew nothing about Bubble and Ruby's return trip. Although he knew the power of laser guns, in this world full of unknowns, it is easy to block an open gun, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. He was worried that something might happen to these two capable assistants. When Bubble heard what My Feng said, he felt warm in his heart and said softly, "Commander, we are fine. We are safe on the way back." Ruby patted his laser gun and said confidently, "Don't worry, Commander. Even if there are criminals, they will be unlucky." After hearing this, My Feng frowned slightly and said seriously, "Ruby, don't underestimate the enemy. If they can't beat us, they might play dirty tricks." Ruby was a little unconvinced but still replied, "Maybe, but I trust the gun in my hand." Seeing this, My Feng didn't say anything more and told them to eat something quickly. Bubble and Ruby didn't hesitate. Although as clones, they could usually maintain their strength with one meal, but today they had gone out in the snow and wind, which consumed much more energy than before. Now, they were really hungry. While Bubble and Ruby were having dinner, My Feng prepared sleeping bags and folding beds for NCU and 8 other women and distributed them one by one. Although there were no soft beds, the women had no complaints. Compared with the hardships they had experienced in the past, this place was simply a safe haven in their hearts. My Feng cleared his throat, organized his words, and said, "Ahem, you all know how chaotic the situation outside is right now. In order to prevent night attacks, we need to arrange for people to keep watch." "Okay, my Abu, Commander." And CU was the first to respond, with a hint of respect and trust in her voice. My Feng was very satisfied with CU's cleverness, so he gave her the task of arranging the night watch. "Shall you? Let you organize this." As soon as these words came out, CU's status instantly stood out among the crowd. Her eyes lit up and she agreed repeatedly. "Okay, Commander." Other women secretly regretted not being able to seize the opportunity. My Feng looked at CU's excitement and was worried about her lack of experience, so he reminded her, "You don't need too many people. Divide into 2 groups, 2 people in each group. That's enough. You can ask Ruby for advice. He has a lot of experience." And CU agreed, but Ruby on the side raised an objection. "Commander, they are all newbies. Let me take care of the night watch." After hearing this, although CU was unhappy, she just looked at Ruby silently. My Feng shook his head and insisted, "Ruby, you can't do everything for them. You have to teach them. This is also part of growing up." Ruby scratched her head and said, "I'm not really good at teaching people." At this time, Bubble proposed a solution. "Commander, how about this tonight? Ruby will take 2 people to guard the first half of the night, and I will take 2 more in the second half of the night. It's a good idea to teach by example." My Feng thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Then it's settled." And CU immediately expressed her opinion. "Then I will be the first one to guard the first half of the night. I am not afraid of difficulties." There was a spirit of not admitting defeat in her tone. My Feng smiled and nodded to show his support. And CU tiptoed to My Feng's side and asked in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Brother Mai, would you like to consider asking the sisters to take turns to keep watch for you and warm your bed?" My Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The 8 women in front of him were all good-looking. It would be great if one of them could warm his bed for him. But he quickly put this idea out of his mind. He was not some corrupt official named Yin who could not sleep without a woman to warm his bed. He quickly adjusted his mentality and became serious. "Xiaoyu, you misunderstood. I am not that kind of person." And Siyu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He seemed to be worried that his proposal had angered My Feng and asked nervously, "Brother Mai, are you disliking us?" Seeing this, My Feng quickly waved his hand to clarify. "No, each of you is very outstanding. It's just that I think the relationship between us should be based on mutual respect and equality. I don't need and will not use your loyalty to do anything against your will. I feel deeply honored and responsible that you chose to trust me and join this shelter." After hearing this, and Siyu's cheeks turned slightly red, but she continued bravely. Brother Mai, we really want to. In this chaotic world, it is not easy to find a safe home. We are willing to do more for this family. My Feng smiled gently, his eyes full of understanding and gratitude. I understand your intentions, but a real home should be a place where everyone can live freely and equally. I have seen your loyalty and courage, and I remember them in my heart. Please believe that I will do my best to protect everyone. He paused and said more firmly, the relationship between us should be based on mutual understanding, trust, and respect. I don't need you to express your loyalty in this way. Your existence itself is the greatest support for me. I hope we can face difficulties together and move forward hand in hand like a family. After hearing what my Feng said, and Siyu's eyes reddened slightly. She didn't expect my Feng to refuse so firmly and give such a profound and warm answer. She bit her lower lip lightly and finally smiled with relief. Brother Mai, I understand. I was too superficial and didn't understand your true intention. Thank you for making us feel unprecedented respect and warmth. In the future, I will study harder, improve my abilities, and contribute my own strength to the shelter. The other women also nodded in agreement and support. They were moved by my Feng's words and deeds and became more determined to follow him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the shelter became unusually harmonious and warm, as if an invisible force brought everyone together. After saying some things that he would never say normally and reluctantly turning down the offers of Siyu and others to sleep with him, my Feng hurried back to his bedroom to rest. He knew that if he stayed in the living room any longer, he might agree out of a moment of weakness. If that were the case, what would be the difference between him and that thug named Wang? He couldn't let himself fall to that level. In this apocalypse, my Feng hopes to build a shelter where everyone can be respected and have their values recognized, rather than a refuge that relies on power and physical relationships. While lying in bed, my Feng was awakened by a reminder sound. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the happiness knocks on the door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them now? Chapter 34 New Blueprint, Magical Crops. I almost forgot about this. My Feng jumped up from the bed suddenly. He was a little upset because Siyu and others suddenly offered themselves to him. For a moment, he even forgot that the happy moment of opening the blind box every day had arrived. Yes. As the words fell, 3 blind boxes flashing white light appeared in front of my Feng. When he saw the size of the blind box, a hint of subtle disappointment flashed across my Feng's eyes. Another day without a hibernation chamber. My Feng muttered to himself. In fact, he still hoped that a hibernation chamber could be found in the blind box. After all, from spending a few days with Ruby and Bubbles, I can see that the clones are excellent talents both in combat and in shelter construction. Although Siyu and 8 other people have just joined the shelter, as Ruby said, they're all novices and it will take some time to learn and adapt if they want to become qualified talents. Therefore, we still have to rely on clones now, and they are loyal and safe to use. My Feng opened the blind box and saw that it was full of blueprints. Congratulations, you have obtained a thermal insulation brick blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a quick sleep bed blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a small black hole storage box blueprint. When my Feng saw the insulation bricks, his eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Insulation brick. 400 units of, or are needed to make it. It is used to build the walls and floors of the room, reduce the heat transfer between the walls, and maintain the ambient heat in the area. Note, the specific insulation effect depends on the raw materials used. In this cold environment, even underground shelters can hardly avoid the transmission of low temperatures above ground. This insulating brick requires a lot of mineral materials to make, but when using it to build an underground shelter, the walls and the floor can be insulated, and there is no need to worry about the cold air from outside seeping in. My Feng feels so happy. He had noticed this blueprint in the Survival Point Mall, but because the price was as high as 400 survival points, he had never made up his mind to buy it. He had always hoped that his talent could bring about this blueprint, and today his dream came true. As for the other 2 blueprints, although they are not as valuable as insulation bricks, they are also quite practical. Quick sleeping bed. Construction requires 100 units of wood. This bed not only allows people to fall asleep quickly, but also allows users with insomnia to enjoy a peaceful sleep and eliminate the user's backache condition. Note, this bed is not a treatment device and has limited treatment effects. If the condition is serious, please seek help from a doctor. The importance of a bed is self-evident. Although the folding bed and sleeping bag he bought can temporarily solve the problem, in the long run, having a proper bed is crucial to improving the quality of life. Moreover, this bed can also cure minor ailments such as insomnia and back pain, making it undoubtedly a must-have item for home. Small black hole storage box. Construction requires 400 units of metal or mineral materials. This storage box has a huge space inside and can store a large amount of supplies. Note: liquids and gases cannot be stored. Storage boxes are simply the black technology in the storage world. As he sold the wood stoves over the next few days, the shelter's materials piled up, and as he dug deeper, the shelter's stockpile of materials would increase further. These materials not only take up space, but also make people feel uncomfortable if placed randomly. After all, a messy living environment will also make people feel uncomfortable. With this high-tech storage box, he could free up a lot of space and provide more possibilities for the future development of the shelter. The next morning, the first thing my phone did when he woke up was to find Pow Pow and tell her about the new drawings before she went to bed. These blueprints are all pretty good. Just give them to Ruby. He has a lot of experience in building shelters. Bubble gave the suggestion calmly. My phone nodded and asked, "What crops do you think are suitable to grow in our shelter?" Bubble smiled slightly, as if he had already planned it. "I've thought about this a long time ago. The current environment is most suitable for growing featherleaf fruit potato. It is very cold resistant and can survive dozens of degrees below zero. Moreover, the fertilizer it needs is abundant on Earth." Fertilizer? What fertilizer? My phone asked curiously. "Alcohol or ethanol. The higher the concentration, the better the effect." Bubble replied with a smile. "What?" My phone was stunned when he heard this. He never thought there would be such crops that use wine as fertilizer. Bubble looked at his surprised expression and continued. "I only knew about the uses of ethanol on this planet when I heard Sisterly talk about it. Where I used to work, ethanol was often used to irrigate plants and occasionally as fuel. I didn't expect that people here actually drink it. I'm quite curious about what you think." As she spoke, she looked at my phone with curiosity. My phone was a little embarrassed by the question. He himself didn't like drinking, and he couldn't understand the thoughts of those drunkards, so he had to quickly bring the topic back. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. How much ethanol does this plant need in a day?" "One weighs about 15 kilograms. Bubble replied calmly. "So much?" My phone was shocked. He had no idea. He only knew that the wines he usually saw in the supermarket were sold by the bottle, and each bottle weighed only a few hundred to a kilogram. Now Bubble told him that one featherleaf fruit potato weighed 15 kilograms of ethanol. It was like it was grown in a wine vat. Although it consumes a lot, the rewards are also great. With the help of planting boxes, we can harvest a crop in 9 days, and each time we can produce food equivalent to 4,000 calories. The cost effectiveness is very high. Pow Pow explained. 4,000 calories in just 9 days? My phone exclaimed. He had expected that high input would result in high output, but this result still shocked him. "Yes, this amount is enough for 2 people to eat for a day." Bubble replied calmly. "Let me do the math." My phone tried to do the math himself. One fruit is harvested once every 9 days, and 15 kilograms of ethanol is produced every day. The output is enough for 2 people, but there are 11 people here. He scratched his head as he spoke. This account gave him a headache. "Commander, don't worry, I've already calculated it. If we plant 50 of these featherleaf potatoes, we won't have to worry about food anymore." Bubble said easily. 50 pills? Wouldn't that mean 750 kilograms of ethanol will be consumed every day? My phone was about to collapse. This was not a kind of food at all. It was simply an ethanol-consuming machine. He suddenly felt that it was quite normal for people on Earth to drink wine as a beverage, but it was really unbelievable that they used ethanol as fertilizer. Chapter 35, Ethanol Distiller. 750 kilograms of ethanol per day? Wouldn't that be more alcohol? The ethanol content of general alcohol is about 70% to 75%, which means he needs more than 1,000 kilograms of alcohol to meet the demand. Even for industrial alcohol, which has a higher concentration, such demand is still a huge challenge. He couldn't help but ask himself, where would he get a whole ton of alcohol? Zhu Ming, could they provide any help? With an urgent mood, my phone quickly sent a message to Zhu Ming to inquire. "Send warm wheat." "Excuse me, do you have any ethanol reserves? Industrial alcohol or liquor will do." Zhu Ming. "Ethanol? Yes, I do, but how much do you want?" "Sending warm wheat. Industrial alcohol requires 1 ton a day, and liquor requires 2 tons. Zhu Ming, what? Are you serious? Why do you need so many strategic materials? Wheat for warmth. Strategic material? When did ethanol become a strategic material? Zhu Ming. It wasn't like that before, but it is now. Industrial alcohol can be used as fuel, and white wine can be used for heating. You understand what the environment is like outside now, right? Sending warmth with wheat. Don't we have a wood stove? It can keep you warm for several hours. Zhu Ming. Wood stoves are not omnipotent. This matter is complicated. I can give you a small amount, but your amount is too large. Sending warm wheat. Okay, I understand. After the conversation with Zhu Ming, my phone felt a little helpless. How could he solve this thorny problem when even the government was unwilling to provide large quantities of strategic materials? My phone opened the Survival Point Mall and saw that the price of ethanol was the same as that of water, 1 survival point for 1 kilogram. But this is just the surface price. The second purchase will require 2 survival points. Seeing this, my Feng's heart completely sank. There was simply no solution. It was obviously a loss to use survival points to buy ethanol. It would be more practical to buy food directly. Besides the edible feather-leaved fruit potato, are there any other plants that can be grown? My phone was unwilling to give up and continued to ask Bubble. Bubble patiently explained, yes, there are, but they all need fertilizers for planting. For example, frost wheat needs irrigation water and soil, and spiny shell fruit bushes need phosphorus fertilizer. Other plants also have it, but they are not cold resistant. My phone frowned. Water and phosphate fertilizer were resources that the shelter lacked. There was ice and snow outside, but with the previous experience of ethanol, the demand for water would surely be considerable. This was not something that could be solved by melting the ice and snow outside the house. Is there any way to use only soil and no sunlight? We have insulating bricks, so we don't have to limit ourselves to cold-resistant plants. He proposed a new idea. Bubble thought for a while and said, there's a kind of lily tree. It consumes 10 kilograms of soil a day and is harvested every 3 days. It consumes 600 calories each time and can grow as long as the temperature is kept above 10 degrees. But there was hesitation in her voice. But what? My phone asked curiously. The lichen wood sounded like a good choice. It had a short cycle, and the materials were readily available, although the output was a little lower. But the rice lice taste really hard to swallow and very disgusting. Compared with what we have eaten these days, it is a world of difference. As Bubble said this, his body trembled involuntarily, obviously recalling some bad experience. My phone was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect there would be such a problem. All the food he knew was delicious, and he had never had the concept of bad taste. Oh, this? He was a little embarrassed, but finally decided. Then let's plant 2 trees to test it out. You go to bed early, and I'll go to Ruby to discuss digging an underground shelter. Wait, Commander, if you are worried about the source of ethanol, we can make it ourselves. Bubble tried to persuade her. She really didn't want to eat disgusting food like rice lice anymore. Homemade ethanol? My phone was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, how do we do it specifically? We don't have the materials or the equipment here. I don't have the equipment, but I know you have a way to obtain blueprints, Commander. See if you can find the blueprint for a device called ethanol distiller. Bubble smiled slyly and then said, if you can, the ethanol problem can be easily solved. Let me see. My phone was silent for a moment when he saw this. After all, he didn't hide from Pow Pow and the others when he opened the blind box, so it was natural that he would be noticed. He opened the Survival Point Mall again and started searching and finally found the ethanol distiller equipment blueprint that Bubble mentioned among the many equipment blueprints. Ethanol distiller. 200 units of metal materials are required to build it. It can convert wood into ethanol at a rate of 2 units of wood into 1 kilogram of ethanol. It requires an external power supply with a rated power of 240 watts. Note, in addition to ethanol, it also produces byproducts such as polluted soil and carbon dioxide. Seeing this, my phone understood why Bubble said that with this blueprint, the problem could be easily solved. The raw material is wood, which is 1/10 of the price of ethanol, but the conversion efficiency reaches 2 to 1, which is really outrageous. That's the price for 100 survival points. My phone felt a little painful, but after thinking about it, he decided to buy it. My phone has considered growing crops from earth and planting boxes, but crops like rice, corn, and potatoes all rely on sunlight to grow. His underground shelter plan was destined to be without sunlight. Even if he could install ceiling lights to provide light, it would be nothing compared to the sunlight. Not to mention the growth cycles and fertilizer requirements of these crops, which require a lot of resources. Whether it is the sedge tree or the feather-leaved fruit tree, They seem to be tailor-made for a shelter. They do not require sunlight and can grow as long as there is enough fertilizer. They are simply a miracle crop in the apocalypse. What's even more coincidental is that the hundreds of tons of soil that Ruby dug out during the excavation came in handy now, and the wood was not expensive on the trading platform. As for the taste of these two foods, it is no longer the primary consideration in this doomsday, where survival is paramount. If it's really hard to swallow, think of it as a backup food for special times. Or he could grow them and sell them to people who don't have grow boxes, like those who live in high-rise buildings and don't have the access to the soil and ethanol he does to grow sedge and yam. He believed that as long as the price was right, those guys would be willing to exchange delicious canned food or other food for food that tasted a little worse but was larger in quantity and filling. He decided that no matter what, he would try to grow these two crops to provide a source of food for the residents of the shelter. If handled properly, it might even become a second business opportunity. Chapter 36. Restroom Crisis. After deciding on the plans to be planted, my phone asked Pow Pow to rest quickly, while he went to find Ruby, who was teaching others how to keep watch at night. My phone was very pleased to see this scene. Although Ruby said that she would not teach anyone, she still carried out the orders given by my phone meticulously. Ruby, are you free? My phone walked forward and asked. Good morning, Commander. I have just finished sharing my experience on Night Watch. Ruby replied respectfully. Okay, very good. Come with me now, and I'll give you a new task. My phone said with a smile. Okay, Commander, Ruby nodded, and the other women followed suit. My phone glanced at them and said nothing more. Instead, he gave Ruby the design drawings of the insulation bricks, beds, lockers, and ethanol distiller. This is the latest blueprint. Take a look first. Ruby took a quick glance and stored it in his laser gun, then asked, Commander, where are these devices going to be built? My phone began to explain. First, replace the outermost soil of the underground shelter with insulation bricks. He described in detail the plan he had discussed with Bubble. They agreed that the preliminary design of the underground shelter would have 3 floors, each 4 meters high, with a 1 meter thick floor between each floor, for a total height of 16 meters. The middle is separated by a ladder, and the 2 sides have different functions. On the first floor, people live on the left, and the canteen and power room are on the right. This way we are closer to the ground, so we can react quickly if anything happens, and the air is better too. On the second floor, the toilet and water treatment area are on the left, and the kitchen and food storage area is on the right. Although the specific design of the toilet and kitchen has not yet been determined, the space has been reserved. On the third layer, on the left side are planted aloe vera that can absorb carbon dioxide, and on the right side are edible spatholobe and yam trees. I understand roughly, but where is the ethanol still? Ruby asked. My phone thought about it and said, then dig another layer and put it under the farm. This is the safest way. Okay, then we can build the power room and fix the lighting today, and then work will go much more smoothly in the future, Ruby suggested. My phone nodded, thinking this was a good idea. Okay, then the bedroom. It's not a long-term solution to always have everyone squeezed into a living room. At this time, and CU asked cautiously, Leader, can I have a small suggestion? What suggestions? Tell me about it. My phone looked at her curiously. Well, I was thinking, can we build a bathroom first? We can wait for the bedroom. And CU said a little shyly. Bathroom? My phone was stunned for a moment when he heard the suggestion, but he quickly reacted. His house originally had 2 bathrooms, but in order to build an underground shelter, one of them was demolished, leaving only one. Now there are suddenly 8 more people, and the bathroom is suddenly not enough. Especially now that it's freezing cold. The water in the sewers has frozen. The situation in the bathroom can be described as a disaster scene. This was also My Feng's negligence. He only considered arranging food and accommodation for the newcomers, but forgot about the bathroom. Okay, the bathroom first. Ruby, you are in charge of this. My phone made the decision immediately. But the problem is, we don't have the design drawings of the bathroom. Ruby looked embarrassed. I'll think of a way with the design. You take people to the power room and solve the lighting problem first. My phone said as he handed his laser gun to Ruby. Okay. Ruby took the gun and turned to Zhu Xiaona, the newcomer who just arrived yesterday, and said, Xiaona, come with me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaona immediately nodded and followed. She was a first-level miner with B-level talent, and she was very fast at digging the soil, which came in handy. My phone was very confident in Zhu Xiaona because Ruby's laser gun was an enhanced version, while his own was a basic model that could not hurt anyone. Seeing that Ruby and the others had started to get busy, he opened the survival point mall, spent 3 points to buy 2 spathiphyllum seeds, and gave them to Kong Shuqiong. who was in charge of planting. Xiao Qiong, try planting these 2 seeds. My phone carefully reminded, 1 seed needs 10 kilograms of soil a day, and the temperature needs to be kept above 10 degrees. It is best to put a wood stove next to the planting box to ensure that they can grow in a suitable environment. Got it. I'll do it right away. Kong Shuqiong took the seeds and went to work. After asking the other women to go outside with buckets to collect ice and snow, my phone opened the survival point store again. After a careful search, my phone purchased 3 crucial blueprints from the survival point mall. Powerful flush toilet. Construction requires 400 units of metal materials. It uses powerful rotation to crush any excrement and only outputs polluted water. Note: please wash your hands in time after defecation. E. coli warning. Sterilization hand washing sink. Construction requires 400 units of metal materials and can wash away germs on the user's hands. Note: the washed germs will remain in the water outlet pipe. Please dispose of them properly. Ruthless liquid pump. Construction requires 400 units of metal materials, can extract any liquid, including molten lava, requires an external power supply, and has a rated power of 240 watts. Note: although it can extract any liquid, it may overheat and be damaged or melted. All these combined, my Feng's 500 survival points were gone, leaving less than 200 points in his pocket. He originally wanted to take a shower or a bathtub, but his wallet wouldn't allow it. He could only buy these necessities first, and other facilities could only be considered later. Fortunately, he still had the blueprints for insulated pipes and water purifiers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to build even a basic toilet. My Feng handed the newly purchased blueprints to Ruby and said, "I'll leave these to you. Build a few more toilets. They will be useful when there are more people in the future." Upon hearing this, Ruby asked, "Commander, where is the blueprint for the reservoir? Without it, we have to dig a pond to store the contaminated water." My Feng scratched his head and replied, "It's almost there, don't worry." "Okay," Ruby responded and didn't ask any more questions. He knew that my Feng would handle everything. As soon as noon arrived, my Feng quickly collected 10 survival points from the 8 women in the shelter. Adding his own, he made up a total of 200 points and immediately purchased the blueprint of the liquid reservoir. Liquid storage. Construction requires 400 units of metal materials, can store up to 5 tons of liquid, and can pass disinfectants to disinfect the liquid. Note: it is best not to store different liquids to avoid mixing. Water is pumped out from the liquid pump and passed into the wash basin and flush toilet. The removed polluted water is passed into the water purifier. The purified water is passed into the liquid storage reservoir for disinfection. After disinfection, it is passed into the wash basin and flush toilet. A basic water circulation system is completed. Chapter 37. Survive a week. Sudden events. Please read. Just as my Feng and Ruby were getting ready to work hard and start building the bathroom, Bubble, who had just finished a break, came over to join in the fun and join their discussion. "Commander," Bubble said bluntly, "there are some areas in your design that need improvement." My Feng did not show any displeasure, but humbly asked, "Oh, what's the problem? Tell me about it." He knew he was not a professional architect, so he was happy to get other people's opinions. Bubble smiled slightly and began to explain her opinion. First, the water from the toilet and sink should be circulated separately. Even if the water purifier can treat the polluted water, if they're mixed together, people may feel uncomfortable psychologically. Also, we don't have disinfection equipment now, so there is no need to include water storage facilities in the water circulation system. A separate place can be set up to store excess water generated by flush toilets. Because this water does not need to be directly contacted, it can be used even without disinfection. Finally, don't forget to reserve space for the shower room. This way, if you need to remodel it in the future, it will be much more convenient. Pow Pow made 3 suggestions in one breath and introduced some basic water treatment knowledge to my phone. For example, the polluted water produced by flush toilets is black water, which contains a large number of pathogens such as E. coli. Even if it is purified by a water purifier, it still needs to be disinfected before it can be recycled. Of course, in special circumstances, purified but not sterilized water can be used directly. The polluted water produced by the wash basin, i.e. gray water, contains relatively few pathogens. After being treated by a water purifier, it can be directly recycled. Pow Pow also stressed that water purifiers for treating black water and gray water should be set up separately and cannot be built together. After listening to Bubble's explanation, my phone was filled with emotion. Even in the end times, he found that he still needed to constantly learn new knowledge in order to adapt to this ever-changing world. Oh, by the way, I'm also thinking about digging another layer under the third underground floor and placing an ethanol distiller there. Is that a problem? My phone shared his new idea with Pow Pow. Bubble frowned slightly and responded seriously. It's okay in the short term, but it's problematic in the long term. Why do you say that? My phone asked puzzledly. He had full confidence in Payapayo's professional knowledge. Pow Pow explained in detail. When the ethanol distiller is working, it will produce carbon dioxide. The temperature of this carbon dioxide is not low. In addition, the machine itself will also generate heat during use. There may not be any problems in the short term, but over a long period of time, the farm above may be affected. Especially for the feathery potato, it is very sensitive to temperature. Once the temperature is not suitable, its growth will be hindered. When my phone heard this, he suddenly realized, yes, why didn't I think of this? What should I do then? There was a hint of anxiety in his tone. Bubble pondered for a moment and proposed a solution. We can consider installing a temperature control system, but this requires a lot of resources. Alternatively, we can separate the distiller and the farm a little further away to avoid them affecting each other. My phone sighed. He didn't have many survival points left. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, temperature control system, take your time. Resources are tight right now. Let's separate if we want. With the addition of bubbles, the construction of the underground shelter was much faster because there was more command and fewer mistakes were made. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was midnight. They not only completed the power room and the lighting systems on the first and second floors, but also built 4 toilets. 2 independent water purifiers, one for treating the wastewater from the restroom, and the other for treating the wastewater from the wash basin. What surprised my phone even more was that these water purifiers were made of readily available materials such as sand and charcoal, which were both economical and practical, saving my phone a lot of survival points. When my phone announced that the toilet in the shelter had been completed, and CU and the others cheered. All day long, they had to go to the next door residential building in the wind and snow to find a toilet for their personal hygiene needs. Now they finally don't have to suffer this anymore. At midnight, my phone received another 3 blind boxes. To his disappointment, there was still no dormant warehouse. Perhaps knowing that my phone was building an underground shelter, the blind box contained a laser gun and 2 new blueprints. Congratulations, you have obtained a universal laser gun. Congratulations, you have obtained a shower cubicle blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a universal floor tile blueprint. Universal floor tiles. Construction requires 100 units of wood/ice and snow materials. You can use various materials to make different floor tiles, which is simple and practical. Note, floor tiles made of different materials will inherit the characteristics of the original materials. For example, floor tiles made of ice and snow will melt when the ambient temperature is above 0 degrees. Self-adjusting shower cubicle. It takes 400 units of metal materials to build and can adjust the water temperature, 0 to 50 degrees, to eliminate the user's fatigue. Note, this device does not have filtering and disinfection functions, so please do not urinate or defecate while during the shower. My phone was speechless when he saw the notes on the shower cubicle. Who would do this and even mark it out specially? Rolling his eyes, my phone threw the blueprint to Ruby and went to bed. The next day was another day of work. The construction of the underground shelter did not stop, and there was not even time to stop and upgrade the 2 newly acquired laser guns. At noon, just when my phone thought that today would be another ordinary day of obtaining 10 survival points, an accident happened. Congratulations to everyone for surviving a week. It has been a week since the launch of the shelter game. The I Am the Commander event is now open. Sign up to participate. When my phone heard this, he was shocked. Then, the mysterious voice continued. A week ago, all armed forces on Earth, including the Army, police, mercenaries, etc., had been moved out of the Earth and were in hibernation in the spacecraft's hibernation chamber. After a week, the spacecraft has flown over a planet and is about to drop onto the planet to carry out mining. This sudden news stunned my phone, and he suddenly recalled something that happened before. When Mr. Wong planned to attack the official shelter, my phone revealed the information to Zhu Ming, hoping to use their power to eliminate the threat. But the result was that due to insufficient security at the official shelter, Wong's group managed to escape with only 1 loss. Now, my phone finally understood the reason behind it. It turned out that all the official armed forces were transferred to the spacecraft, leaving only some civilian personnel on Earth. This also explains why official shelters are undersecured. Before my phone had time to analyze the situation carefully, the mysterious voice sounded again. Players who sign up for the event will be given command of a team, build a temporary base on the planet, and after mining enough, they will receive generous rewards. Chapter 38. Activities where risks and opportunities coexist. Please read on. Squad Commander? How to command? How many people are there in the team? My phone was confused after hearing the announcement. Didn't they say that these people were not on Earth? How could they be given orders? For a moment, everyone who heard the announcement was as confused as my phone. But soon, the mysterious voice gave the answer. After registering, players will unlock an exclusive interface to keep track of the team's dynamics in real time and can directly issue commands and remotely direct actions. The initial team size is set to 3 people, and the members are randomly selected from the elite armed forces of the player's country. Each member is equipped with a universal laser gun with basic technology blueprints, 3-day rations, and oxygen supply. In addition, the player also has the option of funding the development of the team. After the team builds the mini portal, they can make an important decision every day, whether to summon new members to join with only laser guns or to obtain scarce supplies. In the material selection, the team can keep one of the 3 options, and the other 2 belong to the player. If a member dies, the player will be punished. If one member dies, the player will lose 100 survival points. The player's balance is allowed to be negative. If the second member dies, 200 survival points will be deducted, and so on. This mission: dig 100 tons of abyss crystal. Ranking is based on completion time. The first place has the most generous reward, and the rewards decrease in order. The specific rewards will not be announced yet. Limited time registration begins. No more registration will be accepted after the countdown ends. 10, 9. When my phone saw this, his pupils shrank. This activity is not easy. It feels like there are pitfalls everywhere. There are 3 people in the team. If all of them die, 600 survival points will be deducted, but it is unknown what rewards can be obtained. Initially, there are only 3 days of rations and oxygen. If food cannot be found in time, the player will have to fund the team himself, which is equivalent to asking the player to spend money himself. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people are having a hard time themselves, so why should they provide supplies to support others far away on other planets? A mess of thoughts flashed through my Feng's mind. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, my phone decisively chose to register. As the countdown reached 0, my phone felt relieved, and he let out a breath. Have you signed up? He turned around and glanced gently at the other women in the shelter who were eligible to register. No. Me too. I think it's too complicated. Well, we won't participate. Although the women's voices were different, their answers were surprisingly consistent. They all chose to maintain the status quo and were unwilling to embark on this unknown adventure. Can you tell me why? My phone asked curiously, and Siyu lowered her head slightly. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She gently handed the 10 survival points she had accumulated to my phone and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, I just think this matter is quite complicated and not suitable for me. It is better for me to stay in the shelter and do my job well. I will feel more at ease. Other women also responded. Some handed over their survival points, while others expressed their support and trust in my phone with their eyes and smiles. They all expressed their willingness to contribute to the stability of the shelter rather than taking risks. Okay, I respect your choice. He understood the women's thoughts. After all, in this crisis-ridden world, stability and security are more important than anything else. Moreover, the shelter's current material situation is still good, so there is no need to take risks for uncertain returns. The reason why he chose to participate in this event was that his daily life in the shelter was relatively leisurely and he needed some new challenges to enrich himself. Bubble is in charge of command and planning, while Ruby is in charge of the specific work. He usually doesn't have much work to do, and he was so bored in the morning that he went to watch the live broadcasts of various anchors. Secondly, this activity is obviously an opportunity. Putting aside the final ranking experience, if you do not choose to add new members, you can get 2 supplies every day. Although you don't know what the supplies are yet, it can also increase some sources of supply for the shelter. The commander's exclusive interface has been opened. Please check it yourself. The mysterious voice interrupted my Fang's thoughts again, and he quickly clicked on the so-called exclusive interface to check it out. As soon as the interface opened, a white light came towards him. In a trance, he seemed to hear a certain voice. XX start. When vision returned, a huge spaceship appeared on the screen, throwing dots of white light towards a planet, just like dropping dumplings. The camera zoomed in, and the white light turned into 3 metal balls in the shape of regular polyhedrons, which landed steadily in the snow. Immediately afterwards, with a few puffs, 3 people in space suits walked out of the metal ball. Is this their personal lander? My phone muttered to himself, but the other party seemed not to hear him and was busy disassembling the lander, compressing the materials, and carrying them with him. The 3 men were obviously acquainted with each other for a long time. After a brief exchange, they began digging, building ladders as they dug, and did not stop until they had dug more than 20 meters underground. They turned a corner, dug out a 4 by 4 by 4 cave, and then worked together to build an arch with handles using the materials they had brought. After it was built, a man stepped forward and pulled the handle of the arch for a while. A white light lit up on the arch. At the same time, a strange man's voice sounded in my Feng's mind. "Hello, can you hear me?" My phone was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "If you can hear me, you must be my team members, right?" The man was very excited when he heard my Feng's voice. After a long while, he said, "Yes. Excuse me. Are you on Earth?" "Yes, that's right." My phone affirmed. Hearing my Feng's answer, he immediately became excited. The other 2 were also excited and started talking to each other. "That's great. I didn't expect that we could actually contact Earth. The guy who kidnapped us didn't lie." "Calm down. How do you know if the guy on the other side is lying?" "That's right, Captain. Hurry up and ask him something that only exists on Earth to confirm it." "Then what should I ask?" "Maybe hundreds of years have passed on Earth. Didn't that guy say we have been dormant?" "Don't worry. Let me think about how to ask." My phone did not interrupt their conversation and let them discuss it. After a long while, the team leader asked, "Hello. What year is it on Earth now?" "May 8th, 2024. My phone answered directly. "What? We've only been away for 7 days, and we're already in this damn place? This is unbelievable. Tell me, what's the situation on Earth now?" The man shouted in disbelief. Chapter 39. Warhawk Squad, please read. The situation on Earth is in chaos. A mysterious force has started a doomsday game, causing the Earth to become bitterly cold. The weather in May feels like being in an ice cellar, with heavy snow, hail, and tornadoes. The authorities lack sufficient power to control the situation, and the people are in panic, with everyone in danger. After hearing this, the team members were stunned at first, and then they talked a lot and were very excited. "What? This is ridiculous. I thought being abducted by aliens was crazy enough, but I didn't expect that my home planet is even crazier. Technology is failing. Natural disasters are happening all the time. It's like a scene from a movie. We are already controlled by alien forces. What else can we not accept?" Yes, it doesn't seem to be a big deal when you think about it this way. After some discussion, the 3 gradually calmed down and turned to my phone. "Sorry, we were too excited just now and left you aside," the team leader said with a hint of apology. "It's okay, I understand how you feel." My phone was quite calm. If you put yourself in their shoes, if he was kidnapped to an alien planet, he would definitely not be able to be as calm as these 3 people. Then let's get back to the topic and discuss this mission. As far as we know, the captain was about to start, but was interrupted by my phone. "Wait a minute, before we go into deeper discussion, can you please let me get to know you all first?" My phone suggested. The team leader was stunned for a moment, then said, Okay, it's our fault. My name is Zhenaing. I'm the team leader, and my activated talent is A-level, speedy legs, which makes me run very fast." The other 2 followed suit and introduced themselves. "My name is Zhang Lang, and my talent is A-level, strong king, which greatly enhances my strength." "My name is Zhan Hu, and my talent is A-level, master architect, which greatly increases the speed of various building equipment." My phone felt a little surprised when listening to the 3 people's self-introductions. He didn't know whether these 3 people were using real names or nicknames, but it didn't matter. It was just a name. What my phone cared about was their talent. It turns out that all of these 3 people have A-level talents, which makes them very suitable for the mining job. I don't know if it's because of his good luck, or if the same is true for all the team members assigned to him. My phone said in a deep voice, "Okay, I understand. You can call me Brother Chaihua, or just call me Commander. Now, tell me the details of this mission in detail." Warhawk took over the conversation with a hint of worry in his tone. "In fact, the information we have is limited. Our target is a mineral called abyssal crystal, which is widely found deep underground. It is extremely hard and 60% harder than diamond. Even if we have high-tech equipment such as laser guns, excavation work is still full of challenges, not to mention the huge amount of mining required by the mission." My phone pondered for a moment and said, "I understand. Your most urgent task at the moment is to build a temporary base. It is unrealistic to complete the goal within 3 days. You need a stable source of food and oxygen. After finding the location of the Abyss Crystal, you can increase manpower for mining. War Eagle responded in agreement. Yes, we thought so too. I can sponsor some supplies and blueprints for you. You can see what you need. As he said that, my phone told the 3 members of Zhang Ing about the supplies and blueprints he had on hand. The 3 War Eagles were overjoyed upon hearing this, and immediately discussed with my phone how to build a temporary base. Half an hour later, my phone invested a complete set of toilet water circulation equipment in the War Eagle squad, left them to slowly build a temporary base by themselves, and closed the commander interface. My phone opened the communication platform and found that almost all the latest posts were related to current activities. He browsed the posts and found many complaints and discussions. Oh, I'm so naughty. I shouldn't have signed up for this activity. Now the team members are asking me for various supplies, but I can't provide any of them. Yeah, how come these soldiers can't endure hardship? I can barely make ends meet myself. How can I have the energy to support them? You guys are just trying to take advantage. You can't even take care of yourself? And you still want to command others to complete the mission? I did provide them with some food, but you should just pray that no one in your team dies. The place where my team landed is simply perfect. There are edible animals all around, and there is plenty of water. The captain even said he would send me some. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without photos, I don't believe it. The evidence you want is here. See for yourself. When my phone saw this post, he was shocked. He thought it was just a prank by someone, but he didn't expect there were real screenshots. He clicked on the post out of curiosity and found that the other party had uploaded more than a dozen screenshots, each of which confirmed the authenticity of the content of the post. In the screenshot, 2 women and 1 man in spacesuits are walking through a dense forest, with clear water sources and groups of purple boars coming into view. This made my phone feel a little frustrated. As the commander of the Warhawk Squadron, he had looked down at the situation near the base from a high altitude. Although there were fresh water resources, there were few trees and animals. This means that his team needs to spend more time searching for resources. While other teams may have already started looking for Abyss crystals, his team still has to worry about basic survival issues. After closing the post in frustration, my phone checked the live broadcast rooms of those anchors as usual. He found that many anchors had signed up for the event and were chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Some were talking about what supplies they had sponsored for the team, and some were talking about what mission routes they had planned for the team. Come to think of it, this is normal. After all, these guys all like to take advantage of traffic. This activity is obviously a high-risk and high-return activity. Participating in the event can also attract a wave of audience traffic. Why not do it? When my phone saw the live broadcast room of Pineapple Hippo, he was stunned for a moment because he found that there were fewer viewers in the room, and the fat girl, Pineapple Hippo, was still singing as usual, with no intention of discussing the event at all. Could it be that this little fat girl didn't sign up for the event? This thought flashed through my Fang's mind. He carefully looked at the comments sent by the audience and found that they all regretted that the host did not participate in the event, and his popularity dropped a lot. Didn't you really participate in the event? My phone was a little surprised. He quickly sent her a message to ask what was going on. Sending warm week. You didn't sign up for the event? Pineapple Hippo, who was singing, was stunned for a moment, then silently replied a message. Pineapple Hippo. No, I don't think I have the brains to command others. I'd better just be a good anchor. Chapter 40, Doomsday Game. Obtaining SSS-Level Talent 43822 at the beginning. The preliminary construction of the shelter is completed. Hey, this little fat girl has a very stable mentality. When my phone saw the reply from Pineapple Hippo, he was quite surprised. He thought that the anchors would do anything for traffic. But if you think about it carefully, her choice is really wise. Although this activity sounds exciting, in addition to the unknown ranking rewards, there is a chance to obtain 2 supplies every day, but the risks are also frighteningly high. If anything happens to a team member, it will be a big loss. Looking at the previous posts, some teams were extremely lucky with great landing sites and unlimited resources, but some teams were miserable, falling directly into the crater. The scene was scary to think about. After all, no matter how awesome the spacesuit is, it is not omnipotent. Besides, these team members are the armed forces of the player's own country. Although not every one of them is a soldier or policeman, they are definitely fellow countrymen. If anything happens to them, the player will not only suffer heavy losses but will also feel bad. It would be terrible if the anchor let the team members die during the live broadcast. This is different from the games they played before. These people are really dead when they die. They're the people's soldiers. Maybe one of the audience's relatives is among them. It would be a light punishment for the anchor to be scolded by the audience. When you think about it this way, Pineapple Hippo's choice seems particularly smart. My phone couldn't help but mutter, "This little fat girl seems to have a brain." Sending warm wheat. Okay, then I won't disturb your live broadcast. Do more exercise after the broadcast. Other disasters in the future may be more difficult to endure. Pineapple Hippo, Are you indirectly saying that I'm fat? Sending warm wheat. Ha, that's not true. Don't think too much about it. Pineapple Hippo, I always feel like there's something else behind what you say. After chatting casually with the fat girl for a few words, my phone ended the conversation and turned his attention back to the shelter. The living room was filled with the cheerful and busy atmosphere of the women. Bubble was leading everyone to excitedly pack their belongings, preparing to move into the underground shelter. Their laughter was clear and sweet, interweaving into a heartwarming picture. My phone was attracted by this joy and couldn't help but move closer to share their joy. With the hard work of Bubble and Ruby, the bedrooms on the left side of the basement were finally built. There were 4 spacious and bright rooms, each equipped with brand new beds for side-by-side, enough for the women to have a comfortable resting environment. The ceiling lamp on the roof emits a soft light, illuminating every corner of the room, while the wood stove in the center is as warm as spring, making the whole room full of home warmth. Although these rooms were rather simple in decoration, with no ornate windows to let in natural light and no elaborate wardrobes and dressing tables for the women to dress up, the women did not mind. Compared to the crowded, busy living rooms of the past, this is undoubtedly a huge improvement. In my Feng's shelter, the women live a relatively comfortable life. Apart from handing in survival points every day to maintain the operation of the team, they do not need to undertake too much labor. The task of keeping watch at night was not onerous. All that was needed was to stay alert in the warm room and watch the doors and windows. Once there was any disturbance, all that was needed was to notify Ruby in time, and he would act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. Even Zhu Xiaona, who was named by Ruby to help build the underground shelter, found the job easy. With the help of the laser gun, digging and construction seemed very easy. The only person who was relatively tired was probably Kong Meifong, who was responsible for the meals for 11 people in the shelter. But after she complained once, my phone arranged for another new member, Jeet Saijiao, to cook with her, so Kong Meifong's pressure was much less. At midnight, my phone received 3 new blind boxes. When he opened them, he found 3 new drawings. Congratulations, you have obtained a ruthless air pump blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a gas filter blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a gas pipeline blueprint. Ruthless air pump. Construction requires 50 units of metal materials. Theoretically, it can extract any gas. It requires an external power supply with a rated power of 240 watts. Note, although it can extract any gas, it may overheat and be damaged or melted. Gas filter. Construction requires 50 units of metal materials. The gas filter has 2 output ports. It separates one gas from multiple gases and sends it to a dedicated pipeline. Except for the selected gas, all other gases will be sent to the output pipeline. An external power supply is required, with a rated power of 120 watts. Note, please keep the power on. The screening work will not be performed when the power is off. Gas pipeline. Construction requires the consumption of or raw materials/metal materials 25 units. Gas pipes can be used to connect the input and output of ventilation buildings. Note, different materials determine the properties of the pipes. Just as my phone was thinking about how to use these blueprints, his thoughts were interrupted by a notification. A message came from the commander interface. Do you want to check it? My phone was stunned for a moment, then quickly adjusted his state and clicked on the commander's activity interface, feeling a little curious and uneasy. Commander, please reply. Brother Chaihua, the situation is urgent. Captain Jing's urgent call for help almost jumped into his eyes at the same time, and my phone quickly responded. I'm here. What's going on? Oh no, we accidentally discovered a cavity filled with compressed chlorine while digging. Now the entire temporary shelter is covered in chlorine. We dare not even open the masks of our space suits easily. There was a hint of panic in War Eagle's voice. Is he okay? My Feng's heart tightened, and he asked quickly. Everyone is safe for now, as they are protected by spacesuits. However, the chlorine gas has seriously polluted the oxygen system of the base. The base is basically ruined. War Eagle's tone was filled with disappointment. Upon learning that no one was hurt, my phone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chlorine gas is highly toxic. If exposed for a long time, it can cause eye and respiratory irritation symptoms. In severe cases, it can even cause sudden death. In the afternoon, the Warhawk squad reported to him that the temporary base had found a way to supply oxygen. Using a special algae on the planet, it could produce an endless supply of oxygen, thus achieving oxygen freedom. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, the situation took a 180-degree turn. Has the hole been sealed? My phone quickly adjusted his thinking and asked the key question. Although it has been blocked, the pollution is a fact and the base has been severely damaged. War Eagle replied helplessly. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Please wait a moment. After my phone finished speaking, the call ended abruptly. Although War Eagle was confused, he still chose to wait where he was. Soon, a flash of white light passed by, and an air pump, a gas separator, and a gas pipeline several dozen meters long appeared out of thin air in front of him. He widened his eyes, full of confusion. This is Chapter 41 Research Station? What the hell is that? This is a set of air pumps and gas separators that we carefully designed. It should be able to effectively solve the chlorine problem in the base. My phone explained in a deep voice. But doesn't that mean that all the technology on Earth is useless? War Eagle asked back with a puzzled look on his face. Don't worry. These devices are made according to the blueprints in the shelter game and can be used normally without restrictions. My phone explained patiently. Commander, how did you get these? Zhang asked in surprise. Didn't they say that the people on Earth had a hard time during the apocalypse? I see you're living a comfortable life, Commander. My phone smiled softly, with a hint of relief in his tone. Although the overall environment is not optimistic, my personal luck is still pretty good. In the chaotic situation outside, I have sufficient resources at hand and can obtain some valuable materials. Zhang nodded thoughtfully, knowing that there must be a complicated story behind my Feng's understatement, but he did not continue to ask. Recalling the simple water circulation equipment that my phone had generously provided before, Zhang had a deeper understanding of the commander's abilities. He realized that my phone not only had resources, but also had the ability to solve problems, which was obviously a good thing for their team. Seeing Zhang lost in thought, my phone urged him. Go and try this equipment. You have put a lot of effort into building this temporary base. It would be a shame if you give up because of the chlorine problem. Okay, I'll try it right away. Zhang quickly came to his senses and called on his teammates to come over to move the equipment and prepare to purify the air in the base. My phone reminded us carefully. The treated chlorine gas must be discharged to a place far away from the base to prevent it from polluting our environment again. Understood. War Eagle responded briefly and then continued to devote himself to his intense work. This was the base they had worked hard to build for more than 10 hours. There was plenty of water nearby, and they were going to use it as the base camp for this operation. They would be reluctant to give it up just because of chlorine. Now that there is hope, the Warhawks certainly don't want to find a new place to build a new temporary base. Seeing that the War Eagle squad was temporarily fine, my phone went to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning, the first thing my phone did after waking up was to open the commander interface and check the progress of the Warhawk squadron. War Eagle, what's the situation at the base? My phone asked through the commander system. After a while, Warhawk replied. Report to the commander, the chlorine content in the base has been reduced to a level that is harmless to the human body. However, due to the limited underground space, the enclosed space equipment we manufactured cannot completely isolate the chlorine, so the gas separation equipment needs to be continuously operated to keep the air clean. Hearing this, my phone felt a little depressed. Other teams all had a great start, with food and resources everywhere. So why did it become like this for him? The base cannot be stable until the chlorine problem is solved. The continuous operation of the gas separation equipment means that the power generation equipment also needs to work continuously. Even if there are batteries, they cannot recharge themselves, and ultimately human labor is needed to maintain the power supply. He couldn't help but think to himself, is it because our team members' talents are all A-level that the treatment is worse? Through the communication platform, my phone learned about the situation of other people's teams. Some teams had mediocre talents among their members, only at C-level, and there were fewer at B-level, while talents above a level were even rarer. As for S-level talent, he had never even heard of anyone mentioning it. Thinking of this, my Feng's mood gradually calmed down. Zhang noticed that my phone was silent for a while, so he asked hurriedly, Commander, do you have any other instructions? My phone came back to his senses from his deep thoughts and quickly replied, I forgot to ask you yesterday. What blueprints do you have in your laser guns? Is there any possible solution to our current problem? Warhawk immediately replied. We have a total of 10 blueprints, including ladders, floor tiles, algae oxygen generators, beds, ceiling lights, human generators, small batteries, wires, dry toilets, and research stations. My phone listened attentively and found that he already had most of the blueprints, except for the algae oxygen generator, dry toilet, and research station. Especially the research station, the name was very new to him. He remembered seeing the blueprints of algae oxygen generators and dry toilets in the Survival Point Mall, but he didn't buy them because he didn't think they were necessary. As for the research station, he had no impression of it at all. My Fang's curiosity was aroused, and he quickly asked, Research station? What is this blueprint used for? Warhawk explained. The research station is a facility used to unlock more blueprints. Hearing this answer, My Fang's eyes suddenly widened. Unlock more blueprints? There is actually such a device? But if you think about it carefully, these teams must have a way to obtain the blueprint. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to complete the task of mining 100 tons of or relying solely on players like my phone to provide supplies. Could it be that this research station is the way for Zhenaying and his team to obtain new blueprints? Thinking of this, he quickly said, Then you should build a research station first to see if you can unlock any new blueprints. Maybe there will be a way to solve the chlorine problem. Zhenaying nodded to show his understanding and replied, Okay, I thought so too. It seems that our ideas coincide with each other. My phone had a brief exchange with Zhenaying, reiterating that he must be notified immediately if there was any new situation, and then closed the commander interface. After opening the communication platform, my phone discovered that most of today's posts were still discussing the I am the commander activity. However, unlike yesterday's discussion about the start, what was mentioned more today was what happened to the team on the first day. It was really unlucky. I thought the place where the team landed was good, but the water was all seawater and could not be used directly. The animals were also very aggressive. One of my team members was injured even though he was wearing a space suit. You were yelling yesterday. Now you know the pain, right? My team found a water source. Not only is there algae growing next to it that can produce oxygen, but we also found 2 big crabs at the bottom of the water. We are preparing to catch them now. Those big claws are half the size of a person. Is this true? Why didn't my team encounter anything? They dug for hours, but didn't see any animals or even water. My phone scanned everyone's posts and collected information. At this moment, suddenly a post was quickly pinned to the top, attracting my Fang's attention. Brothers, something big has happened. Check out the live broadcast room of Fatal Empty Shot. After seeing this post, my phone was stunned for a moment, then clicked on the live broadcast room of Fatal Empty Shot. Chapter 42, Each One's Trouble. As soon as he opened the live broadcast room of Fatal Missing Shot, my phone heard this guy's loud voice. Fatal Missile, holy shit. What the hell is this? Is this still a crab? Can anyone tell me how this thing got so big? My phone looked carefully and saw that the deadly air gun team was fighting fiercely with 2 giant green crabs. These crabs are so huge that they are almost as big as the soldiers in spacesuits. One of their giant pincers is like a war hammer, and every swing is accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, and your eyes can feel its power even through the screen. The 3 soldiers, holding laser guns, fired fiercely at the crab, but it seemed that because the weapons had not been upgraded, the laser beam hit the crab's hard shell and only splashed sparks in vain, without causing any substantial damage to it. On the other hand, the crab, with its big red face, easily resisted the attacks with its huge claws. Every time it hit the space suit, it made a crisp sound, causing the soldiers to retreat step by step. Although there have been no casualties so far, it seems that the human team is at a disadvantage. The huge force of the crab has forced the 3 of them to retreat again and again. My phone was stunned, and the comments in the live broadcast room were like a pot of boiling water, full of amazement and ridicule. This crab is so domineering. It is simply the overlord of the crab world. Fuck, is this still a crab? So fierce. It has claws, is covered in armor, and walks sideways. That's right, it's a crab. It's just a little bit bigger. It's just a little bit bigger? It's almost bigger than a human. This crab is so domineering. It is simply the overlord of the crab world. You still want to eat it? Look at this posture. It wants to eat people. Fatal Miss shot, anxiously staring at his commander interface. He saw his team getting into a tough fight, but he was powerless to do anything. This feeling of powerlessness made him extremely anxious. Seeing that people in the barrage were still discussing the deliciousness of crabs, he became even more furious and shouted loudly, "You guys don't just think about eating. Help me think about what to do. They are all our people." As soon as these words came out, the originally lively comments suddenly quieted down. The audience realized that this was not an ordinary game live broadcast, but a battle of life and death. After a while, a few barges slowly floated by. "What can we do? Let them retreat first." Yes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. The most important thing is to save your life first. Fatal Misshot frowned when he saw the suggestions in the barrage, but decided not to pay attention to them and instead contacted the team urgently, hoping to find a solution to the problem. My phone couldn't help but frown when he saw this. If his War Eagle team encountered a giant crab like that, would they be able to fight? But soon, he shook his head, because he knew that the laser gun could not cause harm to living things before it was upgraded. Even for the Warhawk squad with A-level talent, retreat may be the only option in this desperate situation. After closing the live broadcast room of Fatal Missing Shot, my phone went to browse the live broadcast rooms of other anchors and found that almost every team faced their own challenges. The team of Deep Sea Salvage SEMA dug up a strange blowhole. There was no movement when they first dug it out, but when they moved away for a distance, it began to spit out cold sea water frantically. The team did not discover the abnormality until their base was irrigated with sea water of -10 degrees Celsius. But it was too late. The entire base was soaked by the cold sea water. The temperature in the entire temporary base dropped rapidly. The scared team hurriedly built floor tiles to block the blowhole. If it is allowed to continue spraying, the entire temporary base will probably be destroyed. Seeing this, Deep Sea Fishing SEMA gritted his teeth and donated his own wood stove to the team, fearing that something might happen to them. The team of Ichiao Xiao Chio Chio was even more unfortunate. During the excavation process, they accidentally destroyed a reservoir, causing the entire temporary base to become a swamp. They had to give up and find a new place to rebuild. Some of them were lucky, such as the team of Princess Pig, who did not encounter any major troubles. They found a pool full of fish. The only problem was how to catch these slippery little guys. After a simple comparison, my phone found that most Anchor's teams encountered far more troubles than gains. This discovery gradually dissipated the depression in his heart. Although the Warhawk team also encountered some difficulties compared with those disasters that caused casualties, what they faced was nothing more than a small matter. At 12 noon, 10 survival points were credited. Adding the 80 survival points handed in by the 8 women in the shelter, my Feng's survival points once again reached 300. Just when my phone was thinking about what blueprint to buy to improve his underground shelter, he received a message from the Warhawk squad. A message came from the commander interface. "Do you want to check it?" My phone quickly closed the survival point store and opened the commander interface. He saw the 3 Warhawks gathered next to the portal and felt a little confused, so he asked, "What happened?" Warhawk's voice was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. "Commander, this is good news. The portal reminds us that we have survived here for a day. Now we can choose to send more people or send supplies to us." My phone recalled the rules of the activity and found that there was indeed such an option. "Oh, so what do you think?" Warhawk's voice was filled with anticipation. "We have discussed this and are leaning towards adding more personnel." "What do you think, Commander?" My phone frowned when he heard this. Adding new personnel was not a good option for him. If the War Eagles chose the supplies, the War Eagle team would have priority in obtaining one supply, and the other 2 supplies would belong to him, my phone. But if the War Eagle squad chooses to add new members, my phone will not be able to obtain supplies, which will instead add a psychological burden to my phone. Previously, the team only had 3 people, so even if the whole team was wiped out, they would only lose 600 survival points. But if the team is increased to 4 people, the whole team will lose 1,000 survival points if it is wiped out. But as the risks grow, the opportunities also grow. More manpower can do more work and perhaps complete the task faster. I respect your choice, but I'm curious. What are your thoughts? My phone asked in a deep voice. Warhawk explained, "We have built a research station, but we are not good at research. We hope to add someone who knows this to help us." My phone raised his eyebrows and asked, "Can you choose who to add?" Janaeing replied somewhat embarrassedly, "We can choose what type of personnel we want. I want a logistic soldier, which is at least better than the 3 of us." After hearing this, my phone thought this idea was reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay, I have no objection. Just do it according to your own ideas." "Great, I'll do it right away." Zhang said happily. Chapter 43 what? No more wood stove? As the white light of the portal slowly dissipated, a figure appeared in the light and stood in front of the portal. He was wearing a standard space suit, holding a laser gun tightly in his hand, with confusion in his eyes. He looked around, as if trying to identify this completely new environment. Zhang quickly stepped forward, his voice full of enthusiasm and welcome. Welcome to join our team. I am the captain here, Zhang. What's your name? Yu Jia seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock of being teleported. He answered subconsciously. My name is Yu Jia. Zhang eagerly asked the question that concerned him most. Hello, Yu Jia. What is your talent? Are you qualified for research work? Yu Jia answered quickly, with confidence in his tone. My talent is B-level, junior researcher, which can improve the research speed and can carry out research work. Zhang smiled happily when he heard this. Great. Your skills are exactly what our team needs. Yu Jia looked around and asked curiously, is this really an alien planet? I was on a spaceship just now, and suddenly I'm here. Warhawk smiled and nodded. Yes, this is an alien planet. I will show you around later and let you know about our temporary base. After that, he asked Yu Jia to stand by and contacted my phone again. Commander, our food supply is running low. Can you provide us with some food? My phone was still amazed by the alien technology that could teleport living people. After hearing Zhang's request, he quickly responded, Of course, I will send you food right away. However, it would be best if you could find a stable source of food so that the base can develop more stably. After saying that, my phone immediately went to the storage room and picked out 2 boxes of instant noodles as aid supplies. Zhang saw the instant noodles on the ground and said loudly with gratitude, Thank you, Commander. We will definitely live up to your expectations and complete the mission. My phone added somewhat embarrassedly, I don't have much food here, so I can only give you some instant noodles first. Zhang shook his head, expressing his understanding. It's good enough to have food. The situation on Earth is not optimistic either. Zhang took Yu Jia on a tour inside and outside the base, introduced him to each work area and equipment, and helped him quickly become familiar with this new working environment. My phone quietly observed their communication, and when he realized that he did not need to intervene for the time being, he exited the commander system and opened the communication platform instead. The lively scene on the platform immediately attracted his attention, with many people sharing their gains from the first day. Today is the first day that the team arrives at the alien planet. To be safe, most teams choose to replenish supplies rather than rush to add new members. According to the rules of the event, choosing supply replenishment means that the team on the alien planet can keep one of the 3 supplies, while the other 2 belong to the commander on Earth. Players who signed up for the event were very happy about it because they could get the supplies immediately. Haha, I knew it was a wise move to participate in this event. Today I got 100 units of wood and metal materials for free. Congratulations, I also gained a lot. I am so embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We are helping the team through this difficult time. We deserve these supplies. Haha, if this continues, it won't take me many days to save up enough survival points to buy the blueprint I've always dreamed of. However, should we really use these supplies to support the team? You decide for yourself. I plan to accept it anyway. I just happen to be short of some supplies. Did you all get the materials? I have 3 giant animal eggs. The team didn't have a chef to cook, so they gave me these 3 giant animal eggs. Good guy, 1 is enough for me to eat for a day. My phone felt mixed emotions as he looked at these guys showing off. Others all received supplies, and some even received precious food. But his team was the only one that chose to add new members. Not only did he not receive any supplies, he also donated 2 boxes of instant noodles to the team to prevent them from going hungry. Although there is strength in numbers, with the addition of new members, there will be more members who can go out to search for abyss crystals, and the success rate of the mission will be greatly increased. However, with more people, the risks that may be encountered will also increase. In the event that a team member dies, My Feng's losses will increase dramatically. Just when my phone was feeling depressed, he received a message from Zhu Ming, the content of which surprised him a little. Zhu Ming, Brother Chaihua, I received a notice from my superiors that the wood stove is no longer needed here. My phone was stunned when he saw the message. It was freezing outside, so why didn't the government allow wood stoves? He quickly sent a message to ask why. Send warm wheat. What happened? Have you mastered the quick method of making a wood stove? Zhu Ming, yes, after these days of accumulation, we have saved enough survival points to buy laser guns. Sending warm wheat. Okay, I get it. After finishing the conversation with Zhu Ming, I felt even more heavy-hearted. It was really like when it rains, it pours, and all the bad things happened to him one after another. An ominous premonition flashed through my Feng's mind. If even the official government no longer needed his wood stove, would anyone still want it if he put it on the trading platform? With a glimmer of hope, my phone listed 2 wood stoves on the trading platform at a price of 200 units of metal materials. However, unlike the previous cases where they were quickly sold out, this time he did not receive a notification of a successful transaction until more than 10 minutes later. This surprised him a little. How come the wood stove that was snapped up as soon as it was put on the shelves is now becoming less popular? He opened the communication platform again and carefully browsed the posts of the past few days. He found that fewer and fewer people were posting complaints about the extreme cold weather. More people were complaining about hail, smashing the doors and windows of the shelters, and tornadoes preventing them from going out. My phone quickly came to a conclusion that most of the people still alive now already have wood stoves. Because starting from the 3rd day, each person can get 10 survival points every day, and now it is the 8th day, which means that if a person does not waste survival points, he should have 62 survival points now. The blueprint for a wood-burning stove only requires 100 survival points to purchase, which means that 2 people working together can afford the blueprint. This has led to more and more wood-burning stoves on the market, and the market is now close to saturation. This discovery made my phone a little depressed. His previous plans were disrupted, which meant that he needed to look for new business opportunities, otherwise his underground shelter plan would fail. Chapter 44: New Business Opportunities. My Feng's original intention in building the underground shelter was to live in it for a long time, away from the threat of external disasters. If you want to stay at home for a long time, you must have a stable source of supplies, the most important of which are water and food. Food is easy to deal with. After all, we have started to plant the mulberry tree. We plan to try its taste after it matures. If the taste is suitable, we will start large-scale planting. However, obtaining water resources has become a problem. Currently, the team relies on going out to dig ice and snow, which is obviously not sustainable. My Feng's original plan was to rely on the exchange platform to sell equipment in exchange for water resources after entering the underground shelter. But if everyone else loses interest in wood stoves, then my phone will have to look for other business opportunities. After careful consideration, he decided to launch a combination set that included a multifunctional human-powered generator set and a ceiling lamp. Considering modern people's dependence on electricity, ceiling lights that can provide basic lighting are undoubtedly attractive, even in the context of Earth's technological limitations. Although these devices cannot allow residents to use electronic devices such as mobile phones and computers, they can at least bring them light, which in itself is a kind of comfort and convenience. My phone then instructed Ruby to manufacture a set of equipment and sell them on the trading platform at twice the cost. However, to his disappointment, half an hour later, there was still no sign of a successful transaction. My phone was puzzled by the lukewarm trade and began to think about how to stimulate people's interest in power generation equipment. I originally planned to post a question, but found that my post was quickly drowned out by other popular topics, and no one was interested. At this time, he thought of a possible helper, Pineapple Hippo. Although her live broadcast room doesn't have many viewers, she has many loyal fans. If she could help promote it, maybe she could sell it. He immediately canceled the unfulfilled transaction and sent a message to Pineapple Hippo. Sending warm wheat. Are you free? I have a generator and ceiling lamp that can help you regain your lighting. Are you interested? Pineapple Hippo, of course I'm interested, but all my resources have been exchanged for food and water, and I don't have any extra supplies to buy your equipment. Send warm wheat. I'll give you a set, as long as you help me promote it in the live broadcast room. Pineapple Hippo, really? If I help you promote, you'll give me a set for free? Send warm wheat. Of course it's true. I can give you the equipment first. My phone immediately initiated a transaction and generously gave a complete set of equipment to Pineapple Hippo for free. Pineapple Hippo, who was broadcasting live, was surprised by My Feng's quick action, but she quickly accepted the gift and excitedly said to the audience, "Brothers, today I received a big gift from Brother Chaiwa, a set of power generation equipment and ceiling lights. I'll try it first and show you the effect later." She temporarily closed the live broadcast room and began to study how to use the new equipment, exploring its functions with great anticipation. In the live broadcast room of Pineapple Hippo, the audience was confused by the sudden interruption of the live broadcast, and the barrage area suddenly became lively, full of various speculations and discussions. Huh? What happened? Wasn't it fine just now? Why did it suddenly shut down the live broadcast? Brother, are you distracted? Didn't Pineapple just say that she got a big gift from Brother Chihua and is now tinkering with it? We'll resume the show later. Ah, there's such a thing? Brother Chihua? I haven't seen this name for a few days. So he's still here? Haha, now everyone has a wood stove, and we almost forget about Chihua. Indeed, it is now easier to obtain survival points than at the beginning. A few people can buy a wood stove together. Why doesn't Pineapple do a live review? Wouldn't that be more effective? And what you said makes sense. Why would Pineapple give up such a good opportunity? Not long after, Wong Polo resumed the live broadcast. The moment the live broadcast started, the audience immediately noticed the changes in the live broadcast room. The originally dim environment became brightly lit, and the new bright lights surprised everyone. Wong Pineapple was all smiles, excitedly showing the new changes to the audience. Brothers, look at this lighting effect. Does it feel like going back to the days before the apocalypse? How does it feel? The audience was shocked at first by the sudden bright lights, until Wong Pineapple's words broke the silence and the barrage area immediately became boiling. What the hell? What happened? Why do you have a light, Pineapple? Since there are lights, there must be electricity, so does that mean that computers and mobile phones can also be used? The above person is overthinking. I saw what Pineapple said before. There are only lights, nothing else. Is this true or not? I was so happy for nothing. Wong Boli looked at the comments and explained with a smile. Don't get excited. I only have a lamp for lighting now, and I can't use my mobile phone or computer. However, I am very satisfied with such a bright light. This device was given by Brother Chihua. If you're interested, you can wait for him to put the product on the shelves, then go and have a look for yourself. If the price is right, buy a set and take it home. Wong Boli spared no effort in advertising My Feng's new products during the live broadcast, and she understood that this was a deal between her and My Phone. However, as the live broadcast progressed, she noticed that the audience's discussion began to deviate from the main point. Pineapple, that's the new power generation device behind you, right? Can you go up and try to operate it? Yes, I want to see it too. We have seen the electric light. Let's operate the power generation device. Wong Pineapple looked back at the enlarged version of the hamster wheel generator, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. She pretended to be calm and responded with gritted teeth. Okay. I treat you as brothers, but you want to see me make a fool of myself, right? No, I'm just curious. Yes, I'm also curious. How does this power generation device generate electricity? Do I need to stand on it and run? Wong Boli thought that since My Phone was so generous, it was worth it for her to make some small sacrifices. So, she took a deep breath, mustered her courage, stood up, and walked into the hamster wheel. She began to run slowly, and as her pace quickened, the generator began to emit a slight humming sound, and the lights gradually became brighter. When the audience saw this scene, the barrage area once again erupted in heated discussions. Wow, the pineapple really ran up. Isn't this a real-life hamster wheel? So fun. Come on, Pineapple, run for the light. Wong Pineapple was running, smiling, and interacting with the audience, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a climax. Chapter 45 New Equipment Sells Well. After running for a while, Wong Pineapple was a little out of breath and had to stop to rest. After all, she had already been running for a while to generate electricity, and now she was running for a while again for the live broadcast effect. She suddenly felt a little unwell. After all, she was still a child weighing 150 pounds. When the audience saw Wong Pineapple stop running, they immediately became unhappy. Pineapple, why did you stop? Keep running? That's right, keep running. I love watching this. You bad guys just want to see the pineapple running on a wheel like a hamster, right? Brother Chihua, this gift is great. The way the pineapple runs looks exactly like the hamster I had at home. You raised it before? How is the little hamster now? I don't want to discuss this topic. Let's talk about the pineapple hamster. Wong Boli watched as the comments became more and more outrageous, and some even started to give her nicknames. Her face, which had turned a little red due to the intense exercise, suddenly turned dark, and she immediately sent a message to My Phone. Pineapple Hippo, tell me, you gave me this equipment. Did you just want to see me make a fool of myself? After seeing the message, My Phone realized that he might have made Wong Polo feel uncomfortable. So he quickly replied and tried to clarify the misunderstanding. Sending warm wheat. How is that possible? I just really want you to promote your new product. Wong Boli felt a little relieved after seeing My Fang's reply, but she was still a little confused, wondering if she was really overthinking it. But she always felt that things were not that simple. While she was thinking, she saw the second message from My Phone. Sending warm wheat. Besides, your current live broadcast program only consists of singing and chatting with the audience, so it would be nice to have an option of live running to generate energy. After seeing this message, Wong Pineapple's mood fell to the bottom again. It seemed that my phone just wanted her fun. Otherwise, why would he ask her to do the publicity alone? You know, whether it is deep-sea fishing Sema or a little prisoner. Their popularity and audience are higher than her, Wong Pineapple. If it is purely for publicity, they should definitely be given priority. Although she felt somewhat dissatisfied, Wong Polo also understood that since she had accepted My Feng's equipment, she should fulfill the previous agreement. She decided to continue live streaming, but this time, she would more subtly draw attention back to the products themselves rather than her own performance. Wong Boli took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then said to the camera, "Okay, brothers, enough jokes. Let's get back to the topic. This power generation device is really practical. If you're interested in how to have your own light in the post-apocalyptic world, you might as well go to the trading platform to have a look. Now, I have to take a break. See you next time on live broadcast." After saying that, Wong Pineapple closed the live broadcast with a smile and decided to give himself some time to calm down. After Wong Pineapple's performance ceased, the audience in the live broadcast room gradually calmed down and began to really pay attention to the equipment she was promoting. They recalled the bright lights in Wong Pineapple's live broadcast room and compared them with the faint firelight of the wood stove beside them, and couldn't help feeling a little envious. Brothers, there is no more fun to watch. Let's discuss the device. Compared to the firelight of the wood stove, the lighting effect of this equipment is obviously much better. That's nonsense. That's the light from an incandescent lamp, not even close to the light from a wood stove. The lighting effect is nice, but the power generation device is a bit confusing. Couldn't he make it into a dynamic bicycle? That is to say, watching Pineapple's demonstration is just like a fat hamster running on a wheel. Watching others run may be fun, but if I want to run by myself, forget it. It's the end of the world, and you're still being picky? It's good enough to have a power generation device. I won't say more. I'll go to the trading platform to check it out. No need to look. I've already seen it. It takes 1,000 units of materials to buy it. Don't I want to have a lighting device like a pineapple? Where can I get so many materials? 1,000 units of materials? So cheap? Forget it. I have to buy a set quickly, or I won't be able to buy it. You guys, am I the only poor person in this live room? At the same time, my phone has been paying attention to the dynamics of the live broadcast room. He has already put several sets of equipment on the trading platform, waiting for the audience's response. When he saw the audience starting a heated discussion and the products being sold out, my phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sending warm wheat. It seems that the promotion effect is good this time. Thank you for your support. My phone sent a message in the live broadcast room to thank Wong Pineapple and the audience for their support. Wong Polo, who was secretly watching the comments in the live broadcast room, saw my Feng's comments and realized that his live broadcast did help my phone. His mood improved a little. The audience's discussion was still going on, but my phone had already closed the live broadcast room and asked Ruby to work overtime to manufacture equipment. When my phone was immersed in the joy of selling new equipment, Pow Pow found him and asked him to report some urgent matters with a serious look. "Commander, is it convenient for us to talk now? I want to report something to you." Bubbles' tone was full of respect. My phone felt something was wrong. Pow Pow usually didn't use this tone. His heart sank and he asked anxiously, "Of course, what's the problem?" Bubbles said seriously, "The underground shelter has been built and everyone has moved in. But there is one key problem we haven't solved yet: oxygen supply. If we want to live here for a long time, we must solve this problem." My phone was startled, then asked, "I remember we have planted 2 aloe vera plants. How are they going?" Bubbles explained, 2 balloon aloe vera are not enough. There are too many of us." My phone tapped his forehead and suddenly realized, "I forgot to ask you before, how many airbag aloe vera do we need?" Bubble patiently replied, "If it is just for absorbing carbon dioxide, then 1 airbag aloe vera is enough for each person." My phone was delighted. There were only 11 people in the shelter, and he only needed to buy 11 airbag aloe seeds, which meant 66 survival points. This was not a problem for him. But his joy was soon interrupted by Bubbles' next words. "But if we want to rely on aloe vera to provide all the oxygen supply, then we need to expand the scale of cultivation at least 4 times. 4 times! My phone repeated in surprise. This number made him feel unprecedented pressure. Chapter 46, Magical Airbag Aloe. Faced with the demand for 4 times the number of seeds, my phone felt nervous. The cost of purchasing 44 aloe vera seeds was far beyond his expectations. Although the first seed only requires 1 survival point, the second one requires 2, and so on. The 44 seed requires 44 survival points to purchase, which adds up to 990 survival points. This is undoubtedly a huge expense for my phone, who only has 300 survival points. My phone asked in shock. Why is this happening? Is the conversion efficiency of aloe vera very low? Bubble patiently explained. In fact, the conversion efficiency of aloe vera is very high. With the help of the planting box, it can absorb 1.2 kilograms of carbon dioxide and convert it into 18 kilograms of oxygen every day. The oxygen output is 15 times that of carbon dioxide. It's just that because each person needs to breathe nearly 60 kilograms of oxygen every day, a large number of them need to be planted. When my phone heard this, his eyes almost popped out. 1.2 kilograms of carbon dioxide can be converted into 18 kilograms of oxygen? What kind of plan is this? My phone was puzzled. How can 1.2 kilograms of carbon dioxide be converted into 18 kilograms of oxygen? This doesn't make sense. Bubble smiled and answered. If you only consider the surface phenomenon, it is true. But Commander, you have overlooked the fertilizer of the airbag aloe vera, ice and snow. My phone understood immediately. I understand. Ice and snow are mainly composed of water molecules, and the oxygen content in water molecules is very high. Therefore, the air sac aloe vera actually utilizes the oxygen in the ice and snow. There was a glimmer of appreciation in Bubble's eyes, and he nodded and continued. That's right, the gas bag aloe vera converts the oxygen atoms in the ice and snow and the oxygen atoms in the carbon dioxide into oxygen stones. Oxygen stone? My phone couldn't help but feel curious when he heard the new name. What is oxygen stone? It sounds similar to stone. Bubbles explained. Although the name sounds similar, oxygenite is completely different from stone. It is a solid made up of oxygen atoms with unique properties. My phone became even more curious and asked quickly, do you have the real thing? I want to see this magical oxygen stone with my own eyes. Bubble smiled and invited my phone. Then please follow me. I will take you to the planting area on the 3rd floor, where we plant aloe vera and spathiphyllum trees. My phone followed Bubble, passed through the passage of the underground shelter, and came to the 3rd floor. My phone followed Bubble into the planting area of the underground shelter and was immediately attracted by 2 tall plants. These plants are about 2 meters tall, verdant, with thick leaves. They are somewhat similar to aloe vera on Earth, but more spectacular. The small pores on the leaves secrete a green substance, which accumulates at the roots and gradually forms several green stones. My phone pointed at the stones curiously. Is this oxygen stone? Bubble nodded and smiled. Yes. These are oxygen stones formed by the substances secreted by the gas sac aloe. Then how should we use it? My phone asked. Bubble explained. It's very simple to use. Just remove the unsolidified secretions on the surface and expose the oxygen stone to the air. It will gradually evaporate and release oxygen. My phone was a little skeptical. Is it that simple? Bubble patiently answered. It's that simple because it will continuously generate oxygen stones, which will evaporate and become oxygen, which will increase the oxygen content of the air around the airbag aloe vera and relatively reduce the carbon dioxide content. This will affect its efficiency in absorbing carbon dioxide, so people need to clean it regularly and move the oxygen stones away from here. After hearing this, my phone fell into deep thought, and then he became worried about the planting cost. Pow, I don't have enough survival points to buy so many seeds now. Is there any other way to reduce the number of seeds planted? Bubble pondered for a moment and came up with a solution. You got new blueprints yesterday, including the blueprints for the air pump. We can build an air pump on the ground to transport the air on the ground to the underground shelter. In this way, we only need a small amount of air sac aloe vera to absorb carbon dioxide and improve air quality. After hearing this, my Fang's eyes lit up. This plan could not only solve the oxygen problem, but also significantly reduce costs. Moreover, he thought of another point. Since air can be pumped from the outside to the underground shelter, there is no need to grow airbag aloe. After all, it is necessary to provide 20 kilograms of ice and snow for each plant every day, and it is also necessary to move the produced oxygen stone to other places, which is indeed a tedious task. Thinking of this, my phone immediately asked, can we not plant the aloe vera at all, so as to save the trouble of taking care of it? Bubble shook his head and replied, I suggest not to do this. The air pump needs electricity to run. If we don't have the airbag aloe, we will need to build additional air pumps and gas separators to remove harmful gases in the shelter. which will increase electricity consumption. Moreover, if there is a problem with the external environment, the airbag aloe can serve as our backup oxygen source to help us get through the difficulties. After listening to this, my phone felt that it made sense and agreed with Bubble's point of view. Now it was only the first month of the Doomsday game. If the disaster turned into poison gas or something, it would indeed be a problem. I understand. Let's plant 11 first. If the external environment changes, we can consider increasing it. My phone decided. In this way, he only needs to invest 66 survival points, which is what he can afford at present. Bubble nodded and smiled. Okay, and these air sac aloe vera will also produce seeds during the growth process, which will reduce your burden. My phone immediately asked with interest, how long will it take for them to produce seeds? It takes about 20 days to produce a seed, Bubble replied. My phone was delighted, as this meant that his investment would soon pay off. He began to consider selling the excess seeds at a price lower than the market price, which would not only attract buyers but also bring him profits. If other people don't know this information, I can sell the seeds at a price lower than the market price so that I can earn survival points. My phone secretly planned in his mind and saw a potential business opportunity. However, the seed yield is related to the health of the plant, and we need to make sure the aloe vera is well cared for, added Bubble. My phone nodded and started planning in his mind how to manage resources more efficiently and use the aloe vera to bring profits to himself. He realized that even in a post-apocalyptic world, opportunities still exist. The key is how to discover and seize them. My phone suddenly remembered that there was another plant planted here. He looked around but couldn't find any trace of it. He immediately asked curiously, by the way, what about those spathiphyllums? How are they growing now? Chapter 47. Where is the edible part of the rice lizard tree? The temperature here is too low. They can't be planted here. Plant them on the other side. When mentioning the mite's wood, a complicated look flashed across Bubble's eyes, but she still told my phone about the situation of the mite's wood. They are growing well, and we expect to be able to harvest them tomorrow. There was a barely perceptible tremor in Bubble's words. Hearing this, my phone couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and responded happily, Okay, let's go and take a look. Please follow me. Bubble led my phone to the other side of the third floor. Before reaching the area of the sedge wood, a ray of warm light came into view. It was the wood stove working silently, providing this area with the precious heat needed for the growth of the sedge wood. The wood stove here radiates heat, providing the lichens with the warm environment they need to grow, in stark contrast to the aloe vera, which requires a cool environment. Walking into the cycad farm, two tall, leafless trees with bare branches appeared in front of my phone. Their peculiar shapes gave people a strong visual impact. They explained to my phone the word wood in the name me sure would in the most intuitive way. Wow, is this the lice tree? My phone asked curiously. There was a hint of barely perceptible fear in Bubble's eyes, and he replied softly, that's right. Sometimes in the dead of night, I still have nightmares because of it. So exaggerated? How bad does it taste that it makes you unforgettable? And you said it can be harvested soon, but I can't see it at all. Where is the edible part of it? My phone looked at the rice lily tree in front of him carefully, full of doubts. Bubble raised a wicked smile and deliberately kept the secret. Commander, you will understand the secret of the mite's wood when we harvest it tomorrow. For now, let's keep it mysterious. My phone keenly captured the subtle changes in Bubble's expression, and his curiosity and anticipation were aroused even more strongly. Okay, these are the seeds of the 9-ball aloe vera. You will be responsible for arranging people to plant them. As for the lily tree, let's make a decision after tasting it tomorrow. There was an unquestionable decisiveness in my Feng's words, and he then signaled Bubble that it was time to act. Okay, no problem. Bubble nodded in agreement, carefully took the seeds, turned and walked out the door, ready to start a new round of planting. My Feng's eyes fell on the bare sedge trees again, his heart full of confusion and expectation. He shook his head gently, decided to put these doubts aside for the time being, and left with Bubble, his heart full of anticipation for tomorrow's harvest. The talent is triggered at night, there is still no hibernation capsule, and there are still 3 blueprints. After handing the blueprint to Ruby, my phone opened the commander interface again and carefully checked the status of the Warhawk squadron. After confirming that everything was under control, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the dead of night, my phone slowly fell asleep with anticipation for tomorrow and curiosity about the unknown. The next morning, as soon as my phone got up, he couldn't wait to go to the mulberry farm, waiting for the harvest of mulberry trees with great anticipation. However, the scene before him left him puzzled. The rice sapwood still maintained its bare appearance, with no swaying rice ears or hanging fruits, which was completely different from the grain crops my phone was familiar with. He walked around the sedge tree and observed it carefully, frowning and full of doubts. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could the value of the sedge tree be hidden underground? When he was a child, he lived in the countryside and vaguely remembered that his parents once planted a plant called cassava. The branches above the ground were bare, and the rhizomes underground were the edible parts. The taste of cassava cannot be said to be good. It is slightly worse than sweet potato, and it contains trace amounts of toxins, so you cannot eat too much of it. But the yield is very large. One cassava can produce dozens of kilograms of cassava. Thinking of this, a hint of certainty flashed in my Feng's eyes, and he determined that his guess was correct. At this moment, a visitor holding a laser walked into the Mishimu village. He recognized my Feng at a glance and greeted him with a smile. "Mei, Commander, why are you here?" My Feng turned around and saw that the person who came was Kong Shuqiong, who was in charge of taking care of the plants. He smiled and said, "Shuqiong, didn't I hear that the rice sedge tree is about to mature? I want to see how to harvest it." Kong Shuqiong nodded. "Well, but we have to wait until noon. That's the best time. I'll add some soil first." As she spoke, she used a laser to inject the compressed soil into the planting box of the spathiphyllum. My Feng asked curiously, "By the way, are the roots of the sedge tree edible?" Kong Shuqiong smiled and shook her head. "No." "Ah, where is that?" My Feng asked in surprise. Kong Shuqiong smiled mysteriously. "When the harvest comes, you will know." My Feng scratched his head, wondering why even Shuqiong was keeping the secret. But he quickly realized that maybe Pao Pao had told Shuqiong something in advance. Thinking of Bubble's weird smile yesterday and her unnatural look when she mentioned the sedgewood, my Feng felt a little uneasy. Thinking of the name of Mishimu, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be? My Feng frowned, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He looked at the lily tree in front of him again, trying to find some clues from its seemingly ordinary appearance. But everything still seemed so mysterious. Mixed wood, my Feng muttered to himself. Suddenly, a shocking idea flashed through his mind. Combining the name of Mishimu and Bubble's mysterious smile, a bold hypothesis quietly formed in his mind. "No way." My Feng widened his eyes and looked at Kong Shuqiong in disbelief, as if he was looking for a clue to confirm or refute from her expression. But Kong Shuqiong just maintained that mysterious smile and didn't say anything more. Could it be? My Feng's voice was trembling. He could hardly believe his guess. The edible part of the lice tree, could it be that this tree also grows lice? Kong Shuqiong did not answer directly, but smiled gently, and that smile seemed to contain infinite deep meaning. She continued to carefully take care of the rice lice tree with the laser gun, as if silently telling my Feng that everything would be revealed at noon. My Feng had mixed feelings in his heart, curiosity and anticipation about the unknown, but also a hint of uneasiness and worry. He began to wildly imagine in his mind the various possibilities of the edible parts of the lily tree. But no matter how he guessed, he could not completely get rid of the hypothesis that made him uneasy. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, it was noon. Bubble appeared in the farm at some point and said to my Feng with a smile, "Commander, it's time to start harvesting the sedge trees." Chapter 48: The Taste of the Rice Lice Tree. As soon as Bubble finished speaking, a subtle but clear bang suddenly sounded in the air, instantly attracting my Feng's attention. He turned quickly and fixed his eyes on the louse tree that made the sound. However, the scene that came into his eyes made my Feng feel a little chilly. The scene in front of him made my Feng's heart tighten. He saw that the branches of the lizard tree had been covered with a layer of wriggling white objects at some point. The denseness was so dense that it almost overflowed the screen. He couldn't help but shiver, as if his trypophobia was about to attack. How is this possible? My Feng's voice was slightly sharp due to shock. He realized that this scene was surprisingly similar to his previous guess. Seeing this, Bubble's mouth curled up into a smile of success. "Yes, Commander, this is the edible part of the sedge tree." My Feng's expression suddenly became complicated, and he shouted in disbelief. "What? This plant actually grows this kind of insect, things that can be eaten by humans?" Pao Pao realized my Feng's misunderstanding and quickly stopped smiling. He explained seriously, "Commander, you misunderstood. These are not real bugs. They're the fruits of the rice lice tree. They look like squirming rice balls, hence the name rice lice. Although they taste worse and have a weird shape, they have nothing to do with bugs." Huh. When my Feng heard this, the fear in his heart suddenly dissipated and was replaced by a new desire to explore. He moved closer to the rice lice tree and carefully examined the rice lice. He found that they were very different from real insects. They were more like a wonderful creation of nature. It was just that my phone had previously conjured up too many thoughts related to insects in his mind due to the name Mishra, which led him to mistakenly think that these white substances were insects at first glance. So that's how it is? This sedge tree is really a masterpiece of nature. Not only is its name unique, but its fruit is also so unique. My phone suddenly realized, and then turned to look at Bubble, who was laughing at the side, and shook his head helplessly. "You little girl, you made me worry for nothing." Bubble stuck out her tongue. "That's right, Commander. In the future, we will encounter more wonderful and unexpected creatures and plants like this." My phone nodded and secretly decided in his heart that he must be calmer and more rational when facing unknown things in the future, so as to avoid unnecessary panic due to preconceived notions like this time. "So, how should these rice lice be eaten?" My phone, with a hint of curiosity, gently touched the rice lice that were still slightly wriggling with his fingertips. They looked soft on the outside, but they were surprisingly elastic to the touch. "The easiest way is to eat them raw," Pow Pow explained. "However, if conditions permit, mixing them with water, flour, etc., and compressing them into rice cakes will make the taste richer and the flavor better." "Eat raw? Sounds interesting. Let me try." Before he finished speaking, my phone quickly picked a few grains from the rice tree and put them into his mouth to chew without hesitation. "Commander, please wait a moment." Bubble hurriedly tried to dissuade him, but it was too late. My phone had already tasted the unique flavor. My Fang's expression gradually became complicated. Finally, he frowned and spat out the rice lice in his mouth, complaining, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. This taste is simply indescribable. It is the worst food I have ever tasted in my life. It has no taste and sticks to my teeth. It also has an unpleasant earthy smell." Seeing this, Bubble showed a helpless expression of "I told you so," and said, "Commander, this kind of food is really not easy to eat." My phone looked at the rice lizard tree in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. He knew very well that this kind of food grew quickly and only used soil as nutrients, which was rare in the end times. However, the unacceptable taste forced him to reconsider its feasibility as a food source. "I suddenly understand why you had that expression at the beginning." After thinking for a moment, my phone said slowly, his tone full of sympathy, "Yes, I have been with these rice lice for 3 years." Pow Pow held his head in his hands, as if recalling those unbearable days, with a tremor in his voice. 3 years. Do you know how I spent those 3 years? Upon hearing this, my phone looked at the Mishimu again in shock, with indescribable waves rising in his heart. She actually persisted in eating this food, which even Pow Pow considered a nightmare, for 3 years. One can imagine how hard it was. In order to change the subject and to find a better source of food, my phone quickly asked, "By the way, the featherly fruit potato we discussed before should taste different from this rice lice, right? Is it more delicious?" There was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. Bubble sensed my Fang's anticipation and nodded with a smile. "Yes, the texture and taste of featherly fruit potato are better than rice lice. It is a more ideal food choice for us." "Great!" My phone was delighted when he heard this and immediately made a decision. "Then let's go all out to plant featherly fruit potatoes. I really can't say I like the taste of this rice lice." Bubble quickly agreed, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. "Okay, I have arranged for Ruby to build an ethanol distiller far away from the farm to prepare for future planting plans. As for the rice lice trees, let them become a thing of the past. I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Wood is an indispensable resource for us to expand production in the future." My phone analyzed seriously. Since we have decided to vigorously develop ethanol distillation and featherly fruit potato planting, the supply of wood must keep up. He looked around the shelter, calculating the reserves of various resources in his mind. The abundant soil resources provide a solid foundation for them to build more farmland and facilities. The accumulation of metal materials also makes it possible to manufacture more equipment and tools. As for water resources, although it is somewhat inconvenient to use in the current environment of heavy snow and occasional hail, it is still sufficient overall. The shortage of wood has become a bottleneck restricting their development. Although the scattered fruit trees in the community can provide some wood, they obviously cannot meet the needs of large-scale production. Going out to distant mountains to collect wood is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but may also involve unknown risks. Thinking of this, My Feng's brows slightly frowned, but soon relaxed again. He opened the trading platform and began to browse the information on it. As he expected, there were indeed many people living in areas with dense woods, and they might be willing to exchange wood for other supplies they needed. Chapter 49: Delicious Hatches Eggs. My phone was happily planning to chat with the other party privately, but when he saw the other party's post, he found that he only wanted to exchange food. His heart immediately sank. There was not much food to begin with, and there were 11 mouths waiting to be fed in the shelter. The War Eagle squad also didn't have a stable food source, so how could he dare to exchange food casually? Moreover, the amount of what he needed was not a small amount. Pow Pow did some calculations and said that each yam tree would use 15 kilograms of ethanol per day, and that 50 trees would be needed to feed everyone. This means that 750 kilograms of ethanol would be needed per day, and based on the conversion ratio of the ethanol distiller, that would be 1,500 units of wood. 1,500 units per day. According to current trading prices, this amount of wood would require 75 kilograms of food to be exchanged. Isn't this ridiculous? We need wood to make ethanol for food, and now we have to exchange food for wood. My phone muttered in his heart. This deal was obviously not cost-effective, and he immediately gave up the idea of private chatting. Food is getting harder and harder to get. My phone sighed, remembering that Zhu Ming had mentioned the problem of food shortage before. Now looking at the posts on the forum, it seems that everyone is short of food and always mentions food exchange. It seems that planting boxes are going to be popular. My phone suddenly thought of this. Now that food is so scarce, planting boxes that can grow one's own food will definitely be very popular. You know, farming is engraved in the genes of the Chinese people. Not only do every household in the rural areas grow their own crops, but even those living in high-rise buildings in big cities like to grow some potted plants such as strawberries and tomatoes. Thinking of this, my phone acted quickly, immediately opened the trading platform, and began searching for planting boxes. Sure enough, he found that he had missed the opportunity, as someone else on the platform had already started selling planting boxes. Since most people don't have laser guns, they can only rely on blueprints to slowly make them by hand. As a result, the planting boxes were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. Their popularity even exceeded the power generation devices and ceiling lights he had launched before. After all, we can survive without electricity and lights, but going without food is really terrible. My phone sighed inwardly. It has been 9 days since the Doomsday. The lack of warning at the beginning caught most people off guard, except for a few people who were well prepared and stockpiled food. Most families' food reserves had already run out, although some people ventured out to look for food during these 9 days. Only a few succeeded. In this context, planting boxes have naturally become the object of everyone's crazy rush because of their magical effect of increasing the growth rate of plants by 4 times. My phone immediately found Ruby and urgently adjusted the production plan, asking him to suspend the production of power generation equipment and ceiling lights and devote all his energy to the production of planter boxes. At this moment, a message suddenly interrupted My Feng's actions. A message came from the commander interface. Do you want to check it? He immediately signaled Ruby to continue working, and he quickly opened the interface. Seeing Warhawk standing by the portal with a look of anticipation, my phone understood immediately. Is it time to make the daily choice again? Warhawk's voice was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. Yes, Commander. I plan to select supplies today. What do you think? Okay, it's settled. My phone agreed readily. After all, there would be extra benefits from taking supplies, and adding people would mean more mouths to feed. Then I'll do it. Zheneng started to operate as soon as he heard it. A white light flashed, and a small box appeared next to the portal. What did you choose? My phone was a little curious. Why did the person behind the scenes like to make blind boxes? War Eagle said cheerfully. Haha, it's compressed biscuits, enough for a day's rations for our 4 expedition teams. That's great. Now you can explore the way outside more. My phone nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll go share it with my brothers first. See you later, Commander. War Eagle saluted and ran away with the biscuits. My phone closed the interface and was about to continue working when suddenly a light flashed beside him and 2 boxes appeared out of thin air. Are these the other 2 supplies? My phone opened the boxes curiously. One box was full of purified water, and the other contained 3 huge eggs. Yummy Hatches eggs. When placed at a suitable temperature, Yummy Hatch cubs will naturally hatch. The incubation time is 20 Earth days, and an incubator can be used to accelerate the hatching. Delicious hatch? Ruby, have you heard of it? My phone turned and asked Ruby, who was working nearby. Of course I know. It's a creature that people both love and hate. Ruby showed a complicated look when she heard this. Tell me about it. My phone became interested. Its meat is so delicious. It's tasty when eaten raw, and even more delicious when roasted. Ruby said while swallowing her saliva. So good? Why do you hate it then? My phone was puzzled. Because it has a good appetite and is an omnivore. It likes to burrow underground and is hard to find. Sometimes we dig out the valuable supplies we want with great difficulty, but when we're not paying attention, these guys come out and eat them. Ruby said, gritting her teeth. Is there such a thing? My phone was extremely surprised. His curiosity was completely aroused, and he had already planned to raise it and see. He quickly asked, do you know how to raise it? Ruby shook her head and said disapprovingly, no, but you can let them roam free. After all, they eat everything. You just need to throw some unwanted supplies to them, such as soil or stones. Okay. My phone nodded helplessly, and then let Ruby continue working. At the same time, he also arranged 2 other team members with laser guns to assist Ruby in order to improve production efficiency. The advantages of having a laser gun are obvious. Their production speed is much faster than those of manual workers. One person can complete 6 planting boxes in an hour, and Ruby is even more efficient, making 13 in an hour. Together, the 3 of them can produce 25 planting boxes in an hour. While they were making the products, my phone quickly put them on the trading platform and sold them at twice the market price, 200 units of wood each. In just 1 hour, all 25 planting boxes were sold out, bringing my phone a generous income of 2,500 units of wood. If this wood was converted into food, it would be a considerable sum, far more than what they could earn by growing food. Unfortunately, however, my phone did not find anyone selling physical food on the trading platform. The communication platform was also full of posts seeking to buy food, but few people were willing to sell their own stock. It seems that food has really become the most scarce resource. My phone thought to himself, and at the same time, he became more determined to use planting boxes to expand the food source. Chapter 50. Solve one problem, and another will appear. After instructing Ruby to continue making it, my phone quickly found the bubbles. Bubble, we found the source of the wood, but where's the ethanol distiller? He asked directly. Oh, please follow me. Bubble immediately put down the work at hand and led my phone into a more secret place. The 5th floor underground, a depth far beyond ordinary cognition. Does it need to be so deep? Put the distiller here? My phone asked, puzzled. It's necessary, Bubble explained. In addition to producing ethanol and releasing carbon dioxide, the distiller also produces some waste. That stuff is toxic. If it is released into the air, it will deteriorate. If people inhale it, they may be poisoned. Upon hearing this, my Fang's pupils dilated slightly, recalling the byproducts mentioned in the instructions for the distiller. In addition to producing 500 grams of ethanol and 166 grams of carbon dioxide, every 2 units of wood will also produce 333 grams of pollutants. Is it poisonous? Then is it safe to put it here? My phone was a little worried. It's okay for now. I asked Ruby to build a box here to store these waste materials. But in the long run, it's better to stay away. Bubble explained further. What should we do in the future? My phone asked. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. Apparently, Bubble had thought about this problem a long time ago. When he heard my Fang's question, he immediately answered, we'll find a way to deal with it in the future, such as making a compost pile to turn these waste materials into soil. Or we can raise some animals that can eat this stuff, such as herbivorous hatchlings and shell-casting crabs. Herb hatch? I just got 3 delicious hatch eggs today. What does this have to do with herb hatch? My phone asked curiously. Herbable hatch is a mutant variety of hatch that eats food. The specific mutation mechanism is not my expertise, but both shell-throwing crabs and herbal hatch can effectively process these wastes. Bubble explained, apologetically expressing his lack of understanding of the details of the mutation. My phone nodded to show his understanding. After all, everyone has their own expertise. So how much ethanol can this ethanol distiller produce in a day? My phone continued to ask for key information. If it runs at full capacity, it can produce 300 kilograms of ethanol a day. Pow Pow gave a clear answer. My phone did some calculations in his head and frowned slightly. It seems that we need 3 such distillers to meet the demand of planting 50 feather-leaf fruit potatoes. Bubble nodded in agreement. Yes, 3 stills are necessary, but this also means that electricity consumption will increase significantly. My phone began to calculate. Each distiller has 240 watts, and 3 distillers have 720 watts, while our human power generator can only provide a maximum of 400 watts of power. This is obviously not enough. We need to make another human-powered generator. He further analyzed, moreover, people are not machines and cannot work 24 hours a day. Even if one person generates electricity for 8 hours a day, it will take 6 people in 3 shifts. In addition, at least 2 more people are needed to irrigate and harvest the featherleaf fruit potatoes. In this way, in order to maintain the food supply for 11 people, we have to spend the labor of 8 people. This is too inefficient. Bubble nodded in approval of my Fang's calculations, then shook his head slightly. Commander, you are missing one item. If the 3 ethanol distiller are to run nonstop, the pollutants produced will also increase greatly. We need to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. My Fang's headache got even worse after hearing this. Why did it seem like as soon as a solution was provided, 2 problems would pop up? Seeing this, Bubble quickly comforted him. Commander, don't worry too much. Although there are problems, they are not unsolvable. Hearing this, my Fang's tense brows relaxed a little and asked, so, what are some feasible solutions? Pow Pow held up 2 fingers and explained clearly. We have 2 main directions to explore. First, we need to improve the power supply and consider replacing the existing human-powered generators with more efficient energy equipment such as coal or oil generators. Second, we need to improve the planting method and upgrade the planting boxes to automatic irrigation hydroponic systems to reduce the burden of manual irrigation. My phone nodded at first, but then shook his head to express the practical difficulties. I understand what you mean, but I don't have the blueprints and funds required for these upgrades yet. These blueprints are expensive, and I can't afford them for the time being. Bubble sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Yes, my expertise lies in crops. For other problems, I can only do my best. My phone understood Peyo's helplessness. He also felt a little frustrated, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and decided to take pragmatic actions. Okay, let's focus on the present. Let's plant 20 featherleaf fruit potatoes, first to ensure a stable supply of an ethanol distiller. We will have the opportunity to gradually expand the scale in the future. After saying that, my phone spent 210 survival points without hesitation and bought 20 precious featherleaf fruit potato seeds. Afterwards, my phone found Ruby with the newly purchased seeds and asked him to bring the prepared planting box to the 3rd underground floor. In that carefully planned area, they carefully planted 20 featherleaf fruit potatoes together. Each of these seeds carries hope and foreshadows the future prosperity of the shelter. After the planting was completed, my phone had a new idea. Ruby, I think we should dig a space under the ethanol distiller and try to grow Tasty Hatch. Maybe they will mutate into Herb Hatch. Ruby's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this, thinking of a delicious hatch meat. Commander, this is a great idea. I will prepare it right away and ensure that the mission is completed. After that, he took the tools and started digging new space in the area below the ethanol distiller. Bubble asked curiously, Commander, when will we have delicious hatch? My phone smiled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Don't worry, there are none now, but there will be in the future. I got 3 delicious hatch eggs, and they will hatch in just 20 days. When Bubble heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. She nodded gently. I see. When they hatch, I will help study them. Maybe I can find out how they mutated. Okay. My phone nodded repeatedly. If the bubbles could be researched out, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of pollutants in the shelter. However, distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. The problem of pollutants cannot be underestimated, and a solution must be found as soon as possible. The compost pile blueprint that Bubble had mentioned earlier echoed in his mind. It seemed like a great way to process waste and convert it into useful resources. So he quickly turned to the survival mall, slid his fingertips across the screen, and soon locked onto the key blueprint. When he saw that the price was only 100 survival points, My Fang's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. This was undoubtedly good news that came as a timely help. Great, the price is perfect. He clicked the buy button without hesitation and put the compost pile blueprint in his pocket. Chapter 51, Cancel the Night Watch and Focus on Development. Compost pile. It requires 800 units of mineral materials to build and can transform pollutants and decaying materials into fertile soil. The compost needs to be turned regularly by humans to maintain its efficient operation, and no external power supply is required. Note: the compost pile does not have a disinfection and sterilization function. If the pollutants themselves contain pathogens, the converted soil will also carry the pathogens. My Fang's eyes were fixed on the blueprint in his hand. his expression revealing a hint of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After a moment, he finally spoke with a hint of teasing in his voice. This equipment is really unique and retro. Is there any problem, Commander? Bubble came over curiously. Oh, it's nothing serious. My phone smiled and explained, I just didn't expect that with so much black technology, this composting equipment still requires human participation, and the produced soil may also contain the bacteria of the original pollutants. This is indeed a bit beyond my expectation. I see. Bubble smiled gently. I think it's pretty good. It can hold 300 kilograms of waste. Even if an ethanol distiller runs 24 hours a day, the pollutants produced are only about 200 kilograms. Most importantly, it does not require electricity and will not compete with the ethanol distiller for precious energy. When my phone heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had indeed never considered the problem from this angle. After Bubble's reminder, he began to re-examine this seemingly retro compost pile. Ceiling lamp, air pump, water purifier, ethanol distiller, which one does not require electricity? The biggest attraction now is that compost piles can handle troublesome pollutants without the need for electricity. In this energy-constrained underground shelter, anything that can save electricity is precious. So, how much pollutants can it process in a day? My phone asked further. About 60 kilograms of pollutants can be converted every day. Bubble responded quickly. The efficiency is pretty good. My phone thought for a moment and said, considering that the various equipment in the shelter, including the ethanol distiller, purifier, and daily kitchen waste, will produce pollutants, to be on the safe side, let's build 4 such compost piles. Bubble nodded in agreement. I think it's okay. Let's build it next to the ethanol distiller. This place is remote enough, and the pollutants can be processed faster. Okay. My phone agreed, and then found Ruby on the 6th underground floor. My Feng's arrival made Ruby stop what she was doing. Huh? Commander, why are you here? I'm still busy digging. My phone shook the drawing in his hand. I have a new blueprint here. Take a look. Then he handed the drawing to Ruby. When Ruby saw the details of the blueprint, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Are you going to build a compost pile? Are you planning to turn all the garbage in the shelter into treasure, Commander? My phone smiled and nodded. That's right. When you finish your work here, build me 4 such compost piles next to the ethanol distiller. Okay, I've got that. Ruby agreed readily and saved the drawing into his high-tech laser gun as easily as storing a photo. After finishing the business, my phone noticed the big thing Ruby was tinkering with. Ruby, what device are you making now? Ruby raised her head and smiled. This is a pneumatic door, or the drawing you gave me last night. Didn't you say you wanted to find a home for Hutch's eggs? This door can prevent them from running around after they hatch. When my phone heard this, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Oh, that's quite an idea. Now our little hatchies have their own little world. My phone left Ruby to continue working, while he returned to the underground level and immediately deployed manpower to speed up the construction of the second human power generator. Faced with the surge in power demand brought about by new equipment, he knew that it was urgent to increase power output. Folks, due to the addition of new equipment at the shelter, our electricity usage has increased significantly. My phone looked around at the busy people, especially the female members who were about to participate in the generator power generation. This means that each of us needs to work harder to turn the wheel to ensure a stable supply of electricity. Seeing this, and CU raised questions about the night watch arrangement at the right time. Her suggestion was based on actual considerations. Commander, since we have all been safely transferred to the underground shelter, can the night watch system above be temporarily canceled? After all, everyone's main focus should be on the more critical power generation and food production. My phone pondered for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided to adopt in CU's proposal. You are right in CU. At present, it seems more important to concentrate our efforts on ensuring basic survival needs. The night watch mission is temporarily canceled, but I will study other alternatives as soon as possible to ensure our safety. Canceling the night watch and allocating manpower to power generation and growing featherleaf sweet potatoes was a decision made by my phone after careful consideration. There is no way around it. After all, food is the most important thing in a shelter. As for keeping watch, what in CU said made sense. Everyone was underground, and even if someone came from the ground, all they could see was my Feng's pitch-black, uninhabited home on the ground. The only flaw was that the air pump placed in my Feng's original bedroom was still working, but as long as those people did not break into my Feng's bedroom by breaking the door, there would be no problem from the outside. My phone was a little helpless. Just as he had worried before, the current cost of growing featherleaf fruit potatoes was a bit too high, and it required a lot of manpower and material resources. At this moment, my phone suddenly received a message. When I opened it, it turned out to be a message from Sister Lee, who had previously chosen to go to the official shelter. "Help! Please come and save me." Seeing this, my phone couldn't help but look stern and quickly sent a message to reply. What happened? After a tense wait, Sister Lee's reply finally arrived, and the words were full of panic. "We were attacked by gangsters, and even the official people were killed." The official shelter was attacked by criminals? My Feng's heart tightened, but he forced himself to calm down. Ever since he learned that all the armed forces on Earth had been abducted by alien forces and taken to alien planets to mine, he had a hunch that the official defense line would not be solid. Previously, Zhu Ming had also hinted that the official security force was weak and the safety of the shelter was only a matter of time. My phone did not expect that this problem would explode into reality so quickly. He followed closely and asked, "So you are running away now?" Every second of waiting for a reply was like torture. Finally, Sister Lee's message popped up again. "Yes, the officials bought some time. We are now escaping separately, but I am afraid I can't go back alone. Can you send someone to rescue me?" My phone stared at the message with a frown on his face, quickly weighing the possibilities and risks of rescue in his mind. Chapter 52. Emergency, send a team to rescue people. My Feng's thoughts were racing. He was well aware of the severity of the current situation. The fall of the official shelter meant that more innocent people would be in danger, and Sister Lee's call for help made him feel uneasy. It's not that he is so kind-hearted and can't bear to see people die, but Sister Lee and others know My Feng's address. If they are caught and reveal My Feng's address, it will be a disaster for the shelter. He quickly found Bubble and told her the whole situation. "Bubble, what do you think we should do now?" Bubble thought for a moment and replied, "Commander, I don't think we can wait. We have to take the initiative. Tell me in detail." My phone asked. "Sister Lee and the others know where we live. Even if she is not caught, she may lead the criminals to this area. If she is caught, she will most likely reveal our location information. Besides, we have had some conflicts with criminals before. Although we don't know if these criminals are the same ones we encountered last time, this possibility cannot be ignored. If the official shelters are breached, the situation will become increasingly chaotic. It's only a matter of time before we are targeted. So, we can't wait for them to come to us and take the initiative." Bubble's explanation was simple and somewhat subjective, but it hit the nail on the head, and my phone agreed with it. But just as he was about to give the order to rescue Sister Lee, Bubble stopped him. "Don't worry. We are far away from there. We can't act rashly. We need to plan carefully." My phone nodded and calmed down, knowing that what was needed now was wisdom and strategy, not blind action. Upon hearing this, my phone nodded, realizing that his impatience might not be conducive to the current decision. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then continued. "Bubbles, you are right. We can't act impulsively. So, how can we develop a plan that is both safe and effective to deal with the current crisis?" After thinking for a moment, Bubble made a few suggestions. First, keep in touch with Sister Lee to obtain more first-hand information and understand the specific situation, including the number of enemies, equipment, and possible routes of action. This way, we can make a more accurate judgment. Secondly, we must immediately upgrade the laser guns to enhance the combat capability of the shelter. In addition, we must use the shelter's resources to strengthen the surrounding defense measures. For example, we must set traps, strengthen patrols, and ensure smooth communications. At the same time, we must also be prepared for emergency evacuation, just in case. Finally, regarding Sister Lee and her companions, if conditions permit, we can send a team to bring them back while ensuring their safety. My phone listened carefully to Peyo's advice and felt it made a lot of sense. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's execute your plan. I will immediately arrange for personnel to conduct reconnaissance and defense preparations, and also try to contact Sister Lee and the others. I hope we can resolve this crisis as soon as possible and protect everyone's safety." Afterwards, my phone took immediate action. He first sent a message to Sister Lee asking for information about the enemy, and then he summoned key members in the shelter and assigned them tasks. "Don't worry, killing enemies is what I'm best at." Ruby slapped his chest and said confidently. Seeing this, NCU quickly raised her hand and said, "Commander, I want to go with Ruby to rescue Sister Lee and the others." My phone was very happy when he saw someone volunteering, and he immediately decided, "Okay, Then you two go together. And be careful. When NCU heard this, he nodded happily and quickly got ready. At the same time, my phone also received the information that Sister Lee had taken the time to send. When he saw the content, my Feng's face changed. There were a lot of thugs, at least 50 of them, and they all had weapons. The most outrageous thing was that their leader could actually lift a 10-meter-long concrete pole like it was a piece of cake. This guy smashed the shelter. A 10-meter electric pole? How heavy must that be? My phone kept muttering to himself. This must be a Hercules level. He thought of the gangster that Pow Pow and the others had met on the road before, who was a subordinate of the Hercules King. This guy must be this one. My phone quickly replied to Sister Lee. Don't be afraid. Our people are on the way. Contact and see you. She will bring you back. Sister Lee quickly responded. Really? That's great. Thank you. My phone replied. You're welcome. Come back safely and we'll talk. After replying the message, he turned to Ruby and NCU and shouted, Hurry up. The road will be difficult to walk on if it gets late. Without saying a word, Ruby picked up the laser gun and walked out, followed closely by NCU. The two quickly disappeared into the night to carry out the rescue mission. After watching Ruby and NCU leave, my phone turned to Bubble and asked directly and urgently, Can you handle the upgrade of the laser gun? How long will it take? Bubble smiled, his eyes revealing confidence. Don't worry. With the experience from last time, the efficiency will definitely be improved this time, and the time should be greatly shortened. After hearing this, my phone felt relieved. He patted Pow Pow on the shoulder and urged, Okay, it's all up to you. Go now. After the team members were busy, my phone finally had time to open the communication platform. As expected, there was an uproar on the platform. Fuck, I'm going to tell you something you may not believe. I saw a man carrying a 10-meter-long concrete pillar to attack the official shelter. Is this true? Where is it? How dare someone attack an official shelter? What's so strange about this? After all, we all know that all the armed forces have been tied up on alien planets to mine, so the shelters have naturally become soft persimmons. Those desperate criminals will definitely head for the official shelters. Even if there were no professional armed forces, there were still many people in the official shelters. How could those criminals dare to do that? Stop analyzing. Come on if you have the guts, or we'll all be done for sooner or later. Go up. What can I use? Who can withstand the impact of that concrete pillar? I will die if I am hit by that concrete pillar. Where is Brother Chaihua? Doesn't he have a laser gun? Laser guns shouldn't be afraid of concrete pillars. Wake up. This world is so big. How could Brother Chaihua be there whenever you call? You should just wish for the best. Posts on the communication platform fell into panic, and everyone's speech was full of despair. The posts were filled with panic and despair, but my phone knew that as an insider, he could not be consumed by such emotions. He watched all this silently, with mixed feelings in his heart. After all, he was standing in the center of the storm, only 10 kilometers away from the thug wielding the concrete pillar. Chapter 53, New Hibernation Chamber. Sister Lee's urgent call for help reminded my phone, who was concentrating on developing the shelter, that the world outside was becoming more chaotic. The shelter where Sister Lee is located is just the official shelter closest to my phone, and such a shelter is just one of the many shelters in Shanghai City. How many such shelters are there across the country, and even around the world? How many of them have been broken into by brutal criminals like the one Sister Lee was in? And what about those individual shelters with only 1 or 2 people? How many of them have been destroyed by criminals? My phone didn't know the exact number, but he knew that it must be a heart-pounding astronomical figure. Although my phone had anticipated all this, when Sister Lee's distress signal actually came, he still felt an indescribable sense of trance in his heart. This is the end of the world, a world where social order collapses and laws and morals no longer bind us. Here, people may only be able to follow the cruel law of the dark forest. No one knows whether they're being targeted by others, so in order to survive, they will take the initiative to attack others. As an ordinary person, although my phone has acquired a very cool talent, he always stays in his own shelter, thinking all day long about how to survive. Even though he had a powerful weapon like the laser gun and a strong warrior like Ruby, my phone never let Ruby use it to plunder. Instead, he chose to sell the wood stove in exchange for resources for survival. My phone knew all about the actions of the Wong thugs next door, but he chose to watch them coldly. It was not until they came to his door that my phone had to fight back. In his opinion, if people can unite as one, they may be able to find hope of survival in this doomsday. Every day, as long as you are alive, you can get survival points. These survival points are enough to exchange for food and maintain the most basic survival. Everyone also gets a magical talent. If you make good use of it, even if it is not as useful as my fangs, it will definitely play a positive role in survival. If people can pool their survival points together, perhaps they can exchange them for blueprints, which will gradually improve their lives even without the acceleration of laser guns. But obviously, some people don't think so. Whether they want to take the initiative to attack those who may threaten themselves because of the Dark Forest law, or they want to kill for fun out of their own selfish interests, they have chosen a different path from my phone. And now, they're about to meet my phone, who is focusing on development. I just want to survive in this chaotic world. Why are you forcing me? My phone paced anxiously in the shelter, his face gloomy, making others afraid to approach. Whenever his eyes swept over, the people around him could not help but become nervous. Soon, my phone realized this and his mood became even heavier. He returned to his bedroom, not wanting to disturb the work of others in the shelter. The operation of the shelter still required the hard work of these women. I don't know how long it took, but Bubble found my phone. Commander, the laser gun has been upgraded. Bubble handed the upgraded laser gun to my phone. My phone raised his head from deep worry, and his eyes met the laser gun in Bubble's hand. He took the weapon and stroked its surface in silence. The cold touch, the streamlined gun body, everything seemed to be the same as before the upgrade. However, my phone could feel its inner qualitative change from a harmless tool to a deadly weapon. The enemy is approaching, and my phone knows that his hands will inevitably be stained with blood. Bubble looked at my phone, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Commander, you look a little worried. My phone came back to his senses, his voice a little hoarse. Pow pow. Thank you for your hard work. Bubbles responded, It's my responsibility, Commander. You seem to be worried about something. No, I just can't understand why humans have to kill each other. My phone said with a wry smile. Bubble replied expressionlessly. Because people have desires, and when desires get out of control, they will lead to depravity. My phone stared at Bubble closely, as if trying to find the answer from her expression. What about you, Bubble? Do you have desires? Bubble smiled slightly. Of course, Commander. Even we have desires. For example, I don't want to eat rice slice, and Ruby wants to eat Hutch's meat. My phone was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. If human desires were as simple as yours, the world might be different. Bubble kept smiling. Commander, you don't have to worry about everything. Some tasks can be left to us. After a moment's silence, my phone returned the laser gun to Bubble. Upgrade the other one so that it has the same lethality. Bubble responded, turned, and left. Her figure gradually disappeared in the shadow of the aisle. Time passed minute by minute until midnight, when my fang's ears once again rang with the mysterious voice that had been repeated 9 times. Congratulations. You have successfully triggered the happiness knocks on the door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them now? My fang's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating arc, and he murmured softly, Is happiness knocking on the door? I can't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Even if he had SSS-level talent, what would it matter? Wouldn't he still be unable to stop the criminals from committing crimes outside? Even if he could kill 1 or 2 criminals and save 1 or 2 survivors, so what? He couldn't put an end to this increasingly chaotic doomsday. His abilities seemed to provide him only a glimmer of light in this end times. He knew very well that he was just an ordinary person who was given special treatment in this apocalypse. Perhaps he was just an experiment used for observation by some beings who were waiting curiously to see what choice this lucky person would make. Although he was full of reluctance, my phone still decided to receive the 3 blind boxes. His voice was firm and clear. Yes. As he answered, 3 blind boxes appeared on the floor in front of his bed, and one of the unusually large blind boxes immediately caught his attention. My phone was silent at first, and then a smile appeared on his face. He stared at the blind box that almost touched the ceiling, and an inexplicable expectation surged in his heart. This height, this size, there can't be any mistake. It must be. My phone couldn't wait to open the largest blind box, revealing the dormant chamber inside. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay, this is what I really need. How can those blueprints compare to this? He couldn't wait to open the hibernation chamber. Chapter 54, Newcomer Leila, the caregiver. As my phone pressed the on button, the hibernation chamber made a soft beep sound and slowly started up. A few minutes later, the heavy lid of the low-temperature box rose automatically, and a woman's face gradually appeared. She had a well-proportioned figure, pretty face, and cascading brown hair that contrasted sharply with her bubbly Mickey Mouse hairdo. Her skin is also brown, which my phone thinks is a rare and unique beauty. The woman was wearing a uniform similar to that of Bubbles and Ruby, which made my phone wonder if she might have some connection with these two companions. The woman slowly woke up, her eyes focused on my phone, her voice revealing an excitement that was difficult to conceal. "Thank you for waking me up. Are you my commander?" My phone was already used to this kind of scene, and he responded calmly, "Yes." The woman walked out of the hibernation capsule and saluted my phone with a standard military salute. "Hello, Commander. I'm Leila, reporting to you." "Leila, do you know Bubble or Ruby?" My phone asked. He wanted to verify his guess. Leila was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled brightly. "Bubbles. Ruby. I know them all. Are they here too?" "Yes. Ruby is out on a mission and Bubble is outside. I will take you to see her later." My phone said with a smile. "That's great. I didn't expect that we could meet again after such a long time." Leila couldn't hide her smile. Waking up after sleeping for many years and meeting her former comrades again was undoubtedly an extremely happy thing for her. "No rush. Can you tell me first what job you were responsible for before?" My phone signaled her to be patient. "Oh, sorry, I was too excited." Leila touched her head a little embarrassedly. "I was mainly responsible for medical work before." When my phone heard this, his heart was shocked, and then he was overwhelmed by an irrepressible ecstasy. In this doomsday, food and medicine are the two resources that my phone cares most about. Looking at all the disasters in history, whether natural or man-made, the most common cause of human death is often not famine and cannibalism, but disease. In a closed shelter, food shortages may be alleviated through various means, but once a deadly infectious disease breaks out, the shelter lacks effective treatment and may face the risk of total annihilation. Although my Fang shelter has a population of up to 11 people, none of them is a professional medical staff. Even Ruby and Bubble only know some basic medical knowledge, which is undoubtedly a huge shortcoming. Now, with Leila's joining, her professional medical skills are like charcoal scent in the severe winter, bringing warmth and hope to my Fang's shelter. My phone carefully looked at Leila's information and nodded with satisfaction. Leila information overview. Age, 5,200 days. Attributes, medical 8, drug production speed plus 80%, treatment speed plus 160%. Operation 2, machine operation speed 20%. Talent, caregiver, likes to take care of patients and speed up their recovery. Areas of expertise, medical, precision operation. Auxiliary abilities, excavation, construction, sorting material supply. Restricted fields, art creation, cooking, driving skills, animal husbandry, basic farming. Note, the clones are instilled with the command to be loyal to the commander during the production process, so you don't need to worry about the clones betraying you. But clones need to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep just like humans, so please do not exploit the clones. Otherwise, they will become passive and lazy. The joining of Leila is not just about adding a new person, but also brings the possibility of survival to the shelter. This is a shot in the arm for my phone, who was previously in a pessimistic mood. He opened the other two blind boxes on the ground, and as expected, there were two blueprints inside. But what made my phone happy was that both blueprints were related to medical care. Congratulations, you have obtained a triage bed blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a prescription table blueprint. Triage bed. Construction requires 200 units of mineral materials, accelerates health recovery and treats wounds, relieves the user's mental stress, and can revive users who have lost their ability to move. Note, if someone with first-class skills assists, the user will gain a stronger healing effect. Pharmacy table. Construction requires 400 units of metal materials, produces medicine to treat most basic diseases. The user's medical skill must be greater than 5 points to make medicine. Requires an external power supply, rated power 240 watts. Note, some medicines help prevent diseases, while others are used to alleviate existing diseases. My Fang's eyes lingered on the detailed descriptions of the two blueprints, and an unconcealable joy appeared on his face. Now we have people who understand medical technology, and now we even have medical equipment. The medical capabilities of the shelter have been unprecedentedly enhanced with the addition of Leila. "Leila, do you know how to make medicine?" My phone asked anxiously, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Leila nodded, her tone revealing confidence. "Of course, this is my basic work. I currently know the formulas of 7 kinds of medicines. As long as there is a pharmacy table and raw materials, I can make them." "Great, what raw materials are needed? Tell me." My Fang's curiosity was completely ignited. Fragrant lilies, phosphate rock, hot pepper kernels, coal, clean water, thornflower seeds, soil, steel, and sunworm eggs. A total of 9 raw materials. Leila counted on her fingers as she listed. My phone was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. Coal? Steel? Phosphate? How could these substances, usually associated with industry and energy, become raw materials for medicines? He could imagine the roles of other raw materials, such as flowers, seeds, and insect eggs, in medicine making, but coal, steel, and phosphate rock were completely beyond his comprehension. Are you sure these are raw materials? My phone confirmed again, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Yes, I'm sure, Commander. Leila's tone was firm, without any hesitation. My phone was silent for a moment, then made a decision. Okay, I understand. I'll take you to Pow Pow first and meet the other staff in the shelter. He decided to put these strange drug formulas aside and explore their mysteries when they were really needed. Okay, Commander. Leila's voice was full of anticipation and energy, and her eyes were shining with the desire for reunion. My phone led Leila through the corridor of the shelter and finally came to Bubble. When Bubble saw Leila coming, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, and both of them showed sincere smiles on their faces. The two walked aside and began to chat, sharing each other's experiences and feelings. Chapter 55, Ruby Returns. Late at night, my phone was awakened from his deep sleep by a series of electronic alert sounds. He rubbed his heavy eyelids, and the virtual screen in front of him scrolled with information. You have a message that you have not received? Do you want to check it? You have a message that you have not received? Do you want to check it? You have a message that you have not received? Do you want to check it? Gain 1 survival point. Obtain 3 survival points. Gain 2 survival points. The intermittent notification sound continued for more than a dozen times. My phone took a quick glance and found that there were several urgent messages mixed in. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Huh, what happened? My phone muttered to himself, losing all desire to sleep. Ruby and the others are in trouble. Could it be that I guessed it right? Sister Lee is being pursued by a large number of soldiers. Or was Ruby attacked by another group of thugs? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He couldn't wait to open the message and found a series of urgent messages from NCU. The content made his heart sink to the bottom. Commander, we have received Sister Lee. Oh no, Commander, there are other people behind Sister Lee. Ruby has already engaged the opponent. There are so many people on the other side. They also have long-range weapons. Ruby is injured. My Fang's eyes widened as he looked at the last message. Ruby was actually injured? Ruby, who was holding a laser gun, a powerful weapon, was actually injured by a group of people without hot weapons? He immediately sent a message to NCU. How is Ruby? Does she need our support? The moment of waiting seemed longer than a century. Finally, NCU's reply came. Commander, you finally replied? Ruby said it's nothing serious and doesn't need support. We are heading back now. My phone felt a little relieved, but still tense. If Ruby was injured or died, it would be a great loss for him. Ruby was not only an important fighting force of the shelter, but also the laser gun, a powerful weapon, might fall into the hands of the enemy. Okay, I understand. Come back as soon as possible. Keep in touch. If you have any questions, please contact me immediately. After sending the message, my phone turned off the notification tone, but he knew that he would not be able to sleep peacefully that night. My phone quickly got up from the bed, his heart filled with urgency. He found Leila, who had just woken up from the hibernation capsule and was not yet asleep. Leila, come with me. There was an unquestionable command in his tone. What's wrong, Commander? Leila looked at my Fang's solemn expression and couldn't help feeling a little worried. We need to set up a medical room immediately. My phone said as he led Leila to the second underground floor. This place was originally planned to be used as a kitchen, but due to the lack of the corresponding blueprint and my Fang's reluctance to easily use survival points to purchase from the mall, this area has not been used. Is anyone hurt, Commander? Leila asked with a hint of inquiry in her voice. My phone nodded heavily. Yes, Ruby was injured outside and is currently on her way back. He briefly explained the situation to Leila, and Leila realized the seriousness of the matter as soon as she heard it. A hint of determination flashed in Leila's eyes. I understand. Leave it to me. I have checked the shelter and found some raw materials that can be used to make some basic medical supplies. My phone felt relieved. He didn't expect Leila's arrival to be so timely. The discovery of her professional skills and resources was undoubtedly a timely help to the shelter. My phone patted Leila on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Leila nodded and said nothing more, but picked up the laser gun and began to create a triage bed and a medication table. The next morning, just after dawn, my phone received an urgent message from NCU. "Commander, we're almost there." My phone, who had not slept all night, quickly jumped out of bed and walked quickly towards a house on the ground. He looked out the window, his eyes penetrating the wind and snow outside, waiting anxiously. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the wind and snow. Their figures seemed particularly firm under the baptism of wind and snow. They were Ruby and the other 2. As soon as he entered the door, my phone couldn't wait to greet him. "Ruby, I heard that you were injured?" My Feng's voice was full of concern. "It's nothing serious, just a rock hit her. This little girl is too sensitive. This injury is a piece of cake for me." Ruby patted her chest lightly, but the pain that flashed in his eyes when he patted his chest did not escape my Feng's eyes. "In any case, let's go to the infirmary on the second basement floor for a checkup first." My Feng insisted. "Infirmary?" Ruby seemed a little confused, bewildered by the changes that had taken place in the shelter overnight. He wasn't away for long, just one night. So how come there was an infirmary? My Feng explained with a smile. "It was just built last night. There's an old friend of yours waiting for you there." "Old friend?" Ruby's face was full of confusion. "You'll know when you go there." There was a hint of mystery in my Feng's words. Although Ruby was full of doubts, she nodded and walked towards the underground shelter with curiosity and anticipation. My Feng's gaze then turned to the other 2 people who had returned, NCU and Sister Lee. NCU's face looked a little weathered and tired, but she looked in good overall condition. However, Sister Lee's condition was relatively poor. It's only been a few days since we last met, but Sister Lee's face looks even more haggard. Her eyes are full of anxiety and expectation, as if she is worried that my Feng's shelter will not accept her. After all, she had chosen to go to the official shelter before. "Commander," NCU walked forward, as if she wanted to explain something, but my Feng waved his hand gently, signaling her not to say more. My Feng smiled and said, "Don't say anything, just come back. You should also go to the infirmary for a checkup to make sure you are not injured." "Okay, thank you, Commander." NCU's face showed an expression of surprise. She nodded repeatedly, obviously grateful for my Feng's understanding and care. Thank you, thank you." Sister Lee was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Her voice trembled, and tears flashed in her eyes. My Feng waved his hand gently, signaling them to go to the infirmary quickly. The 2 girls did not dare to delay and quickly walked towards the underground shelter. My Feng stayed in the house on the ground, quietly observing the outside. Although he had confidence in Ruby's judgment and knew that Ruby would not lead the enemy back to the sanctuary, caution was always necessary in this world full of unknowns and dangers. He stayed on the ground for more than half an hour, and only after confirming that there was nothing unusual around him did he return to the underground shelter with peace of mind. Chapter 56: The Criminal's Target. When my phone walked to the door of the medical room, he heard Ruby and Leila talking and laughing. "Ha ha, it's great here, much better than the base we stayed in before." Ruby's voice was loud. "Really?" Leila asked with a hint of curiosity in her voice. My phone coughed lightly, interrupting their conversation, and walked into the medical room. "Commander, you're here. I told you nothing was wrong. If you don't believe me, ask Leila." Ruby saw my phone and came up to him with a smile. "Leila, how is Ruby?" My phone asked directly. "It's nothing serious, just some bruises where the rock hit. It will be fine after lying on the triage bed for a night." Leila's tone revealed professionalism and confidence. Hearing this, my Feng's worries finally dissipated. "That's good, but this one's in poor health." Leila pointed at Sister Lee, and her tone became serious. My Feng frowned and asked with concern, What's the situation with Sister Lee?" "No, Commander, just call me Shufan." Li Shufan interrupted with some fear and took the initiative to lower her posture. Leila glanced at her and continued, "She is already malnourished, and she has traveled a long distance in the snow and wind. In addition, she is mentally stimulated. She needs to eat more nutritious food and have a good rest. This may lead to a double crisis of physical and mental health, and in serious cases, it may even be life-threatening." My phone was a little confused, but he quickly grasped the point. "In short, we need to make sure she eats well, sleeps well, and rests well, right?" he asked tentatively. "Yes," Leila answered simply, with a hint of smile in her eyes. Li Shufan looked at my phone with gratitude in her eyes. "Commander, don't worry about me. I am very grateful that you can take me in." That won't work. Since you call me commander, you must want to join our shelter. Shufin, since you have joined our shelter, your health is our responsibility. My Feng's tone was firm. Thank you for taking me in. Li Shufin was so moved that she burst into tears. Okay, follow Leila's advice and take care of your body. We can talk about the work in the shelter after you fully recover. My Feng said with a smile. Okay. Li Shufin nodded repeatedly in response. After ensuring everyone's safety, my Feng turned to Li Shufin and asked a question in his mind. By the way, I didn't ask in detail in the message before. Now tell me in detail, how did the criminals break into the official shelter? Li Shufin sorted out her thoughts and spoke slowly. I don't know much about how the shelter was breached. I only know that everything happened too suddenly. The security team in charge of the alert didn't even send out a warning signal before the criminals had already attacked the shelter headquarters. There was a look of confusion on her face, and she was obviously unable to understand what was happening. My phone narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly aware of the abnormality of the situation, and quickly asked, "How many people are there in the security team?" Li Shufin recalled and replied, "I don't know the exact number, but there were at least more than 100 people." My phone immediately realized the problem and continued to ask, "More than 100 people? Didn't you say that you saw only more than 50 criminals?" "Yes, but that's only what I saw. There may be more criminals that I didn't see." Although Li Shufin put forward her own guess, she also felt that something was wrong. But even if there were more criminals with more than 100 security personnel, how is it possible that no warning was even issued? There must be something wrong here. My Feng said in a deep voice, his tone revealing his serious consideration of the situation. Ruby, who was lying on the triage bed nearby, heard their conversation and interrupted nonchalantly. "What's so strange about this? Commander, there must be a mole in the official shelter." My Feng's face darkened and he nodded seriously. "Well, what you said is very likely true. In this apocalyptic setting, betrayal and conspiracy are not uncommon, but each incident may hide deeper secrets." My Feng changed his train of thought and continued to inquire. "What is the status of the material reserves in the official shelter?" Li Shufin's expression became even uglier. She shook her head and said, "Not much. You can even say very little. The shelter only provides the most basic wood stove and living space, and also requires us to hand in a portion of survival points regularly." Survival points? My Feng's eyes flashed with doubt. Why does the government want to collect your survival points? They said it was to pool resources and purchase some important supplies. Li Shufin's voice was filled with uncertainty. When my Feng heard this, a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Could it be that the authorities want to use these survival points to buy laser guns? Li Shufin was silent. She had no answer to this question. My Feng became more and more certain of his guess. It must be like this. As one of the few high-tech weapons in this chaotic world, the laser gun is undoubtedly very attractive. It must have attracted the attention of the criminals. His expression became more and more solemn, and he began to think about possible countermeasures in his mind. In this world, high-tech weapons are not only a symbol of power, but also the key to survival. If the authorities really concentrated on the survival points to purchase laser guns, if they were not upgraded to have lethality in time, they might be stolen by others, and they might have fallen into the hands of criminals by now. Even if it was not a laser gun, but other items that required a lot of survival points to exchange, it would not be good news for my phone. My phone quickly walked to the triage bed, his eyes flashing with urgency, and asked, "Ruby, did any of the gangsters you encountered have a laser gun?" "No, I can be sure of that." Ruby's face also showed a serious expression, and it was obvious that he also realized the seriousness of the situation. When my phone heard the answer, his expression did not relax. Ruby was facing only a small part of the criminals, and it was still unknown whether the other criminals had laser guns. He turned to Li Shufin and continued to ask, "Shufin, do you know the whereabouts of those women who were in the shelter with you?" "They all left the shelter. The authorities organized several operations to other areas, and they chose to follow." Li Shufin replied quickly. "Go to other areas?" My phone was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, "Why didn't you follow them?" "Because those operations were not directed to the area where my son is." A trace of regret flashed in Li Shufin's eyes. "Originally, the authorities planned to go to the area where my son is today, and I also planned to go with them, but I didn't expect something like this to happen." Speaking of this, Li Shufin's face was full of regret and helplessness. Chapter 57. Getting stuck in a dead end. My phone comforted Li Shufin softly. "Life is more important. Don't think so much, just have a good rest." Li Shufan nodded dejectedly. Although her heart was full of worries, she still chose to believe My Feng's words. After letting Ruby and the other two have a good rest, My Feng returned to his bedroom. He immediately sent a message to Zhu Ming, hoping to learn more about the inside story of the shelter being breached. However, time passed, and My Feng did not receive any reply. He frowned, realizing that he might not be able to get help from Zhu Ming for the time being. My Feng's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. He had a feeling that a conflict between himself and these criminals was inevitable. My Feng's worries were not unnecessary. Even if the criminals failed to get the laser gun from the official shelter, they might have already set their sights on the weapon in My Feng's hand. Before he died, the guy named Wang made public the fact that Ruby was holding a laser gun, and in order to clear himself, My Feng also publicly admitted that he owned a laser gun. As a laser gun worth 9,999 survival points, it is a huge temptation for anyone. The official may be able to redeem it by collecting survival points, while the criminals are more likely to choose to rob it directly. What's more, Ruby has ruined the criminals' plans twice. Considering the new and old grudges, they must have set their sights on Ruby. Thinking of this, My Feng felt a little headache. How about sending Ruby out to kill all these criminals? My Feng also had an advantage, that is, there was only one laser gun exposed, but in fact he had 3. This thought flashed through My Feng's mind, but he quickly denied it. Not to mention that My Feng has no idea where the criminals' lair is. Even if Ruby can find their lair based on their movements, they are outnumbered and may have laser guns in their hands. Even if Ruby is a good fighter, he may be injured or even killed. If anything happens to Ruby, it will be an immeasurable loss to My Feng's shelter. After careful consideration, My Feng finally made a decision to go underground completely, seal the entrances and exits to the ground, and even destroy your home on the ground, turning it into ruins. This will help you avoid possible tracking and attacks by criminals. This was not an impulsive idea of My Feng, but a decision made after careful consideration. Food and oxygen are 2 key elements for survival in an underground shelter. As for the food issue, My Feng already has a plan. He has previously ordered the planting of 20 feather leaf fruit potatoes. Although it is not possible to achieve complete self-sufficiency at present, this has relieved some of the pressure. As long as the planting scale continues to increase, the food problem will eventually be solved. Oxygen supply is a more difficult problem. At present, underground shelters mainly rely on air pumps on the ground to extract air. If you want to completely move underground, you must dismantle the ground facilities and eliminate all signs that may expose your whereabouts. If we simply want to rely on aloe vera to solve this problem, we need to expand the planting scale from 10 to 44 trees. No, that's not right. Now there are 2 new members in the shelter, so we need to plant 8 more trees, a total of 52 trees. This is not good news for My Feng, because the price in the survival point mall has risen to 11 survival points per piece, and the price of featherleaf fruit potato seeds has risen to 21 survival points per piece. This is obviously a huge problem for My Feng, who only has 25 survival points left. My Feng frowned. He stood up and went to the airbag aloe vera planting room on the 3rd underground floor to look for Bubble. Commander, why are you here? Bubble, who was taking good care of the plants, raised his head and asked curiously. My Feng's face was a little solemn. I have something to ask you. Is it convenient now? Bubble stopped what he was doing and answered seriously. Of course, Commander. I'm at your service anytime. My Feng briefly explained to Pow Pow the plan to go completely underground and asked her what she thought. What do you think? Any questions? Bubble smiled and responded. No problem. The environment outside is chaotic, and your decision is very wise. But food and oxygen supply. My Feng looked embarrassed. Bubble pointed to the lush aloe vera nearby and said, expanding the scale of cultivation is one solution. Although it is difficult, we can always find a solution. My Feng sighed. I also know that expanding the scale of planting is a solution, but this is not a shortage of seeds. I've wanted to ask about this for a long time, Commander. Are there any restrictions on your acquisition of these plant seeds and blueprints? Bubble suddenly asked. My Feng was startled, but soon calmed down. He knew that Bubble was a loyal clone, so he didn't need to hide anything. Indeed, we, the participants of the shelter game, can buy blueprints and various plant seeds from a place called the Survival Point Mall, but the price increases with the number of purchases, and I don't have many survival points left. Bubble suddenly realized, I see. Commander, the way you get blueprints here is different from the place I stayed before. There, we all obtained different blueprints by analyzing the data in a research station. My phone looked at Bubble in surprise. The way she described obtaining the blueprint was the same as that of the Warhawk team. But this is not his current concern. The problem he faces now is how to get more seeds. It is because of this restriction that I cannot obtain seeds in large quantities. My phone said with a troubled look on his face. Bubble asked cautiously and tentatively. Commander, are you getting stuck in a rut? Huh? What do you mean? My phone was a little confused. Why was he getting so stuck on such a small matter? Bubble said meaningfully. Didn't you just say that all of you shelter game participants can buy seeds and blueprints? Yeah, what's wrong? My phone hasn't reacted yet. But you are not the only participant in our shelter. Bubble blinked. This. Bubble's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly making my phone stand there in a daze. Yes, he can buy seeds, and so can CU and the others. He needs 11 survival points, or even more to buy now, but others don't need it. People like CU who have never bought plant seeds only need 1 survival point. My phone coughed awkwardly twice and left the planning room in a hurry. Ahem, we have never discussed this topic, and I have never been here, understand? Bubble looked at my Fang's embarrassed departure and laughed softly. The commander also has such a cute side. Chapter 58, Going Underground. My phone returned to his room with a bit of embarrassment and mixed feelings. Bubble's words were like a mirror, reflecting his own prejudices and negligence that he was not aware of. He had previously treated CU and the others as a group of victims harmed by criminals. After taking them in, he simply used them as tools to gain survival points. Unknowingly, my phone ignored their feelings and always gave priority to assigning tasks to clones like Ruby and Bubble, instead of truly treating CU and the others as companions in the shelter. This subconscious barrier not only made my phone feel guilty, but also made him realize a serious safety hazard. If they were disaffected or betrayed, no matter how well hidden his sanctuary was, it would be difficult to defend against the threat from within. My phone knew that in order to ensure the safety and unity of the shelter, he had to fundamentally change his thinking and practices. He needed to make CU and others feel that they were an indispensable part of the shelter and make their hearts closely connected with the fate of the shelter. At 12 noon, the survival points arrived on time. In the cafeteria on the basement floor, CU and others habitually wanted to hand over their survival points to my phone, but my phone waved his hand to stop them. CU was a little surprised and asked quickly, Commander, what are you doing? My phone coughed twice and said in a serious tone, Ahem, I have something I want to discuss with you all. CU and others were stunned when they heard this. The last time my phone said this, he was asking them to take turns to keep watch. What was going on this time? CU responded cautiously, Commander, please speak frankly. We will do our best. My phone carefully considered his words and slowly expressed his thoughts. The situation outside is getting more and more chaotic. We have had a conflict with some criminals. I am considering going underground completely and cutting off all contact with the ground. CU was stunned for a moment when he heard this and asked in confusion, Aren't we already living underground? No, that's not enough. What I mean is to remove the air pump on the ground, remove the house on the ground, and seal the entrance completely so that everyone who sees this place will mistakenly think that we have left here. My phone explained patiently, CU was surprised and asked, seal the entrance? Live underground? What about food and air? My phone was confident. We still have some food reserves, and we have planted 20 crops on the 3rd underground floor. As for air, we can be self-sufficient by expanding the planting of airbag aloe vera. He looked at everyone and said firmly, You should think carefully and feel free to ask any questions you have. Once we go underground, we won't come out easily. Everyone was talking and discussing in low voices. After a while, CU stood up as a representative and said, We will follow the commander's decision. However, Sister Lee has a request. My phone turned his gaze to Lee Shufin. She smiled bitterly and said, Commander, the environment outside is bad, and your decision is wise. But I want to ask, if the environment gets better in the future, can I go out to find my son? My phone nodded. Of course. I miss my parents in the countryside myself. When the time is right, we will look for our family together. Li Shufin nodded with emotion. Thank you, Commander. My phone nodded, and then issued a new order. Now, exchange all your survival points for aloe vera seeds at the Survival Point Mall. Okay. CU responded, and soon after, she had 4 more seeds in her hand. The other women followed suit, and each exchanged 4 seeds. After the exchange was completed, they wanted to give the seeds in their hands to my phone. My phone waved his hand to stop them and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he led the way out. The women were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and quickly followed him. My phone brought the girls to the third underground floor, and Ruby, who had recovered, had been waiting here for a long time. The room that originally had only 10 aloe vera plants was now filled with empty planting boxes, exactly 36, which was exactly the same number of seeds in the hands of the girls. "Commander?" And CU was surprised by this sudden change. "Oh, this is prepared for you. These seeds are purchased with your survival points, and I want you to plant them yourselves. I have also prepared markers, and you can write your names on the planting boxes." My phone said with a smile, and then took out 2 markers from his pocket. "Oh, so that's it? I understand." And CU took the marker in a daze, walked to a planting box, buried the aloe vera seeds in his hand, and wrote his name on the planting box. In the soft light, she looked at her name and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Before, she only thought of herself as My Fang's trophy. She handed in survival points to My Phone every day and carried out the orders given by My Phone, but she always felt out of place here. Even though she tried very hard to fit in here, secured a job as a night watchman, and even offered herself to be his partner, she was rejected by My Phone. She then took risks to go out on dangerous missions, but her sense of belonging was still elusive. But now, planting the seed she bought with her own hands and looking at the mark with her name, she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of belonging. Here, this planting box is her personal property. This is her home. Other women also silently planted the seeds in their hands. Looking at their names on the planting boxes, a torrent of emotions surged in their hearts, and some couldn't help but shed tears. My Phone quietly took Ruby out of the room, giving the women space to be alone and allowing them to release their emotions in this simple and solemn ceremony. This ritual was a strategy that My Phone used to deepen their sense of belonging to the shelter. Through such a simple ritual, he not only solved the problem of oxygen supply in the underground shelter, but also cleverly strengthened the cohesion of the team. When he got to the door, My Phone looked at Ruby carefully and asked, "Ruby, are you sure you have fully recovered?" Ruby patted his chest confidently and replied, "No problem. I'm stronger than a woolly mammoth now." My Phone blinked. A woolly mammoth? Although he had no idea what it was, he could sense Ruby's confidence and strength. My Phone didn't dwell on this detail, but continued to explain the task. "That's good. The demolition work on the ground is left to you, no problem." Ruby said easily, "No problem. I'm the best at demolishing houses, don't worry." My Phone still reminded, "Still be careful and pay attention to safety." Ruby waved her hand and said disapprovingly, "Commander, don't worry. I'll be there right away." He picked up the laser gun and walked towards the ground. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard from the ground. My Phone knew that this marked their temporary farewell to the world above ground. Chapter 59 Shelter Modification Plan. The rumbling sound continued from the ground until after the last loud bang. Everything returned to calm. Soon, Ruby's figure appeared at the entrance of the underground level and returned safely. Seeing that Ruby was safe and sound, My Phone finally felt relieved. "How is it? Are you not hurt?" He looked at Ruby carefully. Ruby smiled easily. "Don't worry, I can't bury the house I demolished." Do you need me to tell the commander about your previous brilliant achievements?" A voice suddenly came from behind My Phone. He turned around and saw that it was Leila. Ruby's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. "Ah, don't talk nonsense. What glorious achievements do I have?" My Fang's curiosity was instantly aroused. "Tell me about it quickly. I'm very curious." Leila paused, glanced at Ruby beside her, and seeing that he didn't stop her, she continued, "Once, Ruby was carried into my medical room unconscious. The person who carried him said that he dug into a soft part, and the sand above fell off, burying him alive. Ruby defended herself. That was an accident. Who knew there would be soft sand on top of such hard granite?" "Really?" Leila asked back with amusement. "But the laser gun obviously has a detection function, but you just don't use it." "I just became a prospector, and I'm not familiar with the functions of the laser gun," Ruby said with a dark face and a little unhappily. Leila continued to reveal the truth. "What about falling into the water and being drowned, digging into the high-temperature steam vent and being burned unconscious, and provoking Smooth Hatch and being beaten unconscious by Smooth Hatch? What do you say?" Ruby stammered, obviously unable to find a suitable excuse. That's because... My Phone couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, I never thought that you, Ruby, would have so many glorious deeds." In the relaxed atmosphere, my phone and Layla's laughter echoed in the corridor, while Ruby smiled awkwardly on the side. As the laughter gradually subsided, my phone patted Ruby on the shoulder, with a hint of joking and encouragement in his tone. Okay, let the past be the past. It is precisely because of those lessons that you have become a battle-hardened warrior. In the future, we will still need your strength. Ruby nodded, the embarrassment in her eyes gradually replaced by a determined light. Thank you, Commander, I will. Suddenly, my phone thought of something and quickly put away his smile. He turned his face straight and asked Ruby, by the way, Leila just mentioned that the laser gun has a detection function. What's going on? Ruby explained nonchalantly, well, after the laser gun was upgraded to dig deeper, it can not only dig harder materials, but also has a certain detection function. It can tell what materials are 2 or 3 meters deep. I had just become a miner not long ago, and I was not familiar with the use of this function, so I made a fool of myself. My phone frowned when he heard this. Doesn't that mean that others can use upgraded laser guns to detect our underground shelter? Ruby was stunned when she heard this, then nodded. Yes, it is possible. My phone felt a headache after hearing this. It seemed that he might not be able to live in peace even if he hid underground. He couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead, thinking about this new problem. After a long while, my phone rubbed his cheeks with his hands and said to Ruby and Leila, let's discuss with others how to rebuild the underground shelter to ensure our safety. My phone summoned everyone to the cafeteria and stated the current problem succinctly with a serious face. Our current underground shelter needs to be redesigned. At least the first underground floor cannot be used and must be filled in to prevent the enemy from detecting the hole with laser guns. Bubble immediately made a suggestion. Commander, I suggest that since we are going to renovate it, we might as well expand the underground shelter a little bit. My phone nodded and encouraged. Pow pow. Tell me your idea in detail. Bubble nodded and continued in a clear and logical manner. We now have 13 people. The existing accommodation, bathrooms, and restaurants are a bit tight and need to be expanded. With the increase in rooms and electrical equipment, the existing power system is no longer sufficient and needs to be upgraded. Moreover, as we move completely underground, the scale of featherleaf potato cultivation needs to be expanded to at least 60 trees, which will greatly increase the demand for ethanol. So the original plan to slowly build 3 ethanol distiller needs to be put on the agenda immediately. My phone listened carefully to Peyo's analysis, and then asked, So what are your plans? Bubble replied calmly, My plan is this. The first floor is used as a restaurant and kitchen, the second floor is used as a bedroom. The third floor is a bathroom and water purification facility. The fourth floor is used as a medical room and power generation room. And the fifth floor is used to grow aloe vera and feather leaf fruit potatoes. My phone nodded as he listened, but soon he realized a problem. Where is the ethanol distiller? Bubble said calmly, Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. I was talking about the living area just now. We can dig an industrial area next to it and place industrial equipment such as ethanol distiller and move the compost pile there as well. My phone pondered for a while, then agreed. It's a good idea to separate the living area from the industrial area. But how do we solve the problem of oxygen supply in the industrial area? Bubble had obviously thought this through, and she confidently proposed a solution. I've considered 2 options. First, let people entering the industrial area carry oxygen stones, which can slowly release oxygen. Second, we can build a pipeline system to extract oxygen from the living area and transport it to the industrial area. At the same time, we can guide the carbon dioxide produced by the ethanol distiller to the aloe vera to promote its growth. My phone agreed, and then he turned his gaze to others, encouraging them to express their opinions. If you have any ideas, please also put them forward. We need to pool our wisdom. Leila shook her head and didn't add anything. Ruby quickly asked her own question. Commander, how do we find a place to keep Hutch? My phone slapped his forehead and realized the problem. Yes, we still have 3 hatch eggs. Bubble, where do you think the breeding farm should be built? Bubble hesitated for a moment, then replied, This is my oversight. Ideally, we should build a separate breeding area, but considering the workload, I suggest temporarily adding a floor to the living area as a temporary breeding area. When resources and time permit, we can plan a larger breeding area. My phone nodded in agreement, then turned to Ncu and the other team members, asking them if they had any other suggestions. However, they just shook their heads, indicating that they had nothing to add at the moment. After confirming that no one had any objections, my phone quickly made the decision. In that case, we will act according to the plan proposed by Pow Pow. Now let's get to work. Chapter 60. Perfect Escape. Following my Feng's order, the entire shelter suddenly became busy. Bubble led a few people to carry supplies. They carefully transferred the supplies from the underground level to deeper levels. Ruby and two others picked up laser guns and began excavating the industrial area. Leila is in charge of leading two people to run the human-powered generator to provide the necessary electricity for the shelter and ensure lighting and other power needs at the construction site. Amidst everyone's orderly busyness, my phone seemed a little at a loss. He casually opened the commander's activity interface, wanting to know the latest situation of the Warhawk Squadron. Suddenly, a message popped up. You have 2 items that have not been received. Do you want to collect them immediately? My phone frowned slightly, but soon understood what was going on. Today, the War Eagle team had already selected the supplies without waiting for him, leaving him 2 resources. Yes. My phone tapped to confirm, and 2 white lights flashed beside him, revealing 2 blind boxes. He quickly opened the first blind box and found 500 units of metal material inside. For my Feng's shelter, this kind of material was already quite sufficient, so it didn't bring him too many surprises. However, when he opened the second blind box, the contents inside made his eyes light up. It was 500 units of coal. Although he cannot use coal at present, he has seen the blueprint of a coal generator in the Survival Point Mall, which means that as long as he gets the blueprint, he can build a coal generator, use coal to generate electricity, get rid of the constraints of human-powered generators, and free up manpower to do more work. After my phone handed the newly received supplies to Pow Pow and asked her to arrange for someone to store them, he once again focused his attention on the War Eagle squad. On the screen, the 4 members of the Warhawk squad gathered together, their faces full of worry, and it was obvious that what they were discussing was not good news. My phone immediately contacted Jianing through the system interface. What's wrong? Judging from your expressions, it seems that you are in trouble. Jianing was visibly excited when he heard my Feng's voice. Commander, you finally contacted us. You didn't show up on time at noon, and we were worried that something had happened to you. A warm current surged in my Feng's heart. He didn't expect that in this distant interstellar space, there were still people who cared so much about his safety. Thank you for your concern. I did have some emergencies today, so I was delayed for some time. War Eagle frowned and asked anxiously, did something big happen on Earth? Alas, the Earth is not peaceful either. My phone sighed and briefly recounted the incident of the official shelter being breached in a heavy tone. What? How could such a thing happen? Jianing said angrily, and his anger quickly spread to other team members. These criminals are so despicable. They have power, but instead of helping others, they do all kinds of evil. I will definitely give them a good beating when I get back. Wolf Warrior said indignantly. If these criminals were not captured by aliens and brought to this planet, how dare they be so arrogant? Zhan, who also looked indignant. In the final analysis, it's all the aliens' fault. If we have the chance, we must make these aliens pay the price. Yu Jiao was more rational and pointed out the source of all the problems. My phone felt mixed emotions when he heard their anger, but he still tried to comfort them. This is just the situation in one shelter I know about. Other shelters may not be so bad. You should take care of yourselves first. Anger cannot change the current situation. After hearing what my phone said, the War Eagle squad was still indignant, but gradually calmed down. They knew that no matter how angry they were, they could not return to Earth immediately. All they could do was to continue to stay on the alien planet and wait for an opportunity. Seeing this, my phone quickly changed the subject. Okay, tell me, what's your progress now? Jianing calmed down and reported. After Yujia's overnight research, he successfully unlocked several blueprints. One of them is a planting box. We have planted more than a dozen rice lily trees. I believe we will be able to solve the food problem soon. When my phone heard the name of the rice sap wood, his expression became a little subtle. He knew that the rice sap wood did not taste delicious. To be precise, it was very unpalatable, full of muddy smell and sticky, which could be said to be a bit disgusting. But he didn't say much. On an alien planet, being able to solve the food problem was already a great victory, and he didn't have the ability to support them indefinitely. This is something to be happy about. My phone encouraged. What about other aspects? Warhawk thought for a moment, his tone becoming somewhat heavy. We are currently facing 2 problems. One is that we have been digging in one direction, but now we have hit a layer of granite that blocks our way, and our laser guns cannot dig at all. The other problem is that as we dig deeper, oxygen supply also becomes a problem. My phone pondered for a moment, then said, I don't have any good solution for the oxygen supply problem. but I can help you with a granite problem. I will send you a workbench and materials. You can upgrade the laser gun in the direction of excavation. This will not only allow you to dig granite, but also increase detection capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled and he said excitedly, "Thank you for your assistance, Commander. We will redouble our efforts and strive to complete the mission as soon as possible." My phone did not waste time on words, but took immediate action. He asked Ruby to take time out of her busy schedule to build a multifunctional workbench and prepared some precious diamonds as necessary resources, which were sent to the Warhawk squad via the transmission system. After receiving the relief supplies from my phone, the War Eagle team did not stop for a moment and immediately plunged into the intensive work. They worked overtime and began upgrading the laser guns. My phone knew that the laser gun upgrade process would take some time, and during this process, the Warhawk squad did not need his direct help. Therefore, after ensuring that their needs were met, my phone left the commander interface and turned to deal with other matters within the shelter. After confirming that all supplies had been safely moved out of the basement, Ruby did not hesitate and quickly dismantled the original building structure and filled it with soil. With the fall of the last shovel of soil, the underground shelter was cleverly hidden more than 4 meters underground, as if it had never existed. As night fell, a group of uninvited guests armed with laser guns quietly arrived at the door of My Fang's former home. As they looked at the collapsed ruins, the leader couldn't help but curse. "Fuck, we're too late. We let Brother Chaiwa, the big fat sheep, get away." This group of people obviously came prepared, and their faces were filled with anger and disappointment. They thought they could find my phone easily, but they didn't expect that what greeted them was just ruins. Chapter 61: The Increasingly Chaotic Situation. In the underground shelter, my phone was unaware of the arrival of the gangsters on the ground. Feeling a little bored, he began to wander around the shelter aimlessly. He wandered over to the new power plant to see if he could be of any help there. In the new power room, 3 human-powered generators were running. Leila and 2 other women were running hard on them to generate electricity to charge the small batteries nearby. A wood stove was placed in the middle of the generator, providing them with the necessary warmth. Even though they were more than 10 meters underground, the cold from outside still seemed to be able to penetrate in, as if the insulation bricks were not playing their due role. My phone had asked Pow Pow about this before, and Pow Pow explained that since the temperature here was already very low before the excavation, the heat emitted by the wood stove was limited. Even if insulation bricks had been built to prevent the cold from spreading, it would take a long time for the temperature to rise. Although my phone didn't quite understand the principle, he felt that Peyo's explanation was reasonable. So he decided to build wood stoves in each area so that everyone could be provided with warmth when needed. "Commander, why are you here?" Leila saw my phone and greeted him happily. "Oh, I came to see if there is anything I can help with." My phone replied with a smile. "Well, there's nothing we need to help with here. We just need to run to generate electricity," Leila said with a smile. "Are you sure?" My phone confirmed again. No, Commander. We're already very happy that you can come to see us. You can go somewhere else." Leila waved her hand, indicating that my phone didn't need to help here. Seeing that the power room really didn't need his help, and that his presence made the people who were running seem a little nervous, my phone smiled helplessly, turned around, and left the power room. He decided to look elsewhere to see where he could make a difference. My phone walked into the planning area that had just been excavated. Ceiling lights and electrical wires had not yet been installed here, and it was pitch black all around. But even so, there are already staff members busy in the dark, carefully transplanting the aloe vera and featherleaf fruit potatoes from the original planting area to this new planting room. Bang! My phone was watching curiously at the entrance of the planting area when he was suddenly bumped into by a figure walking out of the darkness. "Huh, Commander, why are you here?" The person covered her forehead with her hands. Obviously, she was hit hard. When she raised her head and saw that it was my phone, she asked with a hint of pain and curiosity. I came to see if there's anyone I can help with." My phone rubbed his chin, which was hit, and stated his purpose directly. "No, Commander, you should go look somewhere else," Bubble said, and walked out from the darkness. She took out a fist-sized oxygen stone and stuffed it into My Fang's hand. The shelter is still under construction, and the air in some areas is not very well ventilated. You should carry the oxygen stone with you, just in case. "Oh, I see." My phone took the oxygen stone in a daze, realizing the possible risks brought about by his unfamiliarity with the current environment. Pow Pow gently pushed my phone, signaling him to leave the area, which was still under construction. My phone nodded, turned and left, and came to the entrance of the industrial area where Ruby was digging. Looking at the dust flying inside, my phone frowned and turned to leave. He felt that Ruby didn't need his help. He returned to his new bedroom and lay down on the bed feeling a little bored. It is called a bedroom, but there is nothing here except a bed and a wood stove. There are no other furniture or entertainment facilities. You can't use mobile phones or computers. These things are left on the ground and not moved down. Just as he was lying on the bed, doing nothing, my phone suddenly received a message alert. He quickly clicked it and found that it was a message from Pineapple Hippo. Pineapple Hippo. Brother Chihua, are you okay? When my phone saw this message, he was stunned and replied immediately. Sending warm wheat. I'm fine. Why are you asking? Pineapple Hippo, that's good. Someone on the communication platform said that your house was destroyed. I was worried that something happened to you. When my phone saw the reply, he was shocked and immediately opened the communication platform. Soon, he found the post mentioned by Pineapple Hippo. Brother Chihua is a coward. He didn't even dare to see me and just ran away with his tail between his legs. My phone clicked on the post and took a look. The poster was none other than Li Wang. In the post, he wantonly belittled my phone and expressed his disdain for my phone in various words. He was angry at my Feng's escape and threatened to make him pay if he saw him again. There were also several screenshots attached to the post, which showed the appearance of my Feng's collapsed house. My phone calmly read the post and was unmoved by the provocative words of Li Wang. However, he was glad for his previous decision. As expected, his address was exposed. No matter from which channel Li Wang obtained his home address, if he did not go underground in time, he would most likely face the threat from Li Wang. It's not that he was afraid of Hercules. After all, he had 3 laser guns in his hands. Although he might be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, he was definitely not inferior in terms of martial arts. But what if my phone can kill the Great King and his subordinates? After his home address is exposed, more criminals will definitely target him. Even if he kills one of the criminals, he will attract the attention of more criminals. It would be better for him to go underground as he does now, so that the criminals can't find him and will naturally change their target. After thinking for a moment, my phone closed the communication platform and sent a message back to Pineapple Hippo. Sending warm wheat. Don't worry, those criminals can't find me, so they can only vent their anger on my empty house. Soon, Pineapple Hippo's reply arrived. Pineapple Hippo. That's good. It's getting more and more unsafe outside now. Even Mr. Ma and his team don't dare to do live broadcasts outdoors, so they all switch to indoors. My phone felt heavy-hearted when he saw the news, but he knew that there was very little he could do, as he was just an ordinary person in this chaotic world. Send warm wheat. You have to be careful too. As a streamer, you are more likely to become a target. Never reveal your address. Safety comes first. Pineapple Hippo. Ha, Brother Chihua, are you really worried about me? You are homeless now. Do you want to come to my place? My house is pretty big. My phone couldn't help but laugh and replied. Sending warm wheat. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Pineapple Hippo. I'm afraid, but there aren't many good people left in this world now. Faced with such a reply, my phone was silent for a while before typing out a message. Sending warm wheat. If you want to see me, you should exercise more and lose weight first. This time, Wang Polo was silent for a long time before sending a reply. Pineapple Hippo, you didn't have good intentions when you gave me that gift before. I don't care about you anymore. Chapter 62, New Blueprint. After simply chatting with Pineapple Hippo for a few more sentences, my phone ended the conversation. From the chat with Pineapple Hippo, my phone learned that after the official shelter was breached, the environment outside became more and more chaotic. Audience members who were closer to other areas and Pineapple Hippo revealed that the level of chaos in the neighboring Longhu district was even greater than that in Longqing district, and the official shelter there was breached by criminals earlier than Longqing district where my phone was located. This made my phone feel uneasy. If the breach of the shelter in Longqing district was not an isolated case, then the shelters in other areas of Shanghai City were also in danger. He couldn't help but think, if the situation in one city was so bad, how much better could it be across the country, or even the entire planet? My phone felt a little powerless. It seemed that there was nothing he could do except strengthen his shelter. He sent a few more messages to Zhu Ming, but as usual, they fell on deaf ears. Without receiving a reply, my phone felt increasingly depressed, but he knew that he should not let this emotion affect his judgment and actions. In order to divert his attention, my phone opened the live broadcast rooms of other anchors, hoping to find some comfort from them. However, He found that the live broadcast content of most anchors tended to be homogenized. Invariably, the anchors took on the role of close friends, sharing survival tips with the audience and answering their questions, but few sang or engaged in other entertainment activities. The lack of high-tech equipment such as sound cards has exposed the true colors of some anchors who rely on equipment. A cappella singing in this era of live broadcasting seems to be powerless and difficult to attract audiences. In addition to the chaotic situation outside, the anchors did not dare to make loud noises for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Before the end of the world, neighbors would at most protest a few times, but now they are likely to break down the host door to let the host see what it means to be stabbed in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. Time passed minute by minute until midnight, when that familiar, mysterious voice sounded in his ears again. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the happiness knocks on the door talent and received 3 random blind boxes. Do you want to claim them now? Yes. My phone immediately replied that he was in urgent need of something new to stimulate himself. As he answered, 3 white lights flashed, and 3 blind boxes appeared in front of him. The 3 blind boxes are all very small. At a glance, my phone knows that there is a high probability that these blind boxes contain blueprints. A complex emotion flashed through my Feng's mind, and he whispered to himself, "Is there no hibernation chamber?" There was both loss and relief in his tone. The reason for feeling disappointed is that the lack of a hibernation chamber means the loss of a reliable and capable assistant, while the reason for feeling fortunate is that one more person means the shelter needs more resources and facilities to support it, and without a hibernation chamber, there will naturally be no such problems. My phone calmed down and opened 3 blind boxes. Every time he opened one, his eyes lit up. Congratulations, you have obtained a mechanical airlock door blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained an air purifier blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a giant battery blueprint. There were no accidents. They were all blueprints. My phone picked up the blueprints and read the instructions carefully. Mechanical airlock door. Construction requires 400 units of metal materials. The mechanical airlock door opens and closes very quickly, can block the flow of liquid and gas, maintains the pressure between different areas, has an automatic sensing function, and wild animals cannot pass through the door. It requires external power, with a rated power of 120 watts. Note, please keep it powered on, otherwise it will be no different from a manual airlock door. Air purifier. Construction requires 100 units of metal materials. Use sandpaper or charcoal and other filter materials to filter polluted air in the air to reduce the risk of disease transmission. External power is required, with a rated power of 5 watts. Note, air purifiers can only purify bacteria in the air and cannot convert one gas into another. Giant battery. It requires 400 units of metal materials to build, stores the electricity generated by the generator, and then provides power to the load. It is larger in size and can hold more electricity. It can store 40 kilojoules of electricity and provide power for a longer time. Note, the stored electricity will be lost over time and cannot be submerged in water. My phone carefully read the descriptions of the 3 blueprints and gained a deeper understanding of the technological value of these new blueprints. First up is the giant battery, which is only twice the size of a small battery but has 4 times the power capacity. This means that by replacing existing small batteries, more space will be available in the power generation room, while also greatly improving the energy storage efficiency. Air purifiers are also not to be underestimated. Although carrying oxygen stones can ensure that people do not pass out due to lack of oxygen, the air quality in industrial areas is a serious problem. Ethanol stills not only emit carbon dioxide during operation, but also produce pollutants that also release harmful gases when they degrade in the compost pile. With an air purifier, the air will be effectively purified and the health of shelter members will be protected. What's more, its power consumption is very small, even smaller than that of a ceiling lamp. As for the mechanical airlock door, its role is even more crucial. It can isolate external liquids and gases from flowing into the shelter, greatly enhancing the safety of the shelter while preventing the loss of oxygen inside the shelter. In this way, even if Ruby and his team encounter groundwater or toxic gases during the excavation process, the mechanical airlock door can ensure that these dangerous factors will not threaten the safety of the living area. What is more worth mentioning is that the mechanical airlock door also has an intelligent recognition function, which can effectively prevent external wild animals from invading the shelter. In this apocalyptic environment, some animals that can dig holes may inadvertently break in, which may not only cause damage to facilities, but may also cause harm to people. With mechanical airlock doors, these are no longer a problem. My phone walked out of the bedroom with excitement and quickly found Ruby's hand. Great, Commander. Ruby's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these blueprints, the safety and quality of life in our shelter will be greatly improved. My phone nodded and instructed seriously. Ruby, you are responsible for replacing all the small batteries in the power generation room with giant batteries. This will save space and improve energy efficiency. At the same time, the installation of the mechanical airlock door and air purifier must be completed as soon as possible. Ruby rubbed his hands, obviously looking forward to the new task. I know where to install the mechanical airlock door, but where should the air purifier be installed? My phone pondered for a moment, then answered clearly. First, air purifiers must be installed at the entrances and exits of the shelter to ensure that the incoming air is clean. Secondly, the restrooms and restaurants are also key areas and need to be given priority. This is the arrangement for now, and we can add more installation points in the future as needed. Understood, Commander, Ruby answered promptly, then picked up the laser gun and strode towards the power room, ready to begin implementing these upgrades.